add to his stack.
So the high value chips are 25k chips. They're the white chips. Then we have the green 5,000, and these are the 1k. And this is Keith Brennan under the gun with the ace jack, and he makes it 10k to go. Big blinds 3,000. Ace jack under the gun open. Hugh Smith is desperately short. Paul Leckie gets out of the way. Keith, of course, getting a lot of respect here. Andy is ripped. He's going to get snapped off. Andy Mock. I'm not really...
I don't like that.
Well, the reason I don't like it is because of the player who's opened and the position he's opened from. I think Keith has been playing really snug, and he opens under the gun. You're putting him on a hand bigger than King Jack, and he does have a straight draw.
He knows it too.
But a 10 give him a straight.
It doesn't happen, and that's it.
I don't know. Andy was short, but he did double up, and I'm surprised that he let rip there. I think he could have. I mean, he's been playing with Keith for a couple hours. Keith really solid, and the fact he opened from the under the gun position, which would signal strength.
Yeah.
The King Jack not performing too well there.
Well, and you just pointed out just how snug Keith has been playing.
Yeah, I think Ace Jack is pretty close to bottom of his range there under the gun. And he had a pretty easy decision versus the all-in rip too.
Unless what Mock was hoping for was pocket nines, and you've got the two overs.
And then best case scenario, he's in a flip situation. You know.
So
yeah, this is it. I think under sixes down is folded. My sevens, eights, you know what I mean, nines or tens. Yeah, he's flipping.
Smith has moved all in.
Pretty much everything else, he's a dog too.
Yeah.
And the other short stack at the table.
Pocket sixes.
It's 6 bigs, is that correct? Yeah.
6 bigs.
Cullum on the button here. I think he should be just folding because he's not closing the action. Cullum should be folding this.
Yeah.
But he reshoves.
He's decided to move.
Well, he's isolating the short stack all in. Well, this is bad. There's always that danger you could run into a big hand. And Larkin, I mean, this is great situation for Larkin.
It really is.
It's fantastic.
So 2 players are all in.
Ideal scenario.
And Larkin, who's been busy.
We could see 3 bust outs in 2 hands here.
We really could. Board pairs of the queen. King comes, aces hold, and as Finton said, 3 bust outs in 2 hands. Wow.
Yeah, Cullum made a mistake there. He's not closing the action. There's always that danger the players after you could wake up, and you can just see the camera falling Cullum. You think about the hand, and I think, yeah, it's just, it's just not profitable long term. Even against some of the shoves, these 6 big blind shove he's behind to. Turns out he was in a flip against the short stack shove, but then this gentleman, who now is the chip leader on the table, like there's empty seats everywhere. I'm looking at 5 players.
Yeah. Dealer, seats open, feature table. Want to come and play? Come on up. That's changed things dramatically. It now means that we're left with 361 in the tournament from a starting field of 2,040, by the way. So we were both right that it will be over 2,000. Just slightly below the 2 million prize pool, but you were close enough with that. 8-6, ace-4, king-10. We'll see a flop. And the king-10 gets a gut shot straight draw. Aces have made 2 pair, and now it's a full boat. So if for some reason the king-10 stays in, though, well, the last card he wants to see is queen.
Yeah, and Pat, like, he's so trigger happy. He just can't help himself here. He's trying to pick up the pot.
And he's got newfound wealth after taking out 2
massive
players.
stack. He's joint chip leader with Leckie. And this is Smooth call from
I love the call.
Keith
from
Brennan.
here.
Yeah, I mean, Pat's not putting him on a full boat, that's for sure. It's a 9 on the river. I wouldn't be
Extract
surprised to
the
see Pat
maximum.
fire again while he shuts down, in fairness.
Okay.
He checks, and now Keith will go for value. He put in a value bet for, well, it's not going to be too big because the fact he knows Pat has checked this street, he has that information.
Yeah.
So he's going to put in about 20k, 25k maybe.
Liverpool, by the way, are subbing off Luis Diaz, who has been some signing. He's hit the ground running, and Sadio Mane been replaced by Diego Jota, legend, and Bobby Firmino. 3-1 lead with 64 minutes gone at Wembley as Liverpool bid to make the FA Cup final, having already won the League Cup against City, and will face City in the Champions League semi-finals as well. And of course, we'll beat City to the league title because we the best. As it's now five-handed at this feature table, does this mean that some of the players go a little bit quiet, or do some try and take advantage of the situation?
It's an interesting point, but like the field is still a full field, like of 8-9-handed tables. So what's happening at the moment is there's the TDs are at the outer tables bringing people and their chip stacks to, like when you're being moved. This is a huge room, and they're moved from other tables. There's a table being broken, and then players are distributed all over.
Yeah.
And their chips have to go into a rack. Do you know what I mean? So it's quite a procedure. It's not like that straightforward.
Oh, and it's not an easy one at all.
It's not like we're playing a home game in our kitchen. Do you know what I mean? And you just, Johnny, move over there.
Yeah, Snowball,
you, know
you move there.
Yeah, yeah.
Reiki, you're coming here.
Jono,
Yeah.
you're the next big blind. I mean, there is a procedure here, and they're really slick, these TDs on floor. They're the best in the business.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Top quality. Nick O'Hara and his team running the show, of course.
Nick, JP, Paul, there isn't a better team. And that's what I was saying. I was getting a real slagging from Jenny and Bex. Bex was obviously part of the dynamic duo. I had no idea that Bex said something lovely on Facebook about me as it came. Memories of the way we So Bex is in New York now, and was my original commentator, original co-commentator back in the day. And from year 2, Jenny Cruz Callahan was the event manager for the former sponsor PP. And despite them cutting the budget every single year, Jenny always produced the goods. And there'd be an Easter egg in her room on Easter Sunday morning.
I think Paddy Power are partners in this event as well.
Well, they partnered in terms of satellites, but I don't see the name around. Do you know what I mean? Like Party Poker are very, very much involved.
Oh, Party
Coin
Poker, I
Rivet,
believe, are
Party Poker are the main sponsor.
sponsors, yeah.
But yeah, Paddy definitely supplied satellites and stuff like that.
I think, yeah, Paddy Power is a big... I think over the years, you've got to give credit to Paddy Power. They have, like, they put quite a lot in. They
Oh,
revived
yeah.
it, yeah.
Oh, they did. Absolutely. And look, it was good for them.
Good for everyone. Good
And
for
it
Irish
was-
poker.
It was good for the Irish Open. But
And it's still good.
it then needed a bit of love. And you made a comment on Facebook about how you'd never seen an Irish Open like it. And I said, in all my years of commentating on the Irish Poker Open, I can honestly say I've never experienced an Irish Poker Open like it.
Absolutely
Well, the
true.
flames and fury from Bex and Jenny. Not happy. Not happy at all. With Jenny then saying, I wonder will there be an I wonder will Paul have an Easter egg for you, waiting for you in your room on Sunday morning. So,
Good one.
Paul
Good
O'Reilly, JP, lads, are we getting Easter eggs? Because Jenny always sorted the commentary team out with Easter eggs. If Finton doesn't walk into his room tomorrow and there's an after 8 Easter egg, there's going to be war.
Oh, I'd like that. I really would.
Oh yeah, that's what we get. No, Jenny is always top class.
Okay, this is the player you were referring to earlier.
Ian Simpson, baby.
What a story.
So Ian Simpson won the Irish Open, then got to the final table again.
Well, I think...
Oh, sorry, he got to the final table and then got back to the final table and won it.
I think what happened was he was the... Do you remember the Sole Survivor, which was a huge part? We were just speaking about Paddy Power,
Actually,
right?
that's right. It was a massive thing for them.
Yeah.
He got the sole survivor check, yeah.
He qualified online for a couple of books, came to Dublin, totally unknown, final tables, won, I think he was fourth place,
Fourth place, but was sole survivor.
and was Sole Survivor, which got him...
I think it was 100k.
got him buy-ins for a year to different tournaments, and the Irish Open the next year was part of that. So he comes back the next year, and an incredible story unfolded. Made the final table again, which was huge in itself, but then went on to win it.
And then proposed to his girlfriend.
Same year.
Yeah.
What a year.
Got down in one knee. And Bex didn't say a word to me about it. Because Calvin Anderson, there's a photograph of Ono D, Rory Brown, Calvin Anderson and I commentating. And we're just looking at the screen going, huh? See something gets down on one knee. You're like, what's going on? It's like, oh my God. It's like 4 weddings and a funeral over here. What the hell's going on?
And look at Ian's stack. He's
Ian's got a big
deep stack. He's come to the table with like 100 bigs. Three bets here with the King 9. I don't think it's worked. Now Keith, of course, this guy is quality.
Well, he's got the goods and he's quality.
Yeah, he's never going to 4-bet. He's just going to flat here with the Ace Queen suited.
Yeah.
He does have position.
Which could work in Ian's favour. But you're right, he's in position. So he's got position with the lesser hand, with the better hand.
Action City.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see some trouble.
Nuts.
Top pair and the absolute
Nutty
stone cold nuts
Keith.
for my cousin Brown.
Nice check. Pot control from Ian.
Yeah.
And Keith with a couple of options here.
I check back.
Think he could. Could start trying to build this pot up.
I check back.
There's a chance that he could be up against aces. I mean, wouldn't be out of the question. Ace King. So there's a lot of hands that would call him here.
Also, does the ace high flush, does the nut flush bet 17k on that flop? Probably not. In Ian's mind.
that's a really good point. I mean, Ian will not be putting him on the nut flush, that's for sure. Now a 9 would be sick.
Ooh.
Wow, that's pretty sick. Now, in one way, it kills the action because it's an additional club.
Yeah.
But it actually improves Ian's hand from top pair to 2 pair.
Yeah.
So I think a bet certainly gets called. Now Keith does have position, so he might check this back. He might check this back and go for value then on the later street, the river. But he's
3-2. City have pulled one back. Scheisse. Okay, so again, Ian Simpson.
It's going to get called. It's going to get called.
He's going nowhere. He does have. He's got 4 outs. The only ones that are left in and this is what I love about our graphics team, is they know exactly what's left. So it's the King of Hearts and Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts and Diamonds are the ones that are left. The spades are obviously in Simpson's hand, and the 2 clubs we can see are out there already. But had they been mucked, we'd know that. It's still the absolute nuts for Keith, but there are 4 outs for Ian. Now, if you're in Ian's position, do you raise here to try and find out where you are?
Oh, well, he's never raising. He just can't raise.
Call?
Can't raise. I mean, then he might miss. Well, if he raises here, and then Keith comes over the top, Ian has to fold, so he's going to deny himself equity and not get to see a river. So it's a call. It's a straightforward call, and he makes the call. And now Ian's just going to check and hope to get to showdown, and hope he's chopping with playing the board. It's an interesting one, another club. It really is. So, depending on the sizing from Keith, of course, I mean, is just love and life. He is the blocker to the straight flush. So this is absolute dream scenario. Big pot. Look at the size of the pot. He could go the full amount, but it's been checked to him. So,
but Ian is too good to
70k about.
Yeah, Ian's too good to call this now, unless he just thinks to himself, "Oh, you've got red in your hand." It's a 60k call with 225 back.
What Ian is thinking, he raised pre, but he just checked flop, and he thinks, well, if Keith was at it and he continued then on the turn, like Ian has just been check calling, so it's not out of the question for Keith to have a 3-barrel bluff in his hand here. Some hand like Ace Queen with no clubs.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
There's also the point that he hasn't played as much with Keith.
Another interesting hand that Ian might convince himself that Keith has is like Queen Jack. You know what I mean? Straight that got there on the turn. That's a great fold.
Yeah, it's a great fold. It really is.
Pretty good fold. He's taking a hit.
I can understand how people will look at that and go, well, come on, there's 5 clubs out there. Obviously, he's going to fold, and there's no club in his hand. But he could easily talk himself into, you had hearts, you had diamonds. But no, he's managed to lose the minimum there, I think. And I'm very impressed by that. We're into time added on, by the way, in the FA Cup semi-final, where it's Liverpool 2. Apologies. Manchester City 2. Liverpool 3. Referees added 4 minutes of time added on. And you best believe that's... Oh! Trouble for City! Trouble for City! Liverpool are in for the 4th! Referee! Oh, keeper's rolling around like he's got concussion. Get up, you clown. Do that in my day, let me tell you. You have a fractured leg and you'd be told, go run it off. Right, Lecky with
now,
ace-8 on the small blind.
This, again, we're going to see a
the
blind,
2 boys.
V-blind.
And he's raised 6.5.
Between Paul Lecky and Ben Windsor. Ben Windsor going absolutely nowhere, and he puts in the additional 3.5k. Going to go to a flop. Paul
Ace
with
8
ace
versus
8
King Deuce,
and
Queen
King
Queen
Deuce.
10 is the flop. Now, if you're in Ben's position, what do you do?
Well, Paul's first to speak, so he's going to check call a bet here.
Liverpool have won. Liverpool are through to the FA Cup final, which means we're going to win it because it doesn't really matter who we're playing. Liverpool again, best Man City. Pep Guardiola, best manager in the world. He is, yeah. Liverpool having a fantastic time with things. Loving life. Champions League. We're going to win the league. Already taking the League Cup. Now we're going to take the FA Cup as well. Because whoever we're going to face in the final, they got nothing on us. And City are losing the mental battle against Liverpool. They lost the mental battle against us earlier. They've seen Chelsea struggle against us in the League Cup final in an epic penalty shootout, and Liverpool have done the cup double. Well, sorry, we haven't done it yet, but we're going to, Finton.
I totally believe you.
Yeah.
I don't doubt it.
And I think we're going to win the Champions League as well.
Do
So
not doubt it.
we're taking it all. Jurgen Klopp, best manager in the world. Guardiola, yeah. Do you know what? I'd be the best manager in the world if I could spend 5 billion of Qatar's money. Klopp's actually working on the Moneyball system and has been making some incredible signings, including Kanate, who was brilliant at the back and scored today. Flares in the air, by the way, at Wembley. Do you like this whole Wembley semi-final scenario, or would you prefer it if it was still like Villa Park, Old Trafford, a neutral venue?
They don't really. Yeah, they used to do it. They used to have time to do like a home and away, didn't they?
Yeah.
But now they don't have
Well,
time
well
anymore.
what they would do is, if Man United hadn't made it, they would take over Old Trafford, and that's where the semi-final would be played for one game.
Yeah, but
And
that'd be
then
huge.
Villa Park
Yeah.
would be another one. But now everyone has to go to London. Everyone's got to go to Wembley. Wembley should be special. Wembley should be for the final. I don't get this whole thing, but poor City fans are crying. Oh.
Interesting dynamics here. We've seen the last hand there, Ben calling pre, but just deciding to check back every street and felt his
Every
king.
Man City fan, by the way, is now just tweeting hate at me. That's okay. I can take it. So Jack 9, 10-9, 10-5. This is Tony Riley, who sat down
Tony
with
from
98.5. He's got
Very well known
92.5
on the
now.
Dublin poker
Yeah.
scene, Tony. Real gentleman.
And there's a 10 there straight away. So Deuce 4, 10.
Problem though, because Pat Larkin has got the superior kicker.
Yep.
Ben with none of this. Pat Larkin leads out, and Tony in the big blind will certainly be calling this bet, and then perhaps reassess things. Now he's not going to go crazy here with just the one pair and his kicker 5, but this is added additional equity to his hand. He's picked up the flush draw, so Tony's going nowhere. Pat is going to fire again, 10,000. Tony going to check call. He's got top pair. He's got the flush draw. Is he counting out a raise here?
He is, you know.
No, he's not. He's just a call. He's check
Or is he
calling.
counting out what's left behind?
Well, I'm looking at a stack, 85k. It is getting expensive. Big blind 3,000. Check call
36k pot.
as expected.
Yeah, so exactly as Finton called it. And I
Now,
keep saying
Tony, he needs a
Finton,
5 or a
top
heart.
form. Doesn't get there.
Now, I
That's a
think
jack.
it's a check back from Pat here. I don't think he can go for a value bet. It's
And
just, it does have that 9, which is a blocker to the straight, but
Yeah.
it's going to go check, check. And the cards are turned over. And Tony's missed Pat Larkin's 9 kicker plays, and it brings him up to 350. Now, Tony down.
But you were spot on, though, about how you figured Pat's going to check here as well, because there was enough danger on the board for him as well. It's grand for us sitting here to be able to see it. Oh, Klopp's doing the thing. Foom, foom, foom. Best fans in the world, mate. You got to admit, not just because JP's listening, you got to admit, Liverpool, best fans in the world.
I don't know. I can't. I'm sorry. I think they're special for sure, but I've got an allegiance to
Who is your allegiance?
other. Oh, I'm a majority fan.
Oh, I love Newcastle. Newcastle would be my second team, in fairness. Big fan of Newcastle. My both occasions I've been to St James's Park,
Class stadium, right in the middle of the city.
I got to meet Peter Beardsley outside the
Peter Beardsley,
stadium,
yeah, what a
and he
Newcastle
was
legend,
so
yeah.
nice.
Yeah.
Liverpool legend, Geordie legend. He was so nice that was friends of mine. None of us are Newcastle fans. They're United fans, Arsenal fans, and Liverpool fans. And we were over there for 2 stag do's, and both times we went, we ended up meeting Peter Beardsley and got photos with him. Soundest man, and that man must be asked for a photograph every bloody minute, and he's still sound enough to go, yeah, no problem, let's. Where are you from? Oh, I love
guy.
Ireland. Love
Good
Ireland.
guy, good guy.
Sound out. 6s, which has made trips.
That's Craig Grant
Backdoor flush draw for Ian Simpson, but
with
it would
the
only
set,
be the
bottom
7.
set
Yeah.
versus. Well, I mean, Ian has no connection to this board. Does have a weak flush draw,
Flush draw, yeah.
so he's just going to fold to this raise.
And he does instantly. Would you have liked a smooth call there, or do you think he's better off to protect where he is, given the flush draw possibilities?
Well, there's actually, yeah. I mean, there's a flush already there, isn't there?
Yeah.
So he's raising there. He's never folding, but if he, he's raising with his bottom set and he's protecting his hand, just like you said. Ian had it, of course. Ian raised in the cutoff, I believe, or the hijack,
I think you're right.
and Craig just defended in the big blind with the 6s and hit his set. He checked raise. Ian had to fold. This is the Irish Open Day 2, and it's getting on now. We're getting closer and closer to the money. There's approximately 250 players getting paid. Ian Simpson, he's lost a chunk of chips. He's lost a couple of pots, but Ian is still well above average stack, and he's picked up kings here, and he might get action because Paul Leckie is going to 3-bet him with the 6s. I like this bet from Paul because Ian, of course, is very active.
Yeah.
Paul he doesn't want to flat with the 6s and then price in several players acting after him. 6s multi-way, they just don't play so well. You know?
If you're going to set mine, this is the way to do it.
I think it's the 3-bet is the right move here, but he's going to have a problem because, I mean, Simpson is
So talk to me.
he's probably going to 4-bet, but then
But how
again, he's
much?
eyeing up Paul Leckie's stack, and I mean, there's a case for just smooth calling, but I think he's going to try and get as much money over the line as possible pre-flop, and his 4-bet will be a little bit smaller, about 45, I'd imagine, 45 to 50k. That's what I'm thinking. Looks. Let's see what it is. Paul Leckie now getting
54k. You said 45 to 50.
Yeah,
I'm
Paul
giving you
getting
that.
the message back that he's up against a premium, and I think he just lets this go. Paul Leckie, super live reader of the game.
Yeah, terrific.
Thing is, Ian could be doing this light. He could also be doing with hands like
It's in his range.
Ace King,
Yeah.
Ace Queen suited. That's going through Paul's mind. He could be up against Ace King. That would certainly do this. Ace Queen suited, probably not that likely. He could be at it. He could be doing this with, like, say, some hand like an Ace Deuce suited.
Lucky
a
he's
blocker
given
to
this some serious consideration.
Big cards, of course.
He has eventually decided to let it go, and
gets his information with
yeah,
the 3-bet. He gets it shoved back in his face with a 4-bet from Ian Simpson, who wins.
Now, I have to ask you an important question.
And I have to answer this important question.
Yes, you do. Face masks are not mandatory in the UK. They are also not mandatory in the Republic of Ireland. You walk into the airport, in Dublin Airport, and they will say, "Passengers, would you please wear your face mask?" No one's doing it. I've been over to the UK 3 times in the last month. Ain't
They all wear them on the
nobody
plane,
doing it.
on the
Yeah,
plane.
on the bloody which is why you go, "Excuse me, hostess, can I please, air steward, can I please get a bottle of water and a bag of crisps, please?" Just so you have to take that bloody face mask off, right? So dealers are wearing face masks. That's fine. That's fine. We've got Patrick is wearing his bandana like he's about to rob the cage. But is Ian Simpson wearing the face mask because there's a little bit of paranoia, or is he doing it because this is hiding tells?
Well, you know what? I didn't even notice the mask. That's good observation, Emmett. And interesting question. I'm not sure. I think I know that Ian, there was complications with his young daughter not too long ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Perhaps being in and out to the hospital and that, and just kind of made him kind of maybe that little bit more aware. I mean, I'm just totally surmising here. I haven't a clue, to be honest. I was speaking to Ian, and I definitely didn't have a mask on when I was talking to him.
No, he didn't have a mask on when he was doing his interview with Laura. He didn't have a mask on when he made the donation, a sizable donation to the Ukraine Appeal Fund that Fergal Neal has set up. So I'm just wondering, is it table strategy?
Like, you mean trying to disguise any tells he might give off physically?
Yeah, any
I
quiver?
I wouldn't think that's it. Not with someone as experienced as Ian. He's a real, like, quality.
Oh, he's a top class player.
Professional.
He's a top class player.
Being, like,
I remember people thinking when he was the sole survivor that he got lucky, and then everybody from Ireland was like, "This guy's ridiculous." To get back-to-back Irish Open final tables.
it's amazing.
Like in the old days, in the 80s, when there were 2 tables.
Look at this.
Of course.
Look at this. Lecky.
Lads.
Now, what stack size has Ben? It's 20 big blinds. I think Paul calls this.
I think he does too.
It's close. Oh,
Ace
no,
king,
he doesn't.
ace king, ace
He doesn't
king.
call because Craig.
Craig is shoved.
Yeah, Craig. But still, Paul getting a huge price here with Ace Queen. So he's going to consider it. But I think the fact that Craig has reshoved, I think Paul gets out of the way here.
He can tank here for a second, but he is getting the price to.
It's 20 big blinds. That's what it's going to cost him.
Yeah.
So, like, you know what I mean? It's sizable.
It's not insignificant.
I think he snaps off Ben. Okay.
Yes.
Now Ben is hating.
This is what I was expecting. I was expecting it to be Ben
But then
and
the fact
Lecky.
that
And
Craig
like,
then-
they're going to go to war.
Craig has come in with, like, out of the cold and re-raced. Now I'll tell you who's hating life at the moment.
Craig.
No. Craig is
Ben.
Ben for sure. Yeah.
Ah.
Ben is like.
Oh, crap.
He's moved over the top on Paul. So Paul opened. Ben 3-bet shoved. And now a cold 4-bet, and Paul makes a good
and
fold.
he hates folding, but it's a great fold.
He's getting super price, and he can be. You know what? He can be in a good shape there. He could be up against, like, say, Ace Jack and Jacks. Do you know what I mean? Like something like that. And he's getting the right price, but he correctly figures it out. It's going to be a real pity to lose Ben. Unless he hits a jack.
Oh, and he's hit the jack. He takes
That's
the
how you win
lead.
tournaments. That's how you win
Now,
tournaments.
there is the backdoor flush draw with the aces. Now, it would have to be runner. That'll do it.
It's over.
Jack will do it. Thanks very much. Thanks for playing. Paul is loving life. He's like, that was a great fold.
Yeah, I mean, if he calls there, right, that puts Ben on 200k.
Yeah.
But,
And a dangerous player on 200k as well.
Craig and Ben had similar stack sizes, so the dealer just confirming what the situation is.
It was Craig is covered by Ben. Ben, I think, had about 60, and Craig had 53.
Yeah,
I
it's
think.
very close. Craig has 2k left. It was very, very close.
Oh, God.
2k is less than one big blind. So
You have to sit there now, all in.
Yeah. The dealer
blind.
took the all-in triangle from in front of Craig, but it's going to be going back. He should have just left it there,
Yeah.
in fairness. That's
By the way, mate, take it as a souvenir because it's the thing that every player wants, and which is why when I heard this on Tuesday, I was like, Paul, can I get my hands on one of those right now? Thanks very much. And got it, to be fair, because Paul O'Reilly's an absolute legend. Don't go bothering him for one, by the way, because he's just going to tell you to F off, and he's right to too. He's enough going on without being asked for memorabilia and trinkets. But I've got mine. I've got my
brilliant. Nice
my
memento.
my
And they're a good feature.
Irish Open
They're great.
cards as well.
Brilliant. These all-in triangles they're a new feature of the modern game, and it's great because how often over the years experienced players will tell you, that you announce all in pretty light, and then the next minute you go, well, there's someone already all in before you. And
Exactly,
you go, oh
yeah.
my God.
Yeah, because you had the AirPods in and you're like, uh-oh.
Yeah. So they're really cool. So when someone goes all in, the idea is that the dealer puts out the all in triangle so it's clear. Even if you have headphones on or the room is really noisy, it's super
You
clear
can't
that
miss
there's a player all in.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
I also have my rapid response Ukraine, which is exactly what our main man Fergal is behind, and they give you the choice of color of a chip, and it says "Good luck" in Ukrainian. So I chose blue and yellow with "Good luck" in Ukrainian on the back. Kings versus Queen 4 for Ian Simpson against Riley.
Yeah, it's pretty wide for Ian to call here. Queen 4 off. Yeah, but like
Where's our friend gone? Who was left
Craig.
with 2k back?
I
Craig?
think he didn't play the hand. He's kept the 2k. He's waiting for the next hand.
Okay.
Now, this is an interesting situation because Ian could rep this board. 7-7 deuce. This is a big blind board.
It is.
So we're going to see Ian Simpson continue with absolute air here. Now, Tony's obviously going to be concerned about the 7. Oh, look at this.
He's come back over the
Of
top
course
all
he has,
in.
yeah. Tony just ends it. And Ian, well, he made a play. He should have a piece of this board, 7-7 deuce, given that he defended in the
Yeah,
big blind.
yeah,
But Tony, of course,
course.
is just too strong a hand, Kings, and he just decided to let rip. Now, Tony could have just smooth called there and kept Ian's bluffs in there, and who knows what would have happened on the turn. I don't think I think the more profitable play is the smooth call because when he
another play
bets,
from him. Yeah.
when he 4-bets there, like the only hand that's calling him is a hand that contains a 7. So it's only a better hand that calls. So I think it's a better play to call, but I get why Tony did it. He says, look, come on, let's do this. Let's get the money in.
If he's turned around and seen that this morning there was 2,040 players and now there's 333, and the bubble is 267.
So 266 got paid, is that right?
Let me let's confirm that, son. 263. That was close enough. It's close enough to be all right. But yeah, it's like if you're a player involved in this and you turn around and you see, hang on a second, there was originally 2,040 in. This morning when I woke up and I came down to the City West, there was 842 players left. Over half are gone. 336 left. It's like the Ukrainians taking out the Russians. You know, it's just it's a war of attrition out there. They're dropping like flies. So that's very much in your mindset.
Nice situation for Ben Windsor, who gets lucky. All in, 3-bet all in with the ace jack against Paul Leckie. And then he hears a cold 4-bet all in announced from Craig.
Craig has no choice here, really.
And
Second.
we can see Craig Grant.
Second, he picks up an ace. He's got a call. Ben Windsor's got. Well, this is a good spot. It's not going to be an awful lot left, but at least he's got him covered. The only card he doesn't want to see is the ace, is the 8. I mean, 6, 6, 10. So in a good spot to double up. 4. Aces hold. So he gets a double up. 7.5k. Go back to him. So his pot improves. If he gets another double up, he's into 14. All you need then is a couple of more. And thank you very much, sir. We're off to the races. But a lot of luck has to come his way. And as we were talking, it's changed again. 3-3-3 now. 333 players remaining. This is table 3 of the Irish Poker Open main event. Officially, it's day 2. For Fintan and I, it's day 4. We have brought you coverage of day 1A, 1B, 1C. We've also brought you coverage of the cash game, the high roller main event, and the ladies main event final table, which was a championship event won by Krishnikova Bina, basically. Keep messing up the pronunciation of her name. She's a boss. She's an absolute boss. Watch that back on YouTube. It is one of the most exciting final tables that you're ever going to come across. By the way, the Man City goalkeeper made an absolute howler and just gave a goal to Liverpool. Thanks very much for that, mate. It's been super quality play. It was a lot of fun to do the cash game with you yesterday. The high roller was high standard. The standard of play that we had on our feature table for both days previously was very good. And it's been very, very good today as well.
Paul is going to...
is there anything...
he's going to isolate here.
Is there anything that I can get you to recall that would make you go, that was a real donk move from today?
Oh, wow. I think we're going to see a big hand here. Ace-King for Tony Riley. Now, this is really interesting. Okay, so the under-the-gun player is the super short stack.
Yeah, 7,500 for Craig. So he's kind of got to go. Anything with paint in it.
2.5 bigs, yeah. So he shoves, right? Now,
in the
Pat Larkin is the loosest player on the table. He flat calls. So then we have Paul Leckie. Now, Paul decides to 3-bet with the ace-8 because he's not putting Pat on a hand and he wants to isolate the short stack. But unfortunately for Paul, he's run into it because Tony Riley here, he has the goods. Like
he's got ace-king.
Now,
baby.
I tell you who's loving. You see this all in core for 4 cold bet. Do you know who's loving it?
Leckie?
Well, Craig is loving it because he's going to get protection.
Yeah, that's true.
And he could
and there's an ace gone.
He could quintuple up, right?
Yeah.
But just has to beat one player. Now, unfortunately, he's a big dog, but not as big a dog as you think. He's a 2-1 underdog.
Yeah.
There's no aces. I mean, there's not many aces left.
No, a lot of aces were mucked there, which we'll see in the graphics in a second. So, any 9, it's 8, queen, queen. Backdoor spade draws. 10.
Good shot.
That opens up the jack to him.
No, the
3
jack
doesn't
would
come. I would have 2.
Jack
yeah,
would give
right.
the bigger straight to the Tony O'Reilly. So elimination.
And that is the end of Craig, who he had a frustrating time.
Well, Ace King was really not kind to him. He lost a massive pot with Ace King. Cold 4-bet after Ben 3-bet Paul Leckie. He 4-bet all in. And then he lost 2 Ace King in the end. But this is the man who's on a little bit of a heater. Seen him with kings, and then he picks up kings. He won a nice pot against Ian Simpson, who tried to make a move on the 7-7 board.
And now Tony was like, I'm not having none of that.
And now he's won another pretty substantial pot. Tony Riley is the local hero. He plays actually in JP's club. He's very well known in the Dublin poker circuit, and it's great to see Tony getting a run here at the Irish Open, getting closer and closer. As you pointed out, Emmett, a short while ago, 263 players getting paid, and we're down to about
330.
330. Wow. Okay. Now another big hand. Willie
Rockets.
McMurray.
Rockets for McMurray, baby. Now, does he have anything to come up against, though? This is the question. Is there anybody who wants to dance?
Probably not, given that Willie McMurray is playing really snug, but he does have a good customer in the big blind, is Pat Larkin, and Pat likes to see flops.
Yeah, and he's going to see one, which is...
Well, it's dangerous.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear,
top
son.
pair.
Oh, dearie me. So he's hit the top pair. He's hit his king. He could very easily put McMurray on jacks, tens here.
Yeah, I mean,
queens.
Ace queen would be a likely hand.
Yeah.
But it looks like Pat's getting raised straight away. Like, what's happening is Willie's trying to get money over the line.
I kind of would have liked the flat call.
Well, he's out of position. Well, he's in position, so a flat call would have made a lot of sense.
Like, especially against Larkin.
The thing is, right, if Pat Larkin has the, he's the willingness to be playing the streets and put money in light, then perhaps this is a profitable move. Get chips over.
I get you.
But this has scared him off, and that's the worst case scenario. I think you called it spot on there, Emmett. I think Willie McMurray, it was the best case scenario for him with the aces, his opponent hitting top pair, and he didn't really get the full. He didn't exploit the situation to its fullest. But I get why he raised, and I get it's particularly against Pat. Like, Pat likes to put money in.
Yeah,
he
Pat,
likes to see every street.
He likes to play. The guy's come to play. He likes to play, and that's why I would have gone. You know what? Flat call. Now, if a 9 comes, but I would have preferred that and just see where you are. This is table 3. We've got Ian Simpson in 1, Paul Leckie in 2, Ben Windsor in 3, Tony Riley, who Finton was just saying has done a bit of a heater, in 4, 6, Patrick Larkin, who we just saw losing that hand to William McMurray, who's in 8, and between them in seat 7 is Keith Brennan. Seat 5 is currently open, as we just lost Craig, so we will have a new player coming to the table, sorted out by the tournament director in a little bit, and they continue to drop here in the City West at the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. 327, my friend.
327, and one of these 327 players is Pat Larkin, who's picked up a suited ace in the small blind position. Ian Simpson has opened with the Queen Jack off, and we have the Dublin reg Keith Brennan, who's in the
who, if he wins, is definitely a cousin of mine. 4 ace ace. Wow,
he's absolutely smashed this. Keith has a small piece of it, but he won't be getting too excited.
He checks.
But it's Ian is going to be firing here. This is this board should favour Ian's range.
He has made bottom pair, but yeah.
Ian has absolutely nothing here.
What I'm talking about is Keith has made bottom pair.
Keith, he's not going to be too excited about this. He's probably going to fold because Pat's continuing. So versus a continuation bet and a flat call, I expect. I think Keith just folds here because it's too likely at least one of these guys have an ace and they're holding. Yeah. So King 4 suited. You can see him considered it, but this, I believe, is a fold incoming from Keith Brennan.
8k into a 40k pot. But you're dead.
Well, he's
going to call. He's going to call.
Very surprised.
All right.
Okay.
I was with you. I thought he was going to drop out.
It's the players that are involved.
Yeah.
Two very
No one is
active.
putting Larkin on this hand. And he's checked again. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's going to go check. And Ian has to check this back.
9 of clubs on the turn. So free shot to the river, which is 10.
And now we're going to see Pat announce himself. 48k in the pot. He's going to be betting about 25k, I'd imagine. Well, it's more. This is huge. This is about 35.
to try and say I am bluffing this, but unfortunately nobody has anything, so nobody can call. We did have it was 33k, so you were spot on.
No, I think
that he
it was,
overbet.
Yeah, I think it was 40k bet, and he made 33 at the end of the hand. That's his profit. He made 33.
Top man.
33.
But you made the point that the overbet was going to be intriguing here, because it was essentially him saying, yeah, I don't have any of this. And if you were in a situation where Ian Simpson is sitting there with a piece of it, he's very much thinking to himself, I'll call.
Yeah, I think Ian, if Ian has 2 pair there, I think he's calling. But
isn't it great to see Shane McGowan playing the Irish Open, by the way?
yes, and I know Shane McGowan, and I know 2 Shane McGowans. I know one who's has established himself as one of the most successful punk / traditional Irish singers. But then there's the very successful from Sligo region.
You've been good at
Northwest.
telling stories. Can I tell a story about
Absolutely,
Shane McGowan? Not the Shane McGowan who's sitting here, unless it is Shane.
No, it's
Shane McGowan came to my old station, 96 FM, which I worked for quite a while. I did music radio for a bit. And I was doing the breakfast show, and Shane was coming on to the talk show afterwards, which Neil Prendeville was presenting, and Neil had hired me. And he said, you should stick around, my man. We'll have Shane McGowan here later on. Stick around, my boy. So I'm like, oh, McGowan, definitely. Legend. And it's 9:10 in the morning. So Neil is giving me the heads up at 8:30, like to forward sell it. We've got Wayne in the plane, giving the updates on the traffic. Literally, there's a guy in a plane, and not a drone, which would be far more effective these days. But no, up in a plane, and Prendeville walks in. And he says, "All right, my friend. All right, Bubba. Stick around. Shane McGowan's coming in." I'm like, "You joking?" No, Shane McGowan's coming in. Stick around. Get a few photos. Might get you on air. So he goes into the CEO's office, which is on the on-air floor. And Alma, being the lovely person she is, head of HR, asks him, would he like a drink? And Trish Drinan at the time is producer of the show. And he says, just give us a pint glass there and I'll sort it out. Thanks very much. So I walk out of the room, come back in, and there's a pint of iced water in front. And so I start talking to him and saying iconic songs. Obviously, Fairy Tale in New York is just greatest Christmas song of all time. You've been involved in so many iconic events. You played Glastonbury, you've toured the world, you're massive in America. What's it all like? And things like coming out of Cork, and love it. All right. I didn't quite catch that, Shane. Shane, do you mind me asking you? Can I top that up for you? What is that? This vodka, pint of vodka at 9:15 a.m. Talk about hair of the dog. Jesus Christ. I've only ever seen one other person do that, and it was at the Irish Open. Would you like to care to guess who it was?
As long as it's not me, I don't mind you guessing.
He had a pint like this. Right, camera's not going to cut to us, so it's okay. Pint like this. We're drinking 7-Up here, by the way. Other soft drinks are available. And it was Jamie Gold, the year after he won the main event. And I went, drinking water, Jamie? He goes, water. Taste this, man. And I take a sip out of it and went, pint of vodka. Straight, no mixer.
Okay, so Ben Windsor. He fell asleep there for a little while, Ben.
He did. Ace
Maybe
9
for
suited.
an orbit. And
Ace 4
it's gonna
suited
be
with his old friend Lecky.
yeah, and look who else is involved here. It's,
And Larkin is here. Obviously,
really-
of course Larkin's involved.
do you know what I find interesting?
Do you know why he's involved? Because it's a hand.
That's
What do you find interesting?
well, Larkin's propensity to just call with any very light holdings, get
Yeah.
involved.
And he has picked up the straight draw. Obviously, the ace-9 has top pair, top kicker.
Yeah,
but
Paul has the wheel draw and Ben has top.
yeah,
Pat has none of this, so we're going to see a check, bet, and a call from Paul Leckie, I expect, with the wheel draw. Paul will think his ace can be good here sometimes, so he does check call.
I like the
Pat has
insta-fold.
got out of the way, and now we're going to go to a turn, and bingo! It's going to be a big pot.
Leckie.
Paul
Legend.
makes the straight.
Windsor.
Now, interesting. Now, this is interesting.
This is trouble on 4th straight for
It's
Windsor.
because of like the history.
Yeah,
I
between
think-
the two.
Yeah, I think Ben is going to try and get more money in the pot here, and charge Paul. He knows Paul can be calling quite light,
But he's
so
not
here
going to
it
put him
goes.
on ace-4.
And
though.
Paul, this is about 27. It looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, Fintan Gavin
Green chips 5k.
got it
yellows
absolutely
1K.
spot on.
Paul knows he's home and hosed here. He's a lock in this hand.
So you just smooth call, don't you?
Well, he's out of position, so he could announce raise. He could raise here because he's first to act on the river.
Yeah.
And there's a chance if he just flat calls here and checks river, there's a chance of missing out on extra value. He is up against Ben, and they've been raising each other continually. So I think Paul will raise here. He could be up against the big pair, you see, and he does.
He
and
has
it's a
announced
huge
raise.
raise.
He's gone all in.
I love this. I just love this because this could get called. Because what's happening here is Ben's going, this guy he's like, this is quality hand we're watching. This is no limit hold'em. This is
At its best.
a beautiful hand to watch. And it's a really quality shove. And the reason I like the shove is because Paul does this with like a heart draw, straight draw,
Yeah.
like maybe 6s, 7s, 8s, and try and get his opponent off a kind of hand like Ben has. Ben now
He could do it
top
with
pair.
King 9.
Ben could call. I think Ben calls this, and the reason I'm saying he's going to call right is because of the rate, like because of what's happened.
And their history.
Yeah, but look, Ben is such a good player that he might read it for what it is. You know, Paul in the big blind. Paul has loads of straights here in the big blind.
Yeah.
So Ben could just read it for what it is. He's got called by like, you know what I mean.
But it's the history
4,
between
6
the two.
suited.
It's the history between
Ace
these two.
4, yeah.
Like
It's a
we
cool
wanted
hand.
we wanted to see a proper matchup between these two, and we've got it. This is the art. He's gone all in.
Wow.
Exactly
No,
as Fintan. He's called him. Exactly as
Yeah,
Fintan
I
Gavin
don't-
predicted.
I don't know, was it an all-in?
No, he's just called.
Oh, it is. Crazy. He's made the call. That's
Fintan
crazy.
called it.
Crazy
Fintan has
stuff.
nailed it.
And Ben.
So he needs a 4. He's got 2 outs. That's all that's left in the deck is 2
4
4s.
for a chop. He can't win. It's impossible for
Yeah.
him to win. And oh, boy.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
That's
The river!
That's sick stuff. That is sick. That is
How?
pretty sick.
How?
Really is. Ben Windsor gets trapped.
Oh, Leckie.
Paul Leckie gets
is
him
going for
exactly.
the
And
sick
just
bucket.
look at
yeah.
Paul.
I
What a
mean,
pot.
that's the
Look
first
at the
time.
size of this pot.
That's the 2-7-8 pot. That's the first time that Paul Leckie has actually let out a sigh. That's the first time he's genuinely let out a sigh, and he hasn't lost, but
think-
it feels like a loss.
I think it was a 2-outer. I believe it was.
It was two. It was 2-outer. Yeah.
Two
Yeah.
out,
There was
yeah.
a 4 gone, and obviously Leckie's got a 4, and there was a 4 fold. So it was 2-outer.
An incredible
Wow.
hand, really is. And Paul just shakes his head. He played it perfectly,
Wow.
Paul Leckie. You're
But
looking
what about the call from Fintan Gavin on comms? He knew that Ben was going to make the call. That's just absolutely
Yeah, it was
superb.
a tough one, but like, I mean, given I snap Paul there. I really do. I snap Paul Leckie off, given the history and what's going on.
Well, Ben is on 46 big blinds. Leckie's still on 87. Larkin, who's been hyperactive, is on 116 bigs. So we'll take you through this if you didn't get to see it fully. Larkin on 116 bigs, which is 351k. Leckie. It's all right, Leckie. You got 261,000 left. My may or may not be cousin, Keith Brennan, 85, but depending on how he does in this tournament, 85 big blinds with 257k. Go for the Greek pronunciation.
Antanasios.
Tavlas. Let's go with Tavlas for the first name. 248,000. Ian Simpson, 176,000. Tony Riley, 151,000. Windsor is now down to 139, 46 bigs. And all of a sudden, McMurray in a little bit of trouble. 36 big blinds, 109. Would you like to guess, Finton, without looking anywhere else? And when I say that, by the way, the only thing he can look at is the screen, which is the tournament clock. There is no access for
I'm actually
Finton.
looking at the tournament clock and I can't read it.
Okay.
That's a fact.
So thank God I've got 20/20 vision. Would you like to guess how many players are still standing in the Irish Poker
say
Open?
310.
307, my man.
Wow. Okay. So we're getting really close to the money.
Yeah.
That was incredible. That
That's ridiculous.
I mean,
That was insane.
Paul you can see Paul's reaction. He knows that he trapped the best player on the table. Ben totally realizes he was caught in a trap and his tournament was on the line.
Oh, he's gone.
He's about to go bust.
That's it. Thanks for playing. Good night. Bye bye. He has a great story to tell. Trip nines for Larkin. 10-9. Queen 4 for Ian Simpson. So Ian doesn't really have anything of this, but he has decided to bet and look at the ice cool call. Where now Larkin makes the boat on the turn. The 10-9 fills up.
Ian going to fire once again. And perhaps we're going to see Larkin announce himself here now with a check raise.
I want to see what Simpson's bet. He's bet 40k. I call. He's all in. Wow. That's why Finton's the pro and I'm the play-by-play. That's why Finton's the color commentator and I'm play-by-play. There's a reason this man has 1.6 million in live tournament earnings. This does not include satellites. This does not include
home
online action. Never mind the home games where he's taking his kids' tuition money. Phil Baker actually on the Final Furlong podcast today said, "This horse is such a good thing that you got to get the kids' bike. In fact, never mind the kids' bike. The kids' bike, their tuition, the kids themselves." I go, the Troker box? Yeah, raid the Troker box. Everything's going on this horse. Who is that horse? Find out in the Final Furlong podcast. Available for you now on Spotify and all good podcast apps. Phil Baker in top form. Thanks to executive producer Finton Gavin, by the way, because Finton was going to host and I was going to do the punditry. And suddenly Phil is involved, and he was terrific on it. So Phil's going to be back on the show again, and is the announcer here in the tuxedo. We were talking about 2009 when the joke was he made the final table. He bubbled the final table. He was the last player out.
Okay.
But then made the final table because he was the tournament announcer.
Oh, brilliant. Yes,
and
good one.
I was telling him that Paddy Power came to me and said, "We need to get you in a tuxedo." I was like, "It's Easter. There's no tuxedo places open." He goes, "We'll get one open, but we need you to be the tournament announcer and the commentator at the same time." I'm like, "How the hell is that going to work?" And then Phil got busted, and they're like, "Don't worry about it. It's all right." But the players, like Cara Scott, turned to him and said, "Is this like an Irish tradition? Like if you bubble the table that you're made to announce it?" Because they hadn't seen him commentate previously. That you have to like be the announcer for the rail. He's a gentleman, Phil Baker. He really is. In many ways, the voice of poker in Ireland, and very much part of the team here at the Irish Poker Open, coming to you live from the City West. Brought to you in association with Party Poker. Lots of side events, lots of cash games. So, place to be is the City West, and you're welcome to pop over to Finton Gavin and I, Emmett Kennedy, with you on the live stream.
So, this will be interesting to see the change in dynamics with the arrival of
Tablas.
Tablas, yes, correct. He's brought a decent stack to the table.
Yeah, 247,500 he's brought.
And the average stack is probably about, well, it's less than 200k, right?
Average stack, my friend. 197,000.
Well, it is less than 200k.
There's a reason
But
that Fintan Gavin
it's a lot closer to 200k
is colour
than I
commentator.
expected. Now, Paul Leckie, I mean, it's pretty sick. It hurts when you are in a battle. You're in a war with an elite player.
And you've got him by the short and curlies.
Yeah, it's
and
tough.
he digs himself out.
Because it's this, like, them moments are precious.
Which, by the way, is no offense to Windsor. It's just, wow.
Yeah, that's what the point is. It's a rare moment to actually trap a player as good as Ben. So, really pretty good spot for Leckie to bust out Ben, and then the two outer. Not good. So it just takes, I think it takes, for me, it takes several hands just to.
Tony from Norway is watching us on the live chat on YouTube. Hello, Tony. He says, why are people using phones at the TV table? Because we're on a 15-minute delay and they're allowed.
That's a pretty straightforward answer. Can't argue with that.
You'll see it at the WSOP. You'll see it at the EPT. It's not an issue. Oh, wait. Wayne Condren has corrected me. I'm wrong. Liverpool play. He says, what are you talking about? Liverpool play Villarreal. We're going to win the Champions League. Happy days. Thank you very much. You've made my day, son.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah. Wayne Condren. Thank you very much. You better be right, Wayne. If you're winding me up, I'm coming for you. I'm sending the goons
Wayne
around.
from Portlaoise.
I'm sending the goons around if you're winding me up,
runs a
son.
regular game in Limerick, Wayne Condren.
Noel Reams is on his way to your house if I find out we're playing Man City in the Champions League, Connor. And if you know who Noel is the size of Fintan and me times 5 with
big.
pure muscle.
That is big.
But he can't be pulling my leg on that one. He can't be.
What's Pat Larkin doing in this hand in the small blind?
I was going to ask the same question, actually. Why is he doing this? This is very... So it's end of the game, but he had raised and just decided to get active, I think. Just decided to, may as well mess about.
Seven-handed.
Do comment, by the way, into the live stream. We'll give you a shout out. Except for fun, hot girls and boys video chat. Jesus Christ, these bloody bots that get in there. My goodness. Tony from Norway says, I know it's a delay. Yeah, no, that's how it's done though. It's a WSOP thing. It's been done at the EPT. Max Silver has just got up. I would have asked him if he had come a little bit closer. Actually, Max, first of all, good seeing you. Quick question for you. How do you feel about 15-minute delay and people being able to use their phones on the table? 15-minute delay and... Reckon it's too short? Yeah, there was a possibility that. Yeah, players have learned a lot. There is, when the final table is there, and you're obviously on it, it'll be on the main.
Big hand here. This is Willie with the sevens in the big blind. So, Paul Leckie opened with pocket fours and in the
pocket pairs everywhere.
Ace-10 for the Greek player.
Max didn't have time to come over and talk because he's in the middle of the game, and but I will relay his views on it. So pocket fours, pocket sevens, pocket sixes.
Yeah, Willie's come out with a 3-bet here that's going to get a load of respect. Keith does get sticky with the sixes, and he calls in the small blind. Paul also calls with the fours. Everyone misses. It's going to go check from Keith. Now Willie has a decision. Does he rep this king-high board after 3-betting pre? No, he doesn't. He decides to check
it.
And Paul could steal this.
But Leckie, I was just going to say,
yeah, Paul could
with
steal
the worst
this
hand,
definitely.
Leckie can come from behind here.
If Paul bets while he checks back, I get it because Willie's, well,
Willie's going
that's
nowhere
great.
now.
Set for Willie. Keith checks, and now Willie comes out with the continuation. He missed flop, but he's made the set on the turn. Paul had missed an opportunity there on the flop. You see, these guys are pretty aware of, like, that's probably the first 3-bet we've seen from Willie McMurray.
Yeah,
And
I'd agree with that.
the other players, of course, players experienced like Lecky and Keith, they're totally aware that this gentleman you see on your screen is playing really snug. He's just playing ABC at the moment, not getting too out of line with any hands, so that 3-bet just screams of strength. And both Lecky and Brennan just set mine with their small pairs. Paul had the opportunity, of course, to win that on the flop, but decided just to check back. Willie makes a set on the turn, and we see on the button here, Keith Brennan makes it 8,000. The blinds are 2-4 with the 4K big blind ante, right through. Larkin folds, and now posting big blind is Ian Simpson, who looks like he's going to defend with 9-4 suited. Interesting, both these guys with a suited 9-high hand, ace king 8. Well, this favors Keith, who's going to continue. He'll fire once.
He can rep this.
Of course he can, yeah. And Ian is going to check fold. Small bet, 6K, does the job. No drama. Snap fold from Ian Simpson. No connection whatsoever, 9-4 diamonds. Keith playing pretty straightforward. Ian decides not to get too tricky and folds straight away, and that's Keith Brennan, you see, stacking chips. Dublin-based player. I would know Keith from the Fitzwilliam games. He was pretty successful. That is the graphic showing Ian Simpson in seat 1. It shows his chip count, it shows his voluntary putting of chips into the pot, and it shows his
Pre-raise aggression as well.
yeah, pretty. These graphics are pretty good.
Oh,
give you
they're
a good
amazing.
idea
They're
what's
the
going on.
They're the best I've worked with, and that includes TV work. I'll just relay some of the stuff that Max Silver was saying. So he has been on the feature table. He would prefer a slightly longer delay, but he gets why it's 15 minutes. He said it made for very interesting viewing yesterday because what was happening was players that he was alongside, even himself, were going over and coming over here, and we saw that a couple of times to see what had happened. He has no issue with players having phones at the table. Not a problem at all. Something mental has just gone on one of the other tables, by the way, because someone was roaring like you and I were earlier on when the 4 hit the river. And yeah, basically he's in favor of it. So that's it wasn't on mic, but that's what Max was saying. Max is still in the tournament. He just picked up and walked away. So there's a 3-bet from McMurray, who's starting to get a bit of action.
Yeah, no, Tavlag with the 8-9 suited has the decision. Does he call light here?
I'd call.
Well, he's decided to call. Now, he wouldn't have as much intel on Willie McMurray as we would. And this is interesting. He's open-ended, and he's a backdoor club, so he likes this flop. This is the kind of flop he was hoping for. And he's a draw to the nuts, and he's definitely going to be check calling.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be out of the question for him to check raise and try and get, stronger hands like this hand we see, ace king to fold. It's not, but he just decides to check call just in case he's up against a premium pair that might even come over the top again, and then he wouldn't get to see the turn of river, and that's a great turn. He's a pair to go along with his open ender.
Now, I like the call pre-flop. I like how it's played, and it's, oh wow, what a river card. Ace king is nothing except ace high, which is why it's dubbed long walk to Houston. I'm going with the
Yeah, we're
with
going
the
to see
first name.
We're going to see a value bet here.
Tavlas has been rewarded for going in there with the suited connectors, the 9-8. But I like the call pre-flop. I like the call on the flop, and obviously he's going to bet out here, but he's not going to get paid off unless for some reason McMurray thinks he's up against Ace Queen, Ace Jack, Ace 10.
Yeah, you're actually spot on. The Ace Queen might call a 3-bet pre, and it's a kind of hand that might check call and then try and steal on the river. I don't think Willie's calling with Ace High. From what I've seen of him, I don't think he is. He's counting out chips as if he's going to raise here, but I think he's finished with the hand.
Reckon?
Absolutely, yeah. The Greek player Tavlas, I mean, that's a big flop for him. The open ender, he's always going to be continuing. I thought he could even possibly check raise. And again, just to underline, decided against the check raise because didn't want to get it all in. Could have been faced with a 4-bet. Just check call. Then he's hit his pair, and this 8 on the river it basically diminishes any doubts or alleviates all the stress that he may be up against a premium pair that he could have been behind to, like aces, kings, queens, etc. But now he's very comfortable. He's ahead here.
This is, by the way, that's a fantastic stare down from Tavlas. I quite like that. That's
He's
quite an intimidating stare.
He knows. He's probably clear in his mind that Willie is ace king here, and he's
called it.
Yeah, he gets called. I didn't think Willie would make the call.
Every now and again, I do get something right, and do you know why? The longer I spend with you, the more I'm getting in sync with stuff. Because normally it's just like I'll give out my opinions here and there, but normally it's just I'm play-by-play, you're a color commentator. But I can fist bump you again.
I like the way you categorize me. You give me a title. That I feel really good about that.
Well, that's how it is. Like it's like
brilliant.
in NFL and in football. It's like I do play-by-play. You're the color commentator. So you're the one who paints the picture. You explain what's happened. You explain how it's been done, and you're phenomenal at it.
That's
truly phenomenal
really
at it. And I don't say that.
Remark.
I do not. I have. It's a ruthless business, broadcasting, and I've had to bin people in the past because they're simply just not up to it.
Willie's a bit tilted here.
Yeah, you can see it.
I didn't think he'd make that call, but he put his opponent on ace queen, ace jack, just like you said, Emma. That's what he put him on. He says, right,
you're new to the table. You're trying to take advantage. I'm going to show you who's boss. Uh-oh.
Now, ace queen, we're going to see another open from the Greek player Antanios Tavlas. But ace queen, he takes down the blinds and antes. Ben with 7 deuce decides not to defend, and this guy has established himself now as the chip leader on the table, it looks like.
So let's just talk about the blinds very quickly. So 2-4 with the 4K ante as well. So that speeds things up very, very quickly. I was been asked again about this via DMs last night on Twitter and Instagram because some people are just terrified to tweet anything. So there was a lot of, and my Twitter is open for messages. Anyone can message me. Doesn't mean I won't block you, but most people are very, very kind and loving the coverage, loving the live stream. But they were asking about the ante. Why is the ante so big? And I was talking to Nui this morning. I was telling you I had breakfast with him. I had breakfast with Mick, who I haven't seen for quite a while from up the north, who's one of the nicest people you can possibly meet. Took him a while to recognize me, and he's like, "Oh my God, it's him!" David Lappin came over for a little bit. We were all talking about the structure, and they love it. They absolutely love the structure, and they love the ante. But there are some people online who are asking about it, would like your view on it, about the ante. So we've discussed it, but for those of you who are new to the Irish Open live stream, brought to you in partnership with Party Poker, what is your take on the ante structure, the way it's played?
I absolutely love the big blind ante. Interesting hand here. It's a suited king, and there's no prizes for guessing what Pat Larkin does with a suited king. Well, I mean, he raised pre, and it looks like Ben Windsor in the small blind just flat called. He made it 12k. He 3x'd with the suited king, and he connects. He makes top pair. Ben with the gut shot probably believes his ace is good if he hits that as well, and I think this is now end of hand. I think it's perfectly fine for Ben to check call flop here with the draw to the nuts and the probability that his ace is good if he hits. So I think we're going to see Ben just check fold here in the turn. And Pat again. This suited king has really worked out well for him.
It really has. But he has been so busy. He's been so active on this table. I mean, he's just not afraid to get stuck in.
And there is the fold. It took a little bit longer than I expected, but Ben does fold the ace jack, and Pat Larkin actually is the chip leader. He's about 350k. It's really interesting watching the different types of players here. I'm buzzing. It's great. Who knows what's going to happen and how this is going to unfold. I think we're due. I know we're going on a dinner break in half an hour or so. And
be about 35 for us, I think.
Yeah,
on the live
whatever.
stream.
Yeah, but
you're right though.
I'm wondering, will the TV director make the decision to keep this table or bring in another table?
That has yet to be decided, as far as I know. I was chatting to our Estonian production team, who are amazing. So you can thank them for the graphics. But also, it's up to Nick, JP, and Paul as to picking a random. And by the way, if you're ever wondering who decides who the feature table is, it's a random draw. You don't just go, oh, Andy Black's on that table, so let's make sure that's the table we go for. If Andy Black ends up on the feature table next, by the way, I promise he's not. Queen 3, Ian Simpson, he's going to do it, isn't he?
In the hijack, no, there's no way Ian's playing this hand.
It's Queen 3, mate.
Keith Brennan opens.
He's going to do it.
Keith is playing pretty straightforward.
He is, to be fair.
Get respect
he's kept it solid. I did like how you said he's going to get respect here when he made the play with the pocket pair and he gets called by pocket fours and pocket fives. There's like no respect given to him at all. Ian Simpson is genuinely thinking about making a move here with the Queen 3. Like, this is not... Ian Simpson doesn't Hollywood.
What's going on?
There was a raise from Keith to 8k, so it's on Simpson to act.
Well, why is the TD here?
I don't know. That's a good question. We have the table talk activated.
Ian must have called here. No, there's no way he's playing Queen 3 off. No chance. Not in that position, in that situation.
Well, if you end up in a tournament with me, you know that there's every chance that I'm sitting there with Queen 3. Just if it comes down 3-3-3 or Queen 3. Just be aware. I might just be sitting on that. And we did have a question from Gerald Hall. Says, when's Dara back? Good question. Dara is still involved, but will return to the commentary booth unless, of course, he goes super deep. David Lappin is up for coming over. Andy Black is up for coming over. But you got Fintan Gavin, so you don't need anybody else. So shut up. And thanks for watching. If you've got anybody, by the way, that you're railing and repping, if your whole county is supporting someone, let us know, and we'll give them a shout out. We'll give you a shout out.
That's a good call. If, like, I know the one thing about the Irish Open stream, which is probably a little bit different to other streams I've done anyway, is that you tend to get like local kind of poker clubs or, you know, local communities, pubs or whatever, supporting their player, like, and they're tuning in. So, I mean, we had that, like, last year was kind of cool, or I keep saying last year, but 2019, when we had like
820 plus days ago.
yeah,
Jesus.
some loads of Irish on the final table. Tom Gallagher, all the Boyle lads were tuned in, of course, sending in loads of insults. I know it was really good.
The best one was when Paul Carr made the final table and the my Ross boys were here against James Mitchell with the London posse. That was just mad crack. That was absolutely superb stuff in terms of railing. But a lot of you will be watching, and if you haven't, here's an idea for you. Use Apple TV, go to YouTube, type in Irish Poker Open Live, do it through Sky Q. You can. I was using my. Everything is Apple for me. That's not like I use Apple stuff. But I had Google Chrome open, and it said, "Oh, we detect a Chrome-enabled TV in the room." So I could have streamed to the TV in the room if I wanted, as I was watching the finale of Raised by Wolves
Now, Willie's opened under the gun.
with Pocket Fives.
Willie's actually gone up the gears a little bit.
Yeah, and this goes back to what you were saying about him being a little bit on tilt after that previous hand, where
Yeah, it is a little bit loose, small pair under the gun. I'm not a big fan of it, but he's still ahead here on this board.
he is. There are backdoor flush possibilities, but he is ahead with his fives. He's up against 3-10-6. It's ace queen for Riley. Check from McMurray. Riley, who would probably prefer a better expression as his avatar. Yes, that's not exactly the most flattering. That looks like Mo Simpson. God, he better not be related to me, Riley, or I'm going to get a slap at the face.
Tony is a local player, plays in JP's club here.
If
just down the
if
road.
he's related to Niamh Donegal, I'm screwed. McMurray gives it up. That was a clever play, but you didn't like the pre-flop raise with the fives from McMurray.
Early position. I hate these small pairs. Early position. I think they're really difficult to continue post flop. I mean, how often are you going to hit a set? Well, not very. And like you're always going to be faced with overcards. So it's really tricky to play them. And he's out of position there with a cut-off call from Tony Riley, who you see stacking chips, and Tony taking advantage of his position when checked to him, takes down the pot. Ian Simpson has lost a bunch of blinds, but this is Paul Leckie, who's opening with ace-9. Ben gets out of the way, Tony folds, and action moves around to Pat Larkin, who folds. Now the blinds, Keith in the small folds, and just Willie McMurray in the big blind, who I think will just let go of the 8-4 offsuit, and Paul Leckie takes down a pot.
Oh my God, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. I promise you this is not set up. But do you know what? I know what's happened. I know what the new table is going to be after the break. And this is Nick throwing me under the bus. Because I happened to name check Andy Black and said, oh, it's not, it's like completely random. And by the way, if Andy Black does happen to be on the table, like, don't blame me. And then Nick sends through what the table is. Andy Black, Mark Downs, Kevin Boronsky, Daniel Stacey, David Lappin, our boy, Dermot Blaine, baby, Robert Cowan, and William Fitzpatrick. But we got Andy Black. I promise you I didn't set that up. Like, we don't. It's not chosen. It's just, it's done at random. But
I think more to the point
thanks
is
for that, Nick.
people don't actually listen to us. If we did request the table, we'd be the last guys that listen to.
Did you notice they didn't respond to my 20% request?
No, we're like, we're in the very corner of the room. It's like we're
I'm talking about it on WhatsApp. Like, the boys are just like, yeah, whatever. All right. Yeah, okay. There's a 57,000 average listenership to the final furlong, but don't care. Like, we'll just take the free promo. Thanks very much.
Now, interesting situation. Big blind, Ian Simpson faced with a raise in the hijack from the Greek player Anastasios And he's just going to 3-bet with the ace queen. He goes for the lot. He puts
make your life
95,500 in.
Make your life much easier, my friend, and just go Tavlas.
Tavlas, of course, he's asking how much it is, but he's going to be folding here, the king queen, and Pat Larkin call light. He's going to fold.
You can shove with king queen, but you can't call with it in that position. How have you ranked Ian's play so far? I mean, given his record at the Irish Open, but also his record online and in other events since subsequently.
Well, Ian's a proven professional. He's top-notch player, and I'm pretty impressed with Ian. Obviously, really good personality, so very popular. I can't really recall how he lost his chips here. He had $250,000 at one stage. I know he tried to rep this 7-2-7 board when he was in the big blind. He was against Tony Riley with the kings. Now, Ben suited ace, 113,000. I haven't seen much of Ben. He's kind of withdrawn into his shell since that massive pot he split. When he hit a 2-outer against Paul Leckie, he opens an early position, and this could be risky. Don't know what he does if he gets 3-betted. And he will by Keith Brennan, who picks up Big Slick in the cutoff, and Keith is going to come in here for about 25, 26k 3-bet, I'd imagine. Looks like 22,000 for Keith Brennan. Willie snap folds and action moves around to Ian Simpson, who's going to fold in the small blind, and then we'll have Paul Leckie in the big blind, who just quickly folds. And Ben with ace 6 of clubs. It's going to cost him another 3.5 big blinds to see a flop, and it's all getting expensive. Out of position, playing against a pretty solid reg. This is not recommended, and Ben quickly uncomplicates things by folding a6. He's lost a couple of more blinds. He's under the gun here. Well, actually, he's posting big now. He's posting big blinds, big blind ante. And under the gun will be Tavlas, the new arrival on the table you see in the very left of your screen. Well, actually, it's Tony Riley under the gun.
I found out why the tournament director had to be called.
Yeah.
So, essentially, the dealer, in a very strange move, as in a very bizarre lack of a very bizarre mistake on her part, because she's excellent, as they all are, got distracted and only dealt one card to Ian Simpson.
But how come Queen 3 came up?
This is the problem. This is where he had to then go, wait a second, I haven't got my card. So we saw Queen 3, but in actual fact there was a player missing a card. So, and it was a significant stack, so it's the player's responsibility, because if the player doesn't say it, as you know, your hand is dead.
Okay.
Just for those of you who are watching who might not know that, it's up to the player to say so. And the tournament director had to be called over. Obviously, the dealer apologizes. Everybody just accepts that look, you're human, you make a mistake. Of course you do. No one's perfect, but that's why the TV was called. It wasn't anything personality-wise. There was no impropriety. Nobody had acted out of turn. It was, as opposed to earlier when we had a situation where a player acted out of turn. On this occasion, it was just the dealer made a small mistake by misdealing. And
there was action. Someone had raised, opened with the king
so
queen.
The player had to put their hand up and go, whoa, 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 whoa. I've only got one card.
Okay, I get you.
So
that makes sense. Now, Paul Leckie on the button, and it's Ben small blind. Big blind Tony Riley. You see Tavlos folding, and now Pat Larkin, who's
Tavlos is now over 311, by the way.
Yeah, 10-2 even for Pat is just not playable. He folds, Keith Brennan folds, and now action with Willie, who's really increased his participation frequency in pots. Willie McMurray getting very active, while this in the hijack is pretty reasonable open. He makes it 9k with the big blind at 4k, and we can see Tony Riley in the big blind. He'll certainly defend here. Ace 7. He's asking for clarity exactly how big is the raise. It's going to cost him another 5k, and for sure Tony should be defending here with an ace 7. I think if you fold kind of an ace in this situation, you're overfolding, like you're going to be exploited. But Tony,
And players are then going
realizing
to
that,
start taking advantage of that as well.
yeah, if you're not going to defend your blinds, and a7 certainly qualifies as a hand to defend with, and this is one of the reasons why.
Yeah,
You can always hit your ace and be golden.
He's hit top pair.
And look at Willie, he's putting money in the pot here, but he's burning the money because,
He's throwing good money after bad.
well, Tony,
Insta call and a flat call. Board pairs with the 4, so that's McMurray dead. 5 on the river. It went check, check.
Tony should
turn.
be value betting here, given that the turn and river has been checked back, and I like this value bet. He's extracting money out of 9s and 10s. But
And McMurray
Willie,
gives it away.
yeah, he's getting short. He's just 11 big blinds behind.
Yeah, actually, that's one of the reasons why I just gave him a thumbs up there, because he came over to the table. He wanted to see a hand from 15 minutes earlier, and I think it's the hand that
We just saw here.
the one that we were, yeah, exactly. And I put the thumbs up to him to say he's still in, and he is. So he's still going strong, which can't be said for other players because we're down to 275.
Wow, that is close to the money.
263 get paid.
263 get paid. Okay.
So 264 is the bubble.
Okay. Now, Ian Simpson, 118k in his stack. 4k is the big blind. Ian, oh God, this is disaster. 3-bet incoming from Paul Leckie. I think Ian Simpson could put it in here, you know. Paul Leckie from Northern Ireland with the 3-bet, 22k. Tony is going to be folding in the small blind. Big blind is Tavlos. And he looks down at ace jack, and given the interest shown already, we have an open and a 3-bet. A pretty smart, disciplined move just to snap fold the ace jack, not get involved. But Ian Simpson won't be folding ace king, and I can see Ian Simpson getting involved with this ace king, possibly putting all his chips in. Wouldn't surprise me if he 4-bet here, just as we go through this hand. And there's the 4-bet all in, snap call from Paul Leckie. And Paul in great shape. He's got Ian Simpson all in for his tournament life. Ian Simpson says, well done, Paul, you've got me. And Paul Leckie, well, Paul's been in this spot before. King's good. Ian Simpson all in for his tournament life. Ace king versus kings, and that is elimination for Ian Simpson. He says to the dealer, where's the ace? And Paul Leckie, 366, back to the top of the chip count chart. Massive pot. Ian Simpson, pretty straightforward. And just as I say that, we have our man, the UK #1 broadcaster, commentator. It is Phil the Tower. Phil, how's the bounty going?
The bounty's great. My chips are spread everywhere. you had the right idea. Flush the money down the toilet.
Some that might come back up.
I called. I'm not going to bore you with all the details, but I doubled up 3 short stacks. I could have taken 3 bounces out. I lost every time. I get it all in front and I lose. So there we go. And now I thought, they're on a break in about 20 minutes, aren't they? So I thought, come and see you.
Good. Give us a boost.
Come and see, and just seen Ian Simpson.
Now, listen,
Yes.
that was just to set the scene for you, right?
Yeah.
When you left Lecky and Windsor, they were going to war blindly.
Really?
Yeah, it was incredible. There was just loads of tussles. Ben made a really good call with King High on. It was raised pre, and then he called flop, he called turn, but absolutely nothing. And then it was checked down. Paul gave up and he won the pot. And there was a couple of more battles then, blind v blind, but then Paul Lecky gets him all in. Paul makes the straight against top pair, top kicker.
Marv.
And he just shoves huge amount for like 1 billion blinds or whatever. And Ben goes in the tank and calls him. And Ben has 2 outs for the chop pot. And he hits a 2 out of the river.
2-outer.
Yeah.
I did hit a bit of a roll while I was down there.
Yeah,
must admit.
that was definitely it. But Paul now back on top. He's just busted Ian Simpson, as you saw the end of the hand.
Ian's jumped into the 500.
Okay.
I've seen him.
Well, that was fast.
Yes, I saw him. I saw him. He was stood there. I said, "So what's happening?" He said, "I've just bust." I didn't realise he was actually on the feature table, but he bust and he says, "I'm jumping into the side." Evening, Donna. Donna says, "Hey, tell it. How are we doing, Donna?" And no good in the bounty, unfortunately. One of those things. And Valerie Harwood, my co-commentator on the GUKPT, has got 430,000.
Okay,
and the blinds are what? 2-4.
Okay, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's got 110 big blinds.
Okay, he's in the top 20 chip stacks.
Yeah, he is playing well, and he says he's playing well as well, which is nice to hear.
Yeah, and we're pretty close. That money the bubble is approaching.
I think we're about 15 players off.
Yeah, so it's going to take one.
But I don't think we'll get to the money before the dinner. Is it a dinner break now?
I think it's a dinner break now.
Is there a complimentary buffet? What am I sat here for? Well, hang on, nobody told me that.
Because I'm for a full hour. So you have plenty of time.
Nobody told me that.
Yeah, so Ben here in the hijack position with the small pair. He makes it 8.5k. And in the big blind is Keith Brennan with a suited king. This is all pretty standard, this defend, right?
Yeah. Flop. Ace 10 7 2 clubs.
Yeah, and like it's a board that Ben is going to rep. He's going to continue on the ace high board, but Keith going nowhere with the nut flush draw. And we're going to see a check call from Keith. There's the continuation bet with the small pair that raised pre, but he's repping this ace 10 7 board, right?
I just like a call.
Yeah, I mean, given the stack situation, it wouldn't be out of the question for Keith to apply pressure, but he does just check call as you predicted, Tower, and there's 42k in the pot, and Ben would just under the 2x pot size bet behind. That's an interesting card on the turn. Now, sizing, how big does he go? Well, he's going to scare off his customer if he goes big, right?
Can the nut flush draw? It's such a dry ball. I'm expecting check, 18k call.
This is Ben Windsor from the UK, multiple GUKPT titles. He really has been one of the standout live UK players over the last decade, and now faced with a decision on bet sizing.
He's going deep.
Yeah, it looks like 26k, 27,000. And I think it's too big for Keith to continue with his flush draw. Now, if he thinks his king is good here, well, perhaps he does continue, but it's just a check fold from the Dublin-based Irish pro, Keith Brennan. And
yeah, looks like he's stacking in the chips. Indeed he is. Indeed he is. Hey, Warren. Yeah, great to see Jay running well. Yeah, he's playing well, running well. Yes, he got lucky on day one, and he'll tell you himself it's part of the game. He gets it quietly. He loses gracefully. He hit the pure one out on day 1-8. I'm sure we'll hear the story on the next time we're working together. But Queens he had 7s against Queens. Day 1-8, flop Queen 7-2.
That's sick. No escape.
As it goes in, there's 260k in the middle and pings the 7.
Oh, beautiful.
So just one of those, and he just said, and if it happens, roles reversals, he just said, it's part of the game, and that's it. Carry on. So yeah, he's doing well. And
Happens.
He does, and we're about 15 off the money.
So, in your expert opinion, Tower, right?
Yes.
With 15 players to go before we burst the bubble.
Yeah.
With the average stack being this deep, how long do you think before the bubble bursts? In your expert opinion,
15 players. Will we lose 15 players on the first level coming back after?
It's going to be close. I don't think we will, but I think it'll be pretty close.
We could actually get down to the. I'm guessing they might do the bubble stop with the 2 or 3 players.
Yeah,
they won't be the pure bubble when they stop the clock, will they? Or they do it.
Yeah.
So it won't be that. So yeah. So maybe they get down to the bubble when we do it. When yes, I'm going to say yes.
You're going to say yes. That it is. I think it's going to get to the stone cold bubble in the next level, but it won't be burst until the level after. Yeah. That's my prediction. But I think they stop the clock. They give 2 minutes per hand. Is that correct?
I don't know. All tournaments are different, aren't they?
I could be wrong. Yeah. Now I think what they do is every hand.
Yeah.
They allow 2 minutes for.
Yeah.
So if the bubble goes on for 10 hands, that's 20 minutes taken off the clock. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We'll see.
I could be wrong, but let's see what happens. But these guys, they run. This guy, Nick O'Hara, is of the highest quality.
So I'm going for bubble bursting next level.
Well,
when we come back after the dinner break.
I'll bet you a drink. I'll bet you a drink, Tower.
Oh, you don't. I'll buy as much water as you want, young man. I never thought I'd hear Finton say, "Can I have a pint of Guinness clear?"
Yeah, I know. It's even for me sometimes it sounds strange, but you do get used to it. Under the gun, Ben is going to fold the A7 offsuit, and now action with the local Tony Riley, who's put in a real decent account of himself, Tony. And next to speak is Antanasios from Greece. There's a huge company of Greek players over. We had Christos, the runner-up in the 5K main event.
Oh, right, okay.
And I played a little bit of cash last night. First time I played since I got here.
Yeah.
And I sat down, and there was 2 Greek players in the game I was in. Now, cut off Pat Larkham with the Kings. He's not going to like that ace, but
I don't think Will bets and repping the ace, but
well, Will just flattered in the small blind, right?
Yeah, that'll be the end of the hand.
Yeah, check, bet, fold.
If
Will is super short. Look at the stack size.
81.
Well, no, sorry, he's 81k.
Yeah,
okay,
20,
so
still got 20 bigs.
Okay, yeah, I thought he must have won a pot since.
Shakes his head, misses completely. Chips go to Mr. Larkin.
And look at that stack, 474. Pat was down to 19,000 two levels ago. 19,000.
Well, 19?
He'd 19,000 left in a stack.
Yeah.
Versus a river bet from John Dutty. And made the strong call, doubled up, and from there got up to 70k, and from there it's just been pretty decent for him. So bounty, no good. I was positive.
Unfortunately,
I actually thought you'd win that.
Great table. Great crack.
You're always going to meet 2 or 3 heads, no matter what table you're on. Like,
we had a drink, we had a couple of drinks, and everyone was just. Well, there were a lot of flatting and a lot of seeing family pots. You know, let's see a flop, see what happens. Yeah, you know, it was great.
6-way every hand.
Absolutely,
that's what you want.
Absolutely,
that's exactly what you want. I mean, the grumpy guy doesn't really get away. He's out of place here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you're going to be a narc, you're not going to fit
And there
in.
were over 250 runners.
In the side of it, yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
250.
There's
And
the- yeah.
and the 500's got a full room upstairs, and that's got
That's the
35
JP,
tables.
Yeah, 500.
That's got 35
That's
tables.
class, yeah. And then we have the PLO later on. I think it's 350 PLO event later on today.
Yeah, what's that? What's the Pokio? What's that? It says Pokio on the side of it. And I think-
Pogo is a brand. It's an
Oh,
app.
right,
Yeah,
fair enough.
Yeah,
Right,
it's
got
an
you.
app. Yeah.
I see.
So it's a big enough app here in Ireland. A lot of them play on it.
Right, got you.
So yeah, the PLO 350 buy-in. I think it's a one-day event. Now, what's happening here?
Race to 9 pre. 3 bet by Mr. Larkin to 18.
Well, Pat's enjoying himself today. I mean, any hand he's playing in, he goes right to the river. He don't care. And this guy is going to get stubborn. I love this. Look at this. Now, explain to me what's going on, Tower. This 4-bet. Why is he 4-betting with ace-3? Is he crazy? Is this a ridiculous thing to do? Or is this a good hand choice to do a 4-bet?
I prefer it to be ace-5.
Yeah.
A lot of yep. No, it works.
And that's
Sometimes on a live stream, you'd like to see a first name.
Yeah, good point.
Because the surname there of the Greek fella is good for Scrabble.
No, that's Antasnasios. Are you joking?
Can we not
me?
just call him Talos?
Antasnasios. Are you joking me, Tower? Are you serious? No, I mean the hand choice there. Of course, that ace, it's blocking a lot of premiums, right? And he's out of position, so he wants to find out he can 4-bet fold there,
Yeah.
or actually get hands like he's against to fold out. And Pat at it quite a lot. And this Greek guy, Antasnasios.
Talos.
Yeah, he's already impressed, even from the short time he's been on this table. And now it's always nice to pick up a big hand after 4-betting in the previous pot without showing. Players are starting to go, okay, what is this guy at it?
Well, we could have a bit of action.
And the same two players involved, Pat Larkin with the 6s. And we're going to see a 6-10 ace board. How about that?
Ben will complete.
Ben with the ace-4 suited.
Are they playing the $25 7-2 game? Or not?
No,
Oh,
not tonight.
Right, okay.
Not tonight. Now, what a price Tony's getting, but he decides even with 7-2, it's not attractive enough to continue. 8-3 ace.
Wins the flies to the lead. Unsurprising.
Snap checks, but the Greek player is going to rep this ace, I think. But it's not straightforward because Larkin is still in the hand and it's gone check, check all round. We're going to go to a turn. Larkin has checked back as well. I think he has. He has, and now a queen of hearts on the turn. Now Ben has to come out and protect his pair, right? No? Okay.
He's check calling.
A difficult spot he's putting
every card.
himself in with the Greek player Antanasios still there because Ben's not closing the action, but you're right, he has to continue here. And he check calls, puts in the 15k. Pocket 10s in the bin. Deuce on the river. Now, Pat should be shutting down here, but it wouldn't surprise me after Ben checks. I expect Ben to check.
Yeah.
Oh,
Flip the
Pat
cards
checks
over.
back. Yeah, Pat checks back.
Ben builds his stack to 154, and we're about 3 minutes away from the dinner break. Is there a buffet, by the way?
There is a
Ho,
massive buffet.
Anybody got any tickets? Tickets, please.
There's
tickets,
tickets
please.
all over the place. You don't even need a ticket. Just walk in, tell them who you are, Tower. You'll be fine.
And when we come back, it looks like we will be less than about 12 off the money.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I'm looking favourable for
I
the
think you
for the
could
next
be, you
for
know.
the next level.
But remember, it's 2K. It's a 2K min payout, so it's not like small
Yeah,
change.
it's very close to being double, isn't it? It's 1970 or something like
that.
1,970
Yeah,
euros for min cash.
Close to 2 buy-ins. Not quite, but close.
It's not bad if you satellited in for 20 quid.
It's great. I mean, and we have a bunch of online sat winners, don't we, from Party Poker?
Absolutely. Yeah. And even live sats here. There were hundreds of live sats for
it was
115
unbelievable.
euros.
Like I seen like 5 seat guaranteed, 20 seats, 10 seats guaranteed, 30 seats, and then a 50 seats generated from a 20 seat guaranteed.
Wow.
Willie has the goods. Larkin just getting involved in absolute everything. Queen deuce under the gun. I mean, it's not recommended at home, this, but
Is he going to get paid? Mr.
Pat
Will
is-
McMurray on the last hand, or one of the last hands of the
nice.
session.
Has to fold here. No chance that
No.
Pat Larkin continues. Does give it up. Shakes his head.
And Will flicks over the aces. Go on, Will.
Gets his stack up to 100k.
So this will be the last hand of the session. I thought we'd just give. I saw an empty seat and I thought, hey, I can
Perfect.
see a microphone.
Well,
I mean,
that's brilliant.
get me in.
Yeah. Natural attraction, like a magnet. Yeah, it's great to have you, Tower, and appreciate you helping us out.
Always a pleasure, you man. Always.
We're going to have a new table lineup after the break, I'm
Yeah.
told. And that's always cool to see. Like, you get a fresh set of
Yeah,
players.
sometimes it's a little bit tough for the players if they're on there 3 and 4 hours at a time.
Yeah.
Mix it around quite a bit. I saw a couple of the English players as well. John Bousfield from Teesside, who's played well over the last 12 months. He's on 260. Dave Maudlin is on 150,000.
There's a good crew from Newcastle over.
There are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Richie Pearson's propping the bar up.
You can see the players.
Katie Smith's got 100,000. She's still going on nicely. But as you can see, this is definitely the last hand of the session.
And it's blind v blind. The Greek player Anton Asios limps in.
Tavlas. My mate Tav. Ace Jack 3 with flop 2 pair, does old Tav. And I think that should just about do it.
Well, 5k. Pat Larkin says you can have it. I want to go to dinner.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Tower, you're an absolute gent, top man. My favourite English commentator by a long, long way.
And in about an hour's time, we'll return with a brand new table. Wave to the fans.
Yes,
Wave to the fans. We will see you back, and I'm sure I'll jump in at some point. But thanks for having me.
million. You're a gentleman.
Thanks for
Top
having me.
man.
The bounty got me, so I'll be back, I'm sure, at some point. And have a nice break. See you in 60 minutes.
Perfect.
Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Migla Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. We are at the ladies event. I'm joined by Rhonda Shepard. Now you are with Poker League of Nations, right, who are sponsoring the event. Tell us more about that.
Well, the Poker League of Nations is the world's largest and most internationally represented women's poker organization. So we try to encourage women to play in open events, and sometimes the ladies' events is a nice conduit into, making the women more comfortable and confident. So we encourage this event, but also join the open events. And
It's great. And how long have you been playing poker? Have you seen more women come and join you and play poker in events lately?
I'm a newbie. I've only been playing for a couple of years, but I have played in various countries in the world, and actually I have to say the Irish Open has been the most welcoming and warm and friendly environment that I've personally ever played in. As a poker player, but as a woman,
Yes.
I am amazed at, the people have just been so wonderful here. There are more women coming into the game, but still we need more. Hashtag more women.
More women.
Yes.
So is this the first time you've come to Ireland?
It is the first time, and it won't be the last for sure. It's wonderful. I love it here.
And how has the ladies' event been going?
Well,
Dare I ask?
I am no longer in. I actually had quad aces, and
Oh, wow.
but I didn't get paid. But it's fun. I mean, it's a wonderful group of women, and it's nice to see we got a fairly good turnout, so pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I see that you have played a lot at the World Series as well. Obviously, that's an amazing place to play.
Yes, I love playing in the World Series, and my biggest and most wonderful accomplishment was in the seniors event. I was the last woman standing, so that was really fun. But yeah, I play a lot in Las Vegas in general, and it's a really fun environment. Kind of different than here, but I enjoy it.
And you're from British Columbia in Canada, right?
That's
Have you got many other Canadian guys here? How is poker in Canada as well right now?
It's okay. I mean, with the pandemic, things certainly slowed down quite a bit. In Victoria, where I live, we don't really have a lot of tournament poker. But yes, we do have some Canadian contingents here as well, so that's exciting.
And I assume you played the America's Cup yesterday as well.
Yes, I did. I actually played a satellite last night till 3 in the morning, so and
Wow.
that was fun.
Yeah.
There were 438 people in that satellite, so
Yeah,
yeah.
I saw it, but that wasn't to be.
I did get a seat.
Oh, you got a seat!
So I got a
Yay,
seat
well
to
done.
the main, yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm ready. I'm going to play the main tomorrow.
You're going to play. Okay, well, best of luck. We will
Thank
follow your
you.
progress. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by our champion, Alex Peffley of the 5K Coin Rivet High Roller. So that happened, well, it happened last night. You were excited, you couldn't go to sleep, you watched it all back.
Not all of it, but yeah, the key parts, I guess. I actually think that while I'm very happy with the way I played, I think Christos was probably the more deserving winner. Honestly, he was incredible. There were some plays that he had that were melting my brain afterwards, and I got very lucky, and that's the way it went. So.
Oh, very humble. 112, just under 112,000 euros. That is a nice score, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It pretty much covers it. It's a good score for sure.
Well, you'll be free rolling the rest of this tournament, I imagine. Are you going to enter the main?
It would be hard to lose all of it for the rest of the series for sure. I would have to fire a machine gun of bullets at the main event. I don't know if there's a limit on it, but yeah, it's good.
And I imagine this hat is not going to come off for the rest of the tournament. Is this the lucky hat now?
It helps with the lights, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of fun to wear at a poker table. It kind of reminds me of the, you know, the old days, people sitting around like that dog painting, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun, I guess, yeah.
You've got quite a trendy, cool look going on. I like the style. You live in London, in the trendy part, as I've just worked out, and your own restaurants there as well. So that's quite different to poker.
Yeah, I used to play poker a lot when I was a kid, basically, sneaking into private clubs and stuff like that. And when I moved to London, I actually did not play for years. I only started playing poker again in December. I've been playing a lot of it since then, but it's kind of just, I've had the time now, outside of doing the restaurants and everything, and I have the time now to play poker, so I've been doing a lot of that, and I guess it's been working out. So
I imagine you'll be doing it a bit more now.
yeah, I mean, I was going to do it anyway, I guess, even if this had gone poorly, but I like playing it, so.
Well, congratulations once again. An amazing achievement, a winner of the High Roller, Alex Peffley. Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by one of our commentators, Mr. Fintan Gavin.
How are you? Great to see you.
I am good. You are looking very suave.
How long has it been?
3 years?
That's unreal. But I mean, do you know what? It was worth the wait. I'm just blown away with the setup here. It's amazing. And the players have turned out big time. It's incredible. It really is.
Indeed. Well, you just started yesterday, so you were covering the main event, the High Roller. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, there was the 5K buy-in, which was the Coin Rivet sponsored High Roller, which you'd expect kind of 30, 40 players. 90 players on the clock, 450k, and like a star-studded field. Unfortunately, the Irish, they were thereabouts, but they didn't really get there in the end. So it was a UK player, Alex, who came out on top. But yeah, quality field, quality event, and I'm just delighted to be doing it.
And how's the main event been looking so far?
It's really big. The numbers are huge. I'm saying it's going to be 2 million. I shouldn't really be saying this. There's $1 million guaranteed. I think it's going to be over 2 million.
And how do you feel about commentating? Do you wish you were sat there playing?
Yeah, you would have to bring that up, wouldn't you? Anyway,
It's a bit sore.
yeah. Look, whatever. There's always whatever next year. Yeah.
And how's it working with Emmett Kennedy?
He's a great bloke. He really is quality. I follow him all the time. He's a real popular figure in Ireland, particularly in the horse racing industry. So, I mean, he's just good fun. And yeah, so far so good.
All right,
So let's
well,
see.
you're just warming up for the day. We're going to follow your action. Where can these guys find the live stream?
Well, at the moment, go on to the YouTube channel, Irish Poker Open YouTube channel. But it's going to be everywhere. It'll be all over. Yeah.
Okay. Stay tuned, guys. It's coming. All the action from the Irish Open. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshaneda, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I told the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big supporter on me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing, you know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played. Like, And this is your first live cash in a. Your Hendon Mob is now ready to go, but you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies' event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play in mixed games?
No, mixed, normal, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I do, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies' event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open. I am joined with our champion of the America's Cup, Moore Kamba from Israel. How are you feeling? This is amazing.
Super excited.
And do you like your trophy?
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
So you won just under 13,000 euros for your achievement last night, and this event was only just opened up to all nationalities. It used to be just America, Canada. So you must be feeling great about that.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity and I'm happy I took it.
How did you find your journey through the tournament? Was it pretty easy?
Not at all, actually. I registered quite late, actually, and I was a short stack very early, actually, and I battled through the decisive steps and until the bubble. I think I made it to the bubble with maybe 5 big blinds, something like that. Yeah, and I just managed to collect stack from there and make it to the final, and that's it.
And the rest is history. Well, I imagine you'll be playing the main event. Is that today, tomorrow?
I'm actually going to play the satellite now. If I don't make it through the satellite, then I'll buy in directly tomorrow.
Okay, well, best of luck with that. Congratulations once again on the America's Cup and your amazing new trophy. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know. Not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day. Didn't need all you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, you going to play any other tournaments or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
You could always just enter the raffle as well.
yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day one.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Finton Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular
Because of the expletives?
No, really, no, I think I should talk all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil, the Tower Healed. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seen for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and no, it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good?
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
room?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, "You can dance, you can dance, you can dance," and I went, "I don't know the next line." I said, "How do you not know the next line?" So now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long. If he gets any further.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar, and now we're back, so it's just great. It really is.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone
Absolutely.
again and be back.
It is brilliant, it really is, and such a vibe, and the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers.
Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonough and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6 Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly, and the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5k high roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Miguel Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. We are at the ladies event. I'm joined by Rhonda Shepard. Now, you are with Poker League of Nations, right, who are sponsoring the event. Tell us more about that.
Well, the Poker League of Nations is the world's largest and most internationally represented women's poker organization. So we try and encourage women to play in open events, and sometimes the ladies' events is a nice conduit into, making the women more comfortable and confident. So we encourage this event, but also join the open events. And
it's great. And how long have you been playing poker? Have you seen more women come and join you and play poker in events lately?
I'm a newbie. I've only been playing for a couple of years. But I have played in various countries in the world, and actually I have to say the Irish Open has been the most welcoming and warm and friendly environment that I've personally ever played in. As a poker player, but as a woman, I am amazed at, you know, the people have just been so wonderful here. There are more women coming into the game, but still we need more. Hashtag more women.
More women.
Yes.
So is this the first time you've come to Ireland?
It is the first time, and it won't be the last for sure. It's wonderful. I love it here.
And how has the ladies' event been going?
Well,
Dare I ask?
I am no longer in. I actually had quad aces, and
Oh, wow.
but I didn't get paid. But it's fun. I mean, it's a wonderful group of women, and it's nice to see we got a fairly good turnout, so pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I see that you have played a lot at the World Series as well. Obviously, that's an amazing place to play.
Yes, I love playing in the World Series, and my biggest and most wonderful accomplishment was in the seniors event. I was the last woman standing, so that was really fun. But yeah, I play a lot in Las Vegas in general, and it's a really fun environment. Kind of different than here, but I enjoy it.
And you're from British Columbia in Canada, right? Have you got many other Canadian guys here? How is poker in Canada as well right now?
It's okay. I mean, with the pandemic, things certainly slowed down quite a bit. In Victoria, where I live, we don't really have a lot of tournament poker. But yes, we do have some Canadian contingents here as well, so that's exciting.
And I assume you played the America's Cup yesterday as well.
Yes, I did. I actually played a satellite last night till 3 in the morning, so and that was fun.
Yeah.
There were 438 people in that satellite, so yeah.
I saw it, but that wasn't to be.
I did get a seat.
Oh, you got a seat!
So I
Yay,
got a seat
well
to
done.
the main, yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm ready. I'm going to play the main tomorrow.
You're going to play. Okay, well, best of luck. We will
Thank
follow your
you.
progress. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by our champion, Alex Peffley of the 5K Coin Rivet High Roller. So that happened. Well, it happened last night. You were excited. You couldn't go to sleep. You watched it all back.
Not all of it, but yeah, the key parts, I guess. I actually think that while I'm very happy with the way I played, I think Christos was probably the more deserving winner. Honestly, he was incredible. There were some plays that he had that were melting my brain afterwards, and I got very lucky, and that's the way it went. So.
Oh, very humble. 112, just under 112,000 euros. That is a nice score, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It pretty much covers it. It's a good score for sure.
Well, you'll be free rolling the rest of this tournament, I imagine. Are you going to enter the main?
It would be hard to lose all of it for the rest of the series, for sure. I would have to fire a machine gun of bullets at the main event. I don't know if there's a limit on it, but yeah, it's good.
And I imagine this hat is not going to come off for the rest of the tournament. Is this the lucky hat now?
It helps with the lights, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of fun to wear at a poker table. It kind of reminds me of the, you know, the old days, people sitting around like that dog painting, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun, I guess, yeah.
You've got quite a trendy, cool look going on. I like the style. You live in London, in the trendy part, as I've just worked out, and your own restaurants there as well. So that's quite different to poker.
Yeah, I used to play poker a lot when I was a kid, basically, sneaking into private clubs and stuff like that. And when I moved to London, I actually did not play for years. I only started playing poker again in December. I've been playing a lot of it since then, but it's kind of just, I've had the time now, outside of doing the restaurants and everything, and I have the time now to play poker, so I've been doing a lot of that, and I guess it's been working out. So
I imagine you'll be doing it a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do it anyway, I guess, even if this had gone poorly, but I like playing it, so.
Well, congratulations once again. An amazing achievement, a winner of the High Roller, Alex Peffley. welcome back to the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by one of our commentators, Mr. Fintan Gavin.
How are you? Great to see
I
you.
am good. You are looking very suave.
How long has it been?
3 years.
That's unreal. But I mean, do you know what? It was worth the wait. I'm just blown away with the setup here. It's amazing. And the players have turned out big time. It's incredible. It really is.
Indeed. Well, you just started yesterday, so you were covering the main event, the high roller. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, there was the 5K buy-in, which was the Coin Rivet sponsored high roller, which you'd expect kind of 30, 40 players. 90 players on the clock, 450k, and like a star-studded field. Unfortunately, the Irish, they were thereabouts, but they didn't really get there in the end. So it was a UK player, Alex, who came out on top. But yeah, quality field, quality event, and I'm just delighted to be doing it.
And how's the main event been looking so far?
It's really big. The numbers are huge. I'm saying it's going to be 2 million. I shouldn't really be saying this. There's a million guaranteed. I think it's going to be over 2 million.
And how do you feel about commentating? Do you wish you were sat there playing?
Yeah, you would have to bring that up, wouldn't you? Anyway,
It's a bit sore.
yeah. Look, whatever. There's always whatever next year. Yeah.
And how's it working with Emmett Kennedy?
He's a great bloke. He really is quality. I follow him all the time. He's a real popular figure in Ireland, particularly in the horse racing industry. So, I mean, he's just good fun. And yeah, so far so good.
All right,
So let's
well,
see.
you're just warming up for the day. We're going to follow your action. Where can these guys find the live stream?
Well, at the moment, go on to the YouTube channel, Irish Poker Open YouTube channel, but it's going to be everywhere. It'll be all over. Yeah.
Okay. Stay tuned, guys. It's coming. All the action from the Irish Open. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshoneda, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I said to the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing, you know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, like, and this is your first live cash in your Hendon mob is now ready to go. But you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play mixed games?
No, mixed, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's like it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you? The main event?
Nope.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe. Maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open. I am joined with our champion of the America's Cup, Mor Kamba from Israel. How are you feeling? This is amazing.
Super excited.
And do you like your trophy?
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
So you won just under €13,000 for your for your achievement last night, and this event was only just opened up to all nationalities. It used to be just America, Canada, so you must be feeling great about that.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity and I'm happy I took it.
How did you find your journey through the tournament? Was it pretty easy?
Not at all, actually. I registered quite late, actually, and I was a short stack very early, actually, and I battled through the decisive steps and until the bubble. I think I made it to the bubble with maybe 5 big blinds, something like that. Yeah, and I just managed to collect stack from there and make it to the final, and that's it.
And the rest is history. Well, I imagine you'll be playing the main event. Is that today, tomorrow?
I'm actually going to play the satellite now. If I don't make it through the satellite, then I'll buy in directly tomorrow.
Okay, well, best of luck with that. Congratulations once again on the America's Cup and your amazing new trophy. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Feraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You've caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know, not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't need all you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Yeah, are you going to play any other tournaments or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
You could always just enter the raffle as well.
yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day one.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Finton Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that particular
Because of the expletives?
No, really, no, I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day, because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Yes.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil the Tower Hild. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seeing for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided. I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and no, it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good.
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
one?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, and if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA all, and he's literally going, you can dance, you can dance, you can dance. And I went, I don't know the next line. I said, how do you not know the next line? And so now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long. If he gets
Absolutely.
any further as well.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So yeah, it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it, and I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar. Now we're back, so it's just great. It really is.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers. The Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6 Max Championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi.
With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw Day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5K High Roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Vinton Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blanor as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt, as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours, after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was Fast and Furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Miguel Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. We are at the ladies event. I'm joined by Rhonda Shepard. Now, you are with Poker League of Nations, right, who are sponsoring the event. Tell us more about that.
Well, the Poker League of Nations is the world's largest and most internationally represented women's poker organization. So we try and encourage women to play in open events, and sometimes the ladies' events is a nice conduit into, making the women more comfortable and confident. So we encourage this event, but also join the open events. And
it's great. And how long have you been playing poker? Have you seen more women come and join you and play poker in events lately?
I'm a newbie. I've only been playing for a couple of years. But I have played in various countries in the world, and actually I have to say the Irish Open has been the most welcoming and warm and friendly environment that I've personally ever played in. As a poker player, but as a woman, yes. I am amazed at, the people have just been so wonderful here. There are more women coming into the game, but still we need more. Hashtag more women.
More women.
Yes.
So is this the first time you've come to Ireland?
It is the first time, and it won't be the last for sure. It's wonderful. I love it here.
And how has the ladies' event been going?
Well,
dare I ask?
I am no longer in. I actually had quad aces, and
oh, wow.
but I didn't get paid. But it's fun. I mean, it's a wonderful group of women, and it's nice to see we got a fairly good turnout, so pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I see that you have played a lot at the World Series as well. Obviously, that's an amazing place to play.
Yes, I love playing in the World Series, and my My biggest and most wonderful accomplishment was in the seniors event. I was the last woman standing, so that was really fun. But yeah, I play a lot in Las Vegas in general, and it's a really fun environment. Kind of different than here, but I enjoy it.
And you're from British Columbia in Canada, right? Have you got many other Canadian guys here? How is poker in Canada as well right now?
It's okay. I mean, with the pandemic, things certainly slowed down quite a bit. In Victoria, where I live, we don't really have a lot of tournament poker. But yes, we do have some Canadian contingents here as well, so that's exciting.
And I assume you played the America's Cup yesterday as well.
Yes, I did. I actually played a satellite last night till 3 in the morning, so and that was fun.
Yeah.
There were 438 people in that satellite, so yeah.
I saw it, but that wasn't to be.
I did get a seat.
Oh, you got a seat!
So I've
Yay,
got a seat
well
to
done.
the main, yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm ready. I'm going to play the main tomorrow.
You're going to play. Okay, well, best of luck. We will
Thank
follow your
you.
progress. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by our champion, Alex Peffley of the 5K Coin Rivet High Roller. So that happened. Well, it happened last night. You were excited. You couldn't go to sleep. You watched it all back.
Not all of it, but yeah, the key parts, I guess. I actually think that while I'm very happy with the way I played, I think Christos was probably the more deserving winner. Honestly, he was incredible. There were some plays that he had that were melting my brain afterwards, and I got very lucky, and that's the way it went. So.
Oh, very humble. 112, just under 112,000 euros. That is a nice score, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It pretty much covers it. It's a good score for sure.
Well, you'll be free rolling the rest of this tournament, I imagine. Are you going to enter the main?
It would be hard to lose all of it for the rest of the series, for sure. I would have to fire a machine gun of bullets at the main event. I don't know if there's a limit on it, but yeah, it's good.
And I imagine this hat is not going to come off for the rest of the tournament. Is this the lucky hat now?
It helps with the lights, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of fun to wear at a poker table. It kind of reminds me of the, the old days, people sitting around like that dog painting, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun, I guess, yeah.
You've got quite a trendy, cool look going on. I like the style. You live in London, in the trendy part, as I've just worked out, and your own restaurants there as well. So that's quite different to poker.
Yeah, I used to play poker a lot when I was a kid, basically, sneaking into private clubs and stuff like that. And when I moved to London, I actually did not play for years. I only started playing poker again in December. I've been playing a lot of it since then, but it's kind of just, I've had the time now, outside of doing the restaurants and everything, and I have the time now to play poker, so I've been doing a lot of that, and I guess it's been working out. So
I imagine you'll be doing it a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do it anyway, I guess, even if this had gone poorly, but I like playing it, so.
Well, congratulations once again. An amazing achievement, a winner of the High Roller, Alex Peffley. Hello, welcome back to the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by one of our commentators, Mr. Fintan Gavin.
How are you? Great to see you.
I am good. You are looking very suave.
How long has it been?
3 years.
That's unreal. But I mean, do you know what? It was worth the wait. I'm just blown away with the setup here. It's amazing. And the players have turned out big time. It's incredible. It really is.
Indeed. Well, you just started yesterday. So you were covering the main event, the High Roller. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, there was the 5K buy-in, which was the Coin Rivet sponsored High Roller, which you'd expect kind of 30, 40 players. 90 players on the clock, 450k, and like a star-studded field. Unfortunately, the Irish, they were thereabouts, but they didn't really get there in the end. So it was a UK player, Alex, who came out on top. But yeah, quality field, quality event, and I'm just delighted to be doing it.
And And how's the main event been looking so far?
It's really big. The numbers are huge. I'm saying it's going to be 2 million. I shouldn't really be saying this. There's a million guaranteed. I think it's going to be over 2 million.
And how do you feel about commentating? Do you wish you were sat there playing?
Yeah, you would have to bring that up, wouldn't you? Anyway,
It's a bit sore.
yeah. Look, whatever. There's always whatever next year. Yeah.
And how's it working with Emmett Kennedy?
He's a great bloke. He really is quality. I follow him all the time. He's a real popular figure in Ireland, particularly in the horse racing industry. So, I mean, he's just good fun. And yeah, so far so good.
All right,
So let's
well,
see.
you're just warming up for the day. We're going to follow your action. Where can these guys find the live stream?
Well, at the moment, go on to the YouTube channel, Irish Poker Open YouTube channel, but it's going to be everywhere. It'll be all over. Yeah.
Okay. Stay tuned, guys. It's coming. All the action from the Irish Open. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by our ladies event champion, Migla Krukshinader, who takes it down for just over €3,300. How are you feeling after that win?
I'm very happy. I didn't want to win.
You didn't want to win?
No, but I didn't want to go on a future table. And I said to the ladies on the table, I said, if you give me 400, I just give you my chips. So I just don't want to go on that table.
Oh, was it that bad?
No, well, it wasn't. I just think it's embarrassing.
I bet you don't think it's embarrassing now you've won the trophy.
I did it. I did it. I couldn't lose, you know what I mean? Like, I had such a big support around me. I was like, no, I have to win it.
Yeah, you had a great rail. They were so loud. They're here now. How much better is it having people to support you?
It's amazing, you know, you're not alone.
Yeah.
It's just like the feeling that people cheering for you is just probably better than even won the trophy. It's not about the money.
Yeah, and this is your first tournament you've ever played, and this is your first live cash in your Hendon mob is now ready to go. But you normally play cash games, is that right?
Correct.
So how did this differ, playing in a ladies event as well? Do you normally play against other ladies, or do you normally play in mixed games?
No, mixed, just normal cash. With ladies, I find it harder.
Oh, really?
I did, yeah. Some of them were really good as well, so you don't know what stages I don't know where I'm standing at, so it's harder.
Yeah.
It's harder.
Well, it didn't seem that way, because obviously you won it. And what is going to be next for you, the main event?
No.
No?
I don't like tournaments.
She's going back to the cash table.
I am.
Okay. Well, we hope to see you again at some point, maybe in another ladies event here at the Irish Open.
Maybe, maybe, yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Congratulations once again. Thank you very much, Migla. Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open. I am joined with our champion of the America's Cup, Mor Kamba from Israel. How are you feeling? This is amazing.
Super excited.
And do you like your trophy?
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
So you won just under €13,000 for your achievement last night, and this event was only just opened up to all nationalities. It used to be just America, Canada. So you must be feeling great about that.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity and I'm happy I took it.
How did you find your journey through the tournament? Was it pretty easy?
Not at all, actually. I registered quite late, actually, and I was a short stack very early, actually, and I battled through the decisive steps and until the bubble. I think I made it to the bubble with maybe 5 big blinds, something like that. Yeah, and I just managed to collect stack from there and make it to the final, and that's it.
And the rest is history. Well, I imagine you'll be playing the main event. Is that today, tomorrow?
I'm actually going to play the satellite now, if I don't make it.
Welcome back to the live coverage of the main event as I fix my leather jacket here after rushed dinner. Vincent Gavin, Emmett Kennedy with you.
Very
on the
smart jacket, Emmett. I must say, you're
thank
looking
you,
fantastic.
my man. Thank you.
You're looking really.
You're in
well.
the Ralph Lauren suit. I'm in the Ralph Lauren leather jacket. We're just, sporting the goods. Asking Ralph to send some gear our way, some swag our way. So we're switching up. We are at the Irish Open.
Yes.
This is the main event. So what we have done in the last couple of nights is we've switched it up. We've gone from the main event to the high roller. We then went from the main event to the ladies' main event final table, which was an absolute blast. I mean, that was one of the best tables we've seen. And then last night we switched from the main event to the high roller cash game. So we did high stakes cash poker last night. We have had a significant amount of players drop out. In the meantime, the current chip average is 224,000, and with a starting field of 2,040, with 860 this morning, it's now 268.
That's very close to
And the bubble
money.
is 264.
Yeah.
263 get
so
paid.
basically, it's going to lock up completely. That's what's going to happen here. People are going to be super selective about hands they play, because everyone wants to get paid, right? It's almost 2,000. And that's what it's all about, these poker events. You're here to make money. That's the number one goal.
I was about
Emmett.
to ask you that there is going to be obviously an element of people who want to get paid, but there is also that element of who we're about to see on our feature table, which is the likes of Andy Black, who's actually there in shot just behind us, by the way. And we've got David Lappin at this table as well. They're not here for the money. They're here to win it.
Yeah. There's some big names you've called out.
There's
but
Dermot Blaine sitting right beside him.
There's a World Series bracelet winner, recent winner, Robert. It's really stacked. There's the local player, Will Fitzpatrick, who's been around. I remember playing an event here 16, 17 years ago, and Will was in that event. Martin Downs, Daniel Stacey, also a decent, solid reg. Dermot Blaine, we haven't even mentioned. He's been one of the top Irish
I
live
give him a
players.
quick mention, but he's ridiculous. He's
Yeah,
ridiculously good.
this is star-studded field, this table. And as you say, it's going to be interesting on the bubble to see how these guys play. Obviously, you're going to see the bigger stacks. Just try and leverage that advantage and apply pressure in different spots, But as you're saying, the point you're making there is spot on. A lot of these guys, their target, their goal is not just to min cash, particularly a guy like Andy, who has a huge history with the Irish Open. Andy is he's knocked on the door a few times. I would say if you add up all of the Irish Opens everyone has played on that table, it's probably equivalent to the amount of Irish Opens Andy's played.
I would agree with that, yeah. And he made the final table at the Irish Open one year when I was commentating and got knocked out very early on in a bonkers hand. Andy's a very interesting player in that he can be quite loose. You'd even say, particularly back in 08, 09, loose aggressive.
Yeah.
But then he can change gears as well. So the Andy Black of today, what do you expect to see in seat 2?
Well, the thing about Andy Black, one of the main characteristics, he's completely unpredictable. And that's it.
I love that so much about him. It's funny. That's
feature.
why he's one of my favorite players.
And the thing about Andy, he'll come to a tournament, he'll come to a table. I'm pretty sure that, his game plan is not set in stone. That he's smart enough and he's experienced enough. He can adapt his play to any table.
So you get to seed the table there now. Seat 1, Mark Downs, who's got 202,000. I'm sure he's absolutely thrilled that to his left is Andy Black in seat 2, 226 for him. Kevin Boronsky, 223,000. Daniel Stacey, David Lappin, who the last time I commentated on the Irish Open, David Lappin was the man sitting to my right. 64k for David. Dermot Blaine, just about 70k for him. Robert Cohen, 134,000, and then Will Fitzpatrick, 242,000. Your chip leader overall is James Henderson, 850,000. He is at table 2, seat 3. This is officially table 4. You can get live updates, and you can go back throughout the day if you would like through irishpokeropen.com, and there you'll get incredible updates from the likes of Jen Mason and from Gareth Chandler. They are some of the best of the best, but in this hand, Andy Black takes it down with King 10, and there you get to see exactly how the chip stacks are playing out. Andy on 45 big blinds, Will Fitzpatrick 52, and for David Lappin and for Dermot Blaine on 13 and 12 bigs. What exactly are you expecting them to do?
Well, I mean, the pressure is on, like, really, isn't it? Well, they've got to pick their spot. They've got to like be absolutely perfect with their timing. The decision making here is critical, like, you know. David Lappin is highly regarded online and live player.
Yeah.
He, as we know, you can see him advertising the chip race there. He's a Unibet sponsored player, but the chip race is one of the leading poker podcasts, and it's great.
It's the leading poker podcast.
It's great for strategy.
It's fantastic.
Great for strategy. Do you listen to it? Emma?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I never listen to it.
Take that, Dara. Take that.
No, the boys, I really get on well with the two guys. They're top blokes. It's top quality content on that podcast. Just a quick shout out to it. Now, this guy, Dermot Blaine, he's short also. It's interesting, both Dermot and David, they're in the same zone there, like, you know, their decisions, like, they really have got one shot really at this.
14
you know?
to 15 big blinds we're talking, really, like, so not many bullets.
Like, the last thing they want to see is Andy Black.
By the way, Andy Black has just raised on the button with 7 deuce. And he's going to get it through. He's going to get it. Well, he's
I'm
not.
not sure.
We're going to a flop.
This
We're going to
guy-
a flop with Jack 6 suited.
This guy, Stacey, is a very decent reg. Daniel Stacey.
Daniel Stacey, yeah. He does let it go. 7 deuce, baby. Show it, Andy. Show it.
No, I think it's reasonable. It's folded around him on the button, and given the circumstances that were pretty close to the
The
money.
little smile to the camera. Love it.
Some of these players, they don't want to just go to war and just blow up, give away their stack and literally burn money, because that's what they're going to get. They're going to get paid. If you can just like hold on in there, you're guaranteed to get paid if you can hold all in.
Yeah.
And that's why you're going to see a different game to the last stream where we've seen, you know, different types of plays. Dermot now is going to move here, I think, tens. He could shove here. He's about 12 bigs. Oh, smart
Maybe
enough.
I think he wants some action. I think he wants to try and again. He's a
Well, he
player.
can get away. I mean, if he's opening under the gun his early position, and if it kicks off, if there's a 3 and 4 bet, he can always get away from it.
But also, he's a player who wants action. King 10 for downs.
Yeah, well, depending what's out there. I mean, if it does kick off, he doesn't want action. If there's a 3 and 4 bet, he will just he can get away. You know.
Essentially, what I mean is he wants like a loose call from Andy, or someone along those lines.
Andy and Dermot, of course, would be really familiar with each other. And Andy, this is a real signal of strength from the stack size, from the amount of blinds that Dermot has.
What's going to be intriguing is it's Lappin in the big blind, and they're both short.
And it's an interesting hand.
And Lappin has a hand that he could shove with.
I don't think he's shoving here. I don't think so.
Does he flat call?
I think he could even fold, and that's given his stack size. This looks like real strength from Dermot Blaine, and he does make the fold.
That is great.
It's interesting.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Again, that's the power of position. And you reverse the roles, and Lappin is shoving with the tens, whereas Blaine has to lay down the king 9.
Well, no, Dermot opened with the tens.
No. What I'm saying is you reverse the positions.
Oh, reverse. Yeah, good point. Yeah.
It would have been completely different. We're actually 1 away from the bubble. It's now 265, and 264 get paid.
That was really quick. I can't believe how fast that was.
It's been remarkable how quickly it's gone. Now, how long it's going to take to crack the bubble, because everyone's aware of this, is going to be quite intriguing.
Now, this gentleman you see is Rob Cowan, who I know from the UK
Talk to me.
IPT.
Talk to me.
He was a regular on the UK IPT tour. Several cashes, a few final table appearances. I think he won a UK IPT. I'm pretty sure he did. But he is a bracelet winner, and I think I'm getting the right guy.
If you're not, he's loving the CV you're giving him.
Right, no, Rob Cowan definitely has a bracelet. 3K PLO. Very deep run in the main event also. I can't believe, like, This is a real star-studded table. It really
It's
is.
terrific, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, this is the stuff.
Yeah.
We were joking about
What
getting
do you
Andy.
think Lappin does here? This is kind of interesting. He could shove, you know. He could shove in the small blind. There's 12.5K out there.
Knowing what.
If he runs into it, he runs into it.
Yeah, knowing what Blaine has behind him.
Yeah, I think he could shove.
I think you're right. Now,
It's an
again,
interesting
both
spot.
men know each other's play exceptionally well. David has commentated an awful lot on Dermot. Dermot has played an awful lot with David. They're both top players.
He does,
And
yeah.
Finton is spot on. He shoves. So he's moved all in.
I mean,
and it's
the
muck
beauty
for
about
Blaine.
this shove, right? The benefits of shoving there, right? He's going to get hands like Jack 9, Queen 9, you know, stronger hands, Ace Rag, all them type of hands.
Out of the way.
They have to fold. They really do. Given the circumstances, they're about to creep into the money. It's an interesting spot, 10-9, but I think these two guys, David Lappin and Dermot Blaine, and look, even like next to them then is Rob, who's sitting on, I don't know how many blinds Rob has. He's 120 in a stack, and the big blind is 5. So he's like, do the mathematics for me there quick.
Oh, we're on the bubble.
He's 25 bigs.
We're on the bubble. We are officially on the bubble. So 263 players will get paid, and it's just come up on the main screen. Now we're 15 minutes behind on the live stream, but it has just come up in the room that we are now on the bubble. So, and there's a lot of activity, and it's not at the bar, around one of the tables.
This is difficult for the floor people. This is where they really earn their money.
Yeah.
Because there's so many tables still in play, and every table has to be monitored, because as we know, or well, if you don't, we'll tell you, when it comes to the bubble, it goes hand by hand. And there's a reason for that, Emmett, isn't there?
Yeah. Listen, I'm the commentator, so it's not really my job to
Okay.
analyze it.
Well, I'm going to have
to
a stab. I'm
explain
going to
it.
have a
So-
stab in the
so
dark at it.
let me put it to you
Okay,
this
you
way.
go, you go for it.
What will happen here is each time there is a hand played, the dealers themselves will announce it. Now, break down why that is, because we're so close to the payment structure, you can't end up in a situation where 5 players are in an all-in situation and 4 of them bust, and one's going, whoa, hang on a second, I'm after making it. Why am I not getting paid?
That is a significant factor, definitely, in the hand-for-hand process. But the main reason they introduced this hand-for-hand basically is to stop one table playing a lesser amount of hands than another table. So the reason, what's the difference, you may ask? Why shouldn't another table? A table's playing quicker, right? They might play 3 hands while another table plays 1 hand. So what? What does that matter? Well, the reason it matters is
significantly, as you're about to
definitely,
explain. Yeah.
if you're going to play 3 hands, well, the chances of someone going broke on that table is quite higher than that table that's only playing 1 hand. And you do see it in smaller events where there's not hand by hand. You'll see one table just playing really slowly until they creep into the money.
It's a bit like the time Ireland and Holland knew all they had to do was draw.
Yeah, now you
so
said
they
it.
just
Now you
tossed
said
the ball around to each other.
Good description there.
So they had to change the rules and make sure then that the teams had to play at the same time, because that's
Brilliant.
Just literally
Yeah.
McCarthy.
That's exactly what
McCarthy just went to
what a great description there.
to one of the Italian players and just said, one of the Dutch players, and just said to Hullet, said, draw, great, done.
Yeah.
And they just knocked the ball around.
Now, Will Fitzpatrick here is defending in the big blind with ace-9. Will has 250, and he misses here. He's just going to check fold. And Mark Downs is going to continue. This is a board that Mark can continue on. He's got all the premium pairs in his range, given that he opened from under the gun. He just wants to end this hand because it is a kind of board that could favour the big blind defend. Continue here. And
Yeah.
I'll get the job done. Will Fitzpatrick from Dublin. He's been around the block quite a while, Will. And it was great to see him, actually. I mean, I haven't seen Will, I don't know, it could be 10 years since I've seen him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And, well, it's where it's at, the Irish Open. If you want to meet some old buddies.
Well, it's like the Tara was saying, that while the UK scene is great and it's fantastic to see it thriving, he knew last year, if it went ahead, that everybody was going to come over to the Irish Poker Open. Obviously, it didn't, but he knew this year that everybody was going to come as well, and which is a fantastic endorsement of the product, a fantastic endorsement of the game, but also of the work that Paul, JP, that the entire team have put into this to make sure that it continues to elevate. I mean, when you have people like Nick O'Hara, JP Masters, Paul O'Reilly behind it, and they're in control of it now. This is now Paul's baby. It's JP's baby as well. They own the Irish Open. Party Poker are a sponsor of it. It's not a case of it's a corporate sponsor that decides how many qualify, what the prize money is going to be. They're running it, and they're players. They're players
Absolutely.
who run casinos, so
Yeah.
they want to do it in a way that makes it really interesting for everybody. So ace, deuce.
Yeah, now these are
suited.
two interesting stack sizes. We have Mark in the big blind with a suited ace and Will in the small blind. This is a blind v blind, and these are two really big hands, blind versus blind. It's a really tough spot here. Obviously, Martin's priority here is just make the money. We're on the bubble here. One more player gets bust out, that means everyone gets paid. So the last thing he wants now is get all the money over the line with ace-8. He doesn't want to do that, but his hand is too strong to fold, particularly against a small blind raise. So it looks like Mark is going to continue. In what format does he? He actually folds. Wow. Okay. No.
He's raised.
Yeah. Graphic show. No, he calls, which makes perfect sense.
King 9 is the board.
Yeah, no, Will should really be continuing here because he's going to get most of Mark's calling range pre to fold now on this board. Obviously, any king, 9x would continue. 10s, jacks, definitely, but probably would have heard from them pre. So continue, 15k continuation bet from Will Fitzpatrick. I expect this to get the job done, but Mark in the tank here, he may get sticky. This is big blind versus small blind. Mark Downs decides.
Oh,
He's made his decision.
He's in the tank. He's going to raise to 40. Wow.
Yeah.
Insta-fold. That is impressive. That is very, very impressive.
Well, basically, he just said, look, you've got to have a king here to continue, and Will can't do anything because he doesn't have a king. He even has to fold a 9 there, I think.
Well, the reason it's impressive is because of the position of where we were in. Because we're on the bubble. So, if you're going to look at certain players and say, well, this individual definitely wants to cash. By the way, I do remember a bubble that went on for an hour and a half. The director actually just yelled in my ear, will someone just go out there and kill one of them? It took too long.
Depends on the buy-in, of course. The
Yeah,
buy-in level,
obviously.
etc.
And look, what these individuals want from the game as well. So I'm going to run through these players with you and get your take on them. As we go through our feature table, which is, of course, table 4. You can get regular updates at irishpokeropen.com. Some absolutely tremendous work being done there by Jen and Gareth, keeping you in the loop, and for that matter, keeping us in the loop as well, in terms of what's going on. And the bubble, you'll just have heard, has been bust. So you'll have heard that through our microphones. We have a bubble burst. And that's going to loosen things up now. 15 minutes behind on the feature. And it didn't happen on the feature. It happened on one of the outer tables. But fantastic. So they get, there's 2 players have been knocked out in the one hand. And this brings us down to 262. And
so they chopped the 1900, is that right?
so what's happened is they've chopped that, but they've also been given by Paul O'Reilly and JP a complimentary entry into the main tomorrow's Turbo main.
Brilliant.
Which is
Or
really
the mini
cool.
main, yeah.
Yeah, the mini main.
I
So
think
that's
it's a two-day event.
That's
yeah.
fantastic.
Yeah, nice touch.
And a lovely addition. But it's also now going to make other players who qualified for $10 just go, I'm in the money, baby. Happy days.
Yeah, you usually see a flurry of bust outs after the bubble is burst because people, they've cashed and all the short stacks go to war. They can gamble more comfortably because they're guaranteed that minimum cash. However, that's not really related to what we're seeing here on our screen because
No.
on our screen we're about 10 or 12 minutes behind. So this play, what you're watching now, this is bubble play, and this is David Lappin on the button, who's sitting on about 13 big blinds, and he folds the 8-3, and Dermot Blaine snap folds on the button. So just the blinds here, we have Rob Cowan, should I say, and
so that's one of the reasons I wanted to highlight Mark Down's play. So much. There's Daniel Grano's favorite hand, 10-7 suited, which Andy Black enters the pot with, and it comes down 2-9-9. Bronsky with Jack 3 off. 6.5k bet from Andy. Insta-fold from Bronsky, and Andy Black just shows his class. Is it me, or is Andy Black very relaxed?
he's been here. I mean, he's done it so often, and he keeps doing it. And that is the thing that is really impressive about Andy Black's career. That just when you think, right, okay, he's past his best, he's achieved it all. Like, he really has on a world stage, Australia, Europe, America.
All-time money lists, 53rd. Where is he on the Irish all-time money list?
He's number one by a long way.
100%. 4.8 million in tournament earnings.
And it's not like this 4.8 million came from like one big cash.
No.
You know, he's he's been winning. He's a serial tournament winner. And the point I was just making there, like, you think, right, Andy's had it, his day is gone. And like, I remember even years ago, like a decade ago, like one of the Dublin regs, Joe O'Neill, saying to me, Fitton goes, it's not a joke anymore. This guy is the best, like, you know what I mean? You know, Andy, like, it's just, he's kind of the Phil Hellman of Ireland, you know?
Yeah, except he's not a dick. Yeah, take that, Phil.
And that is Andy Black in your
coming to you live from the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker. Yeah, it was a 10th place finish in the Irish Open main event in 2011. He finished 8th in 2012, which was a real tough bust out, that one. But that was the main event. A year later, 2013, he's back again. And
does he cash?
Cashed in 13th.
I'm sorry, that's absolutely remarkable. It really is.
Might have been 19th, sorry, but either way,
yeah,
you're still in the teens. 8th and then 19th.
But I think, look, our viewers get the picture. Like
10th in 2011.
There's certain people over the years that are strongly associated with the Irish Open.
Yeah.
Like we had Ian Simpson on earlier. He'd definitely be one of the players. But
100%.
Our Andy has a really close relationship with the Andy Black and the Irish Open, very closely linked. And if you were to say to me, of all the hundreds and hundreds of players remaining, put your money on a player that will make the final table, Andy Black would be the first player I'd punt on. And
Yeah,
I
I'm the
mean,
same.
definitely, like, you know, he
Yep.
definitely would have my my confidence. He's top quality. He's gone through big fields. You can navigate through these kind of fields that are littered with recreational players. Having said that, I mean, just taking this table as a sample of what's out there, this is one of, I mean, if you reg for a tournament and sit down on a table like this, it's not a good table you've drawn, believe me.
No, I was trying to remember the year, and I'm willing to be corrected on this, but I believe it was 2005. Well, it's saying it here in Hendemop. And the Irish Open was being streamed on Sky, and it was a final table in somewhere like Goffs or something like that, you know, somewhere like where the snooker used to be played, and it went on until 5 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I think I remember this. There was pictures of like the sound man asleep in the chair. I remember this.
And I stayed up watching it. A friend of mine was like, "Oh, I can't." I just left the house. But yeah, it was. I think I'm pretty certain it was 2005, and Andy finished third that year in that Irish Poker Open in 2005.
He finished third.
And back then it was 11,300. That was a €500 no limit hold'em Irish Poker Open.
No, that's a side event, guarantee you.
Doesn't say side event.
That is, yeah. No, in 05 the buy-in was like 2K or something like that.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, and that was a side event.
Because the EPT was trying to come in on its territory at the time, and he finished 9th in the Potla Manomaha there, and he finished 20th in the Irish Masters, as they called it, main event. But I mean, you look at it, like his Aussie Millions results, like third for 700,000 Australian dollars.
Yeah, I was down. I was with him actually. That was 07 in Melbourne, and a real quality venue. That Crown Casino is one of the best I've played in, and yeah, I was with Andy that time. It was a remarkable result. Gus Hansen played that tournament, and I remember when I cashed in that same event. It was a 10K buy-in, but I qualified. I was lucky enough to win a big package, and it really was a great experience. But one of the things that is etched in my mind from that Aussie Millions was Gus Hansen, who was on a table beside me, and he kept coming up off the table. Like literally every hand, he'd get up off the table and walk and start talking to his hand, like, you know, and walk back. And I was watching this, and
oh yes, he was recording his hands.
Every hand he played, he had a little dictaphone, and he recorded his hand, and he actually was doing it to write a book, and it was just like that was the book.
Yeah.
The tournament, how his tournament went, that was the book.
Yeah.
And how did his tournament go?
Didn't he win it?
He did.
Yeah, he did win it.
He won the tournament.
And it's not in front of me. I just remember that. I remember he got heads up with.
Well, Andy came third. I remember that.
Yeah, he did for 298.
Just click on the
for 70,000. But let's.
If you click on that link, it'll tell you.
Oh, for goodness sakes, not connected to the internet. Come on, man.
Can't remember who came second.
But I think it was like a. Was it an American unknown?
I'm going to say it was an Australian player. I don't know why.
Jimmy Fricky was an American unknown.
Jimmy Frickle, the big lad.
Yeah,
lovely lad. Yeah,
I didn't really want to say big lad, but yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
he took a million.
Jimmy Frickle, yeah.
It was 1.19 million in dollars for Gus. Andy Black taking $556,000 out of it.
Quick check on this cumulative winnings. It's funny that Andy Black up top. So he's gained on this bubble, right? He's gained like 10.5 big blinds, and Mark is up. Mark is up 5.5 bigs. Dermot's flat, and the player that's down. I mean, Dan Stacey is down 25k. Rob
That's
Cohen
just
is
since
down.
joining the feature table.
2 UK regs are down a bunch. And you can see why we're stalling here. Basically, we are hand for hand now.
Yeah.
As the bubble.
So on that, before you start commenting, Jimmy Frickle is very, very well known. Yeah, I know. He was an unknown at the time. Nobody knew who the hell he was, and it was his biggest ever cash. He was also
He's a gamer, I think. I think Jimmy is a gamer. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
And, like very
Well,
good at
he's still-
chess.
Yeah, he's on Twitter. I followed him on Twitter for what I think I still follow him on Twitter. He had his own challenges with mental health and all that, and he came right through it.
Not easy.
He's very popular. Apart from what I see, I don't know the guy. I haven't met the guy. I haven't
Seems to
spoken
be
two
sound.
words to him, but from the vibe I get is he's very well liked, and he's a big personality
Yeah.
in the poker community.
Yeah. No, for sure. But that, just the fact that Gus Hansen won that, if you go onto the Hendon Mob, you will see that the last time Gus Hansen cashed in an event was
He
before the
wouldn't play.
pandemic.
He wouldn't play tournaments, Gus. I mean,
It was the WSOP main event where he finished 689th.
and how I'd say that's 4 or 5 years ago, is it?
Yeah, for 20K. That was
How long?
2019. So you're spot on 4 years ago.
Yeah, well, that's like not too. I expected that to be longer, but it was the main event, I
Yeah.
guess. But
Prior to that, 2014.
yeah.
And prior to that, you and I, Galway, 2013.
2013, where he played a lot of events. He cashed a lot of events.
I
know one of my friends beat him heads up in a small little side event.
He
won the heads up.
Went
he won the
nuts.
He won the team event, the heads up
He
Ireland.
did,
beating
yeah, but he got beaten heads up by Jonathan Condren.
John Condren, yeah, John Condren. That's actually. Do you know who John Condren is? He's a brother of Wayne Condren, who was in the chat there a while ago. Do you
Oh,
remember?
brilliant!
Yeah,
Who was saying, what are you talking about?
That's
We're
right,
playing Fiddle Royale.
I always get the two of them mixed up. Wayne
Shout
and
out to
John Condren.
Jonathan, because the celebrations that night were unbelievable. Because it's like beating Tiger Woods at golf. You know, it's like you've just beaten
Oh,
Gus Hansen
brilliant.
heads up. It was amazing.
Yeah, I tell you what happened.
And Gus
there.
wasn't loose, by the way, either. Gus was playing for the win.
Yeah, I tell you what happened there. We were getting absolutely annihilated, and we, of course, it was Ireland versus UK. And
Yeah, which
UK were short in players, right?
Yeah,
so they
so-
had Gus Hansen.
so they just stole Gus.
Well, they had him. They had him from the start.
Yeah,
which
they
is
had
fine.
Max Silver, Kevin Williams, David Nicholson, and then Gus. And what happened with Ireland?
Well, no, we took.
Well,
so
Gus
many-
was transferred, wasn't he?
He was transferred.
It was a
over
late,
to the
last-minute
Irish team.
transfer.
So if you look at any of the pictures from that Full Tilt Festival, you'll see Gus with an Irish flag.
That's right.
Yeah.
I remember that now. Yeah,
we did a transfer. No one.
Because
no
I
one
remember
really
doing
cared.
the commentary with Bex in the comms booth and going, we've completed unprecedented. Never happens in international football, but we've completed the transfer of Gus Hansen to Ireland. Gus is now officially Irish.
Yeah.
Galway was in love with him that year. It was amazing. But is it just cash now? For those who don't know,
I don't even know is he still playing poker. I know he plays other like I know like backgammon.
Yeah, he's
and
big into that, yeah.
You know, maybe Chinese. Maybe I don't know, but I haven't seen I've seen him in the high stakes cash game in Kings and Razvedov maybe 4 or 5 years ago. You know, that's what I've seen.
well, he and Phil Ivey
Now,
used to get.
can I just make a point
Yeah, of course.
here, right? Do you see a line of people over there on the left?
I see Max Silver as part of it.
Yeah, that's now
They're the ones who are getting paid.
they're the bust outs, and look how many of them is. Now you'll never see that line again throughout the tournament.
No.
But the point is that once the bubble bursts, then you give a load of people gambling.
Yeah, and
know.
what Max won't have gambled. What will have happened is somebody else will have gambled, and he'll have sucked out. Because Max was here to win.
Like most of the field, 100%. I agree with you. It'll
So-
be in. We'll find out. We'll get him in maybe, and he can tell us.
Yeah, 100%. So as we are on delay, the 15-minute delay, obviously it's going to pick up fairly quickly. Andy, of course, is very prominent on the Premier League poker scene, late night poker. The amount of times he was on ESPN at the World Series of Poker has just been absolutely insane. And is legitimately he legitimately earns the title of legend. And to say it again, 2012 8th, 2013 he's 19th. Like, that's just ridiculous that you would do that back to back at Irish Poker Opens. It's absolutely insane, and it puts into perspective what Simpson did. For Simpson to be able to, for Ian Simpson to be able to final table and win Sole Survivor, and then come back a year later and take down the whole thing.
That really is. It's going to be. I mean, in fairness, like,
and these are deep fields.
There's stories always emerge from certain festivals. That's a story that's going to be tied to the Irish Open for life.
Yeah.
The Ian Simpson story.
Big time. So Mark. One of the reasons I was saying that I was impressed with the play there is that Mark's tournament earnings are 1,900. So this is a man who wants to cash, and that could have gone very, very badly wrong on him with that move, but he got it through. Andy, of course, we know is just a legend, and the money is one thing, but he wants, he is tied to the Irish Open. He wants it. There's now 247 players left. So in terms of Andy's play, what do you expect to see from him, Fintan?
Yeah, well, they're all in the money now. You can see there's a little bit of tension has lifted.
Yep.
It's not as stressful out there. So we're going to see certainly Dermot Blaine and David Lappin. We're going to see these two guys. They're going to open up their range, their opening range a little bit. They're not going to be as nitty, which is perfectly reasonable. They've locked up 2K. That's what it's about. Like, make no mistake. The point we're making about certain players, their focus, their dream, their vision, they're going like, I'm going to win this game. That's my target, is to win, the win. But a lot of seasoned pros, like, they just take one step at a time. They're not even thinking about, like, day 3. They're not thinking about the final table. They're, like, very, very focused and very disciplined. And they're like, okay, baby steps. Let's first step, right, get in the money. That's their goal and target. So my guess is
Stacey's shoved all in with 10-8 suited.
67, which is 12.
Into Dermot Blaine with ace-3 suited.
Dan, Stacey.
Dermot gives it away.
On the button. Now, you'd never see this like a hand ago, two
No.
hands ago. Given
But
that
now that suddenly the
now
money
they're
is
on the
there.
button, no problem. Let's rip. Let's get it in.
Daniel has 303,000 in total live earnings and a lot of experience as well, including Spain, the UK, and Ireland, and at the Irish Poker Open as well, for that matter.
Very solid wreck. Dan Stacey.
So let's go from Andy to Kevin Boronsky as 6,600 in tournament earnings, but to Daniel, we just saw what he completed there. What are you expecting from him now?
From Dan, well, he's short, so he's got to generate some activity, and we just seen it. Exactly what we've seen. I think that's going to continue. If it's folded around to him in late position, he's going to shove quite light,
Okay. David Lappin, who's got probably the best posed photograph on the Hendon mob. He obviously paid them for that. 643,000 in tournament earnings. Commentator, podcast host of the Chip Race.
Yeah,
Best podcast, with the exception of the Final Furlong podcast. And is WSOP player every single year, knows everything there is to know about online play, but also such a regular player on the live circuit as well, and of course is somebody who's commentated on the Irish Open itself as well. So he knows what's required, but again, it's short stacked. What are you expecting from him?
Well, the thing about David Lappin, he's very well established in the media, in the industry. As you say, you've picking out, the award-winning podcasts, etc. But a lot of people overlook him as a top player, and he is a top player.
Yeah. I think he likes it.
Yeah.
I think he likes that.
I mean, this is interesting. Dan Stacey 3-bet rip there with ace-10, and I can't believe Marcus folded the ace-jack.
Well, he's now drinking cider, and he's cashed, so maybe he's just trying to work his way up the ladder a little bit, because I'm surprised he folded there as well.
Dan has actually doubled his stack since the bubble burst.
This was something I was going to say to you, is that there are players who are exceptional on the bubble, as in they just shove and they keep on getting the money in and they keep on padding up their stacks and building up their stacks. And unless they bump into a monster, they know everybody else is terrified. They've read the table really well. They know who to shove against and who not to shove against, and they add significant chunks to their stack. This is going to be interesting. Andy Black has just picked up Ace King. The fact that the bubble is burst changes that dynamic dramatically because it burst real quick.
Well, this is huge.
Oh, dearie me, Bronski with Ace Queen.
Yeah, 2 big stacks.
And it's
on the
Andy
table.
Black raising to you. So you're thinking to yourself, yeah, all right, Andy, yeah, whatever. Whatever.
Brozowski. Kevin Brozowski from the UK, and he just flat calls with the Ace Queen.
Well, if an ace hits, it's trouble on flop street.
Will in the big blind gets rid of the King Deuce, so we're going to go to a flop 2-way. Andy first to speak, both miss.
2-9-5.
Yeah, 2 spades. So Brozowski will continue. Andy will probably make a continuation bet.
I think Andy knows he has the best hand as well. I think that's the...
Well, Brozowski's going to stick about.
He is, but these two have been playing for a while now, so we know how good Andy is.
Looks like a
really
raise to
people,
me.
it is a race, yeah, for sure. But I think Andy will know he's in the better position.
This is tough for Andy. I don't know.
Is he giving it up?
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't know.
See, it is easy when we're sitting here and you've got the cards in front of you. That's also a more disciplined Andy Black. I've seen him.
I think his problem there's a couple of problems, right? The biggest problem there, he's out of position.
Yes.
So if he calls this raise, it's like he's calling with the 2 overcards, okay? He doesn't have any backdoors, right? So what happens on the turn? That's his concern. He invests more money on the flop, and then what's he faced with? He's going to be faced with another very difficult decision unless he hits his ace or king. So I kind of get that fold from Andy. And then, of course, it's probably very player dependent. And given that the player who raised him there, it's one of the few players at the table that can really damage his stack as well. All these factors, Emmett, I mean, it might
are messing with your head.
Well, it's not so much messing with your head, but they're all building up to your decision making.
Yeah.
They're all part of the process, and it sounds like a lot of info, but a seasoned pro like Andy, that's all calculated like super quick.
Well, Andy took a break. Like we're talking about somebody who I'm recalling a hand at the World Series of Poker. It wasn't the main event. It was at the time when ESPN would produce shows about side events. And it's obviously a bracelet event. And he gets, I think he got ace king. And Phil Hellmuth had kings. And Andy opens. Phil re-raises. And Andy instantly shoves. And Phil looks at him and like, call. And Andy was like, what? And it's showdown, and one of the guys said I folded an ace. So, like, was just been real with him. Like, I folded an ace. And Phil starts going at him and saying, you don't think. You just act way too quickly. You're too impulsive. And he took, was it 6 months he took off?
Yeah, I don't know, was it down to that hand, the reason he took 6 months off? I really don't know. Perhaps you're right. I don't know.
Let's say it was. Let's say
you know what it was? It was because the other guy who mentioned that he folded an ace, that probably was more likely the reason.
That tilted him.
Yeah.
Well, he is our chip leader here. 51 bigs on 260k. And Bronski, 245k.
Yeah,
from
it's
the UK.
interesting.
We'll move on to Dermot Blaine.
Yeah,
so
Dermot, one of the two Irish pros. I call them young, but they've been around quite a while. They're super experienced, Dermot and David, and both of them are sitting on like under 12 bigs. I think Dermot is about 11 big blinds. So Dermot's just waiting for a spot to get his money over the line. He's not going to let that button run through him, I don't think. Dermot is a multi-tournament winner. He's kind of transitioned more to cash in the last 6 or 7 years. He plays PLO, plays pretty high in the PLO games, but still one of the top all-time tournament. I don't know what he is in the Irish tournament, but I'm sure there's a couple of million there in tournament winnings.
On the all-time money list for Ireland, fifth.
Fifth, yeah. I mean, and you can see the VPIP for both David Lappin and Dermot Blaine at the lowest. You see, they're handcuffed. They can't do anything with 10 big blinds except shove, you know. So they're just waiting for a spot to get their money in. But these guys, now, if there was two guys I would pick that would know their hand rankings and hand values and best spots to get their money in, these would be on the list. They're top quality.
Sorry.
Tournament players.
Daniel Lewis has just said on the live stream coverage, considering that Andy can be super aggro and Dara's a nit, Andy with the early KO.
Yeah, Dara's not on. Who's Dara?
I presume he's mentioning Lappin, and not Dara.
Oh, okay, right.
I presume that there's a.
Yeah, I get it.
Dark Angel goes, "Go on, Lappin!" So yeah, look, it's fantastic to see them on the feature. I'd love to say that I had the power to make this happen. Doesn't work that way, I'm afraid. But it's a super feature table, as the number of players in the room has now dropped from 2,040 in total, about 860 this morning, to 238. So in the money at the Irish Poker Open with Party Poker. Robert Cowan, we should talk about, 1.4 million in tournament earnings.
Yeah, well, Rob recently won a
High
bracelet.
roller. Bracelet and a high roller in the EPT as well.
That was EPT Prague, I'd imagine.
Yeah,
yeah,
spot on.
Yeah, no, Rob is a very high-level player. That's Rob there you see in your screen. I know Rob from the UK
with the sunglasses on.
Yeah, he's a UK IPT winner, and he's been around quite a while. This table is super tough. Rob making a 10k with the ace king here, and it's folded right around to the big blind, and this is Dan. Dan and Rob, of course, would know each other from the UK scene.
Yep.
These are two super solid regs from the UK, Dan Stacey and Rob Cowan. And Dan defending with the Queen 6. He is suited. No connection to the board. Queen high rarely ahead, but he's calling not so much to hit a pair, but flush possibility, 2 pair, trips, and the jack on the turn. Now with a delayed continuation bet, Rob fires. Both similar stack sizes, but Rob, after winning this, brings his stack up to 135, and it leaves Dan Stacey on 90k. Big blind is 5,000. Andy, of course, top of that aggression frequency chart.
Well, there's a shocker. I mean, I'm stunned. I, for one, am stunned.
Yeah, and it's interesting. You see the percentage for like Dermot and Dave at apps 0. Like, do you know what I mean? They're just not getting any opportunity, but they can't do anything. But you're going to see movement now, because Dave Lappin in the big blind and Dermot under the gun, who'll be posting big blind next hand. They're going to have to generate something soon.
Yeah.
Because you won't see them get blinded out, that's for sure. They won't get their stack down to a size where it's like, you know, a compulsory call from a player in the big blind when they do shove. Now, Kevin Brozowski from the UK. On the button here, and he makes it 11,000.
Ace 4 suited. With the clubs. Lappin's picking up muck.
Yeah, and now this is pretty dangerous now for Dave. He's down to 40k, and the big blind's at 5k, so that's 8 big blinds. On the button is our UK friend Daniel Stacey, and Dermot Blaine will be posting big blind. Under the gun will be Rob Cowan. That's Rob in the center of your screen. Rob folds under the gun, 135k. This is Will Fitzpatrick. Fairly experienced Will. been playing quite a while. Folds to 5-4. Now action around to Andy Black. It won't take much for Andy to open. But he does decide Jack 4, just too weak. But Brzezowski will open once again in the cutoff.
I know an Andy Black who would have played that.
It's a tough table, and he can't really mess around too much. Yeah, like before the bubble, yes, but like now the bubble's burst, and he's just got to be a little bit more selective. But Dan Stacey won't be too selective for what he does with this ace king. He's just going to 3-bet rip all in for like 87k. Dermot actually picked up a pair there, and he just has to fold. It's pretty sick.
It's ridiculous, isn't
Too
it?
much interest. I mean,
Yeah.
there's an open and 3-bet rip. He just has to fold the 4s, and that leaves him on about 8 big blinds.
Wow.
Dan Stacey gets the job done. Dan has done well since the bubble has burst. He's gone from like 60k up to like 120k or thereabouts.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. He's been one of the players who's been most busy, shall we say. He hasn't been afraid to get himself stuck in.
As we look at the screen here, Dan, Dave, Lappin and Dermot all side by side, and all three of them are on similar stack sizes, 10, 12 bigs, and you know, like they got into the money. They're professionals. That's their aim. That's their goal. Make some money. Let's cash, right? That's what they have achieved. But since the bubble has burst, we've seen Dan get his money in first. Now, is that to do with position? Like I mean, he's got the hands. We've seen him there with Ace King. He's had the opportunities. But we really need to see something generated from the seed of David Lappin or Dermot Blaine pretty rapid.
Yep.
Now, Andy Black, not interested. He folds, and this is Kevin folding the King 6. Stacey folds the 5-2.
Here's
and now we might say,
for Lappin.
fold it around to you on the button. I think Dave will consider ripping here with the Jack 7. It's very close. 8 bigs, fold it around to him.
He'll also
It's
know.
very close.
He'll also know exactly what. Oh, he's folded. I was going to say
Dermot
now.
will rip.
Now
Dermot has to rip,
it's lucky he did, because here comes Dermot over the
Well,
top.
I think Dermot folds. If Dave rips there, Dermot folds. I think this is so close.
Do you think
Blind
Cowan
v
calls?
blind. I think he does call, yeah. King 9. It's very, very marginal. King 10, I think, is a call. I think this is super close. He's folding, I'd say, by the look of it, but it's not straightforward.
No.
King 9. Well, he's counting out the chips. I mean, Dermot's just hating it now. But he's done the right thing. He's got
Oh,
to
yeah,
he's got to
100%
rip
he
with
has.
the Jack 10. And you see the thing about Rob here, right? Even if he gets it right, okay, look at the equity. It's still like pretty much a flip, and he hasn't that much investment. Okay, he's on the big blind, and he's posted the big blind ante, but like he still has 125k behind. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
And he makes the call. These guys, like, they really know their hands. Like, you know, that's super close, that King 9. But I did think at first it was a call, and eventually Rob does call.
Well, this is Dermot Blaine's tournament life, and he's a 43% chance of getting through.
Now this will hurt Rob if he doesn't.
Oh, Jack on the board
hold.
straight away,
Yeah.
but there's also extra outs now.
Well, Rob has a straight draw, and his king is good. Nine,
Yeah.
nine is no good.
4 of diamonds.
Yeah, this is hurtful. This is hurtful. Rob gets it right.
And the 8 comes.
Yeah. Well, you see, this is one of the reasons why you rip there with the Jack high, like, you know.
Yeah.
Even if you do get called, do you know what well, you've one way to win the hand when your opponent folds, okay? But you actually you can hit even if you're behind. You can hit.
Yep. And how many times have we seen that at the Irish Open?
I've never seen it at the Irish Open ever. And genuinely, that's the first time ever.
That someone's hit.
And I'm wondering, will we see it again?
Got in behind, and they managed to strike and get there. No, look, if you're not in, you can't win. And to be fair, he's had to bide his time, but he's picked his moment. He's gone for it, and he gets a much needed double up.
This is one of the aspects of tournament poker that some players they find just like super difficult to, you know, like you get these close spots, and you make the right call that's really difficult to make. but then like you don't get rewarded. Like it's just psychologically, it's challenging, and it's going to be interesting now because Dermot has got his double. He's up to about 18 bigs or whatever. But
I think it's 19, but it's down to 7 bigs for Lappin.
Yeah, Dave's super short. If Dave did rip with the Jack 7, it was him that was going to double up. I think Dermot folds, and I think Rob makes the same call. Rob is down to 77,000, which is about 15 bigs. And it's blind v blind. Will has a piece of that board, bets out, takes it down. Will on 223,000. In the screen is Dermot Blaine on the left-hand side. Centre of the screen is Rob Cowan, the 3K Pot Limit Omaha bracelet winner. And then the very right of the scene is local player Will Fitzpatrick, a reg on the Dublin poker scene for years. Will, super experienced. This table, this is not a table. I definitely would not like this table. I'd
tell you one thing.
If
I did what I did the other night, which is walk into this room at 5:30, 6 o'clock in the morning because I couldn't sleep, so I said I'll stroll on in. And again, Fintan and I aren't drinking this week, aside from the couple of glasses of Prosecco to celebrate Crystal's birthday. We're being very well behaved.
Absolutely.
I like the way you had a raised eyebrow there at me. It's like, no. Ace 10, come on, baby. Come on, Lappin.
Mandatory shove here.
Ace 10 always gets through. Even if you're called, you're getting this through. Come on, my son.
Mark, Queen 6. This is going to be too light.
I'm not afraid to express my bias for Lappin, by the way, as well. I had breakfast with him this morning. Guy's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I think Mark folds this Queen 6. It's close enough, not as straightforward as one might expect. You might think this is a snap fold, but given the size of the shove, I think he's getting a big price.
I think Downs folds this.
Yeah, he does. He does fold. Yeah, no doubt. It's close, though.
I would like to mention that the beer pong is being played tonight. Some people would argue that's actually the main event. It's been played in honour of Matt Marty, who we lost. Oh God, what was it 3 years ago?
Yeah, Marty Wilson,
legend, and
huge character.
He used to
Irish, not only in the UK but also in the Irish poker scene.
Oh, particularly in Ireland.
Big supporter of Irish poker.
But he was someone who, it wasn't just that he would actually play. He was the tournament director of the Premier League.
That's right.
They'd have to go to him.
He worked for Matchroom.
Yeah,
in fact,
they'd have Hellmuth would have a row, and they'd have to go to him to get it settled.
Yeah,
and he would take no nonsense from anybody.
I don't know about that now, Emmett.
And he'd take no nonsense from anyone. But he was one of the sweetest guys you'd meet.
He was a lovely guy. He really was. Marty was my friend. He came to Galway several times, and during the UKPT, actually, we were talking about the village in 2013. Marty used to run the games. He was the games manager, and he'd run the pool tables, and he was absolutely brilliant. He would diffuse any, potential tension between any punters or whatever. He was great. He just was an all-around good guy.
Yeah.
Of course, Mad Marty would be legendary for his stories, and one particular. I mean, there's loads of them, but I'll tell you one.
I just remember being in the City West.
Yeah.
Actually, it was Galway.
Okay.
So it was you and I, and I remember being in the lobby, and he just started reeling off these stories, and he had me in literally, I got abs. I had a 6-pack because I was laughing so hard. My stomach muscles were just I woke up the next day ripped. He had me doubled over so much. The way he told these stories as well were fantastic.
Yeah, one of the funny ones that you'll actually find online is it was a film about the World Series of Poker and the Irish and English regs back in the day. Now this is going right back. Andy was heavily featured in it about going to the World Series of Poker, And like there was Marty was saying how he was skint one year and they'd no money, and they wanted to get to Vegas. So what they did was they got the van and they went up the M25 or whatever the busiest dual carriageway is in the UK, and they put on the yellow high vis jackets and they started collecting cones, and they filled the van with the cones and then sold them the next day back to the builders or the council or whoever, like, you know what I mean? So they booked their flight. The next day they were booked. They got on.
They basically blackmailed.
Yeah, but they went to the airport the next day. But there was a big traffic jam on the road.
They didn't miss the flight, did they?
Because the cones were taken.
The cones were.
Stop. Brilliant.
Ace King offsuit raised to 12k. Bronski from the UK has got 10-8 suited. The Grano, of course, is favorite hand is 10-7 suited.
I'm surprised Kevin Brzezowski didn't defend there.
Yeah, I
with 10-8
thought he
suited.
kind of was going to actually,
Yeah.
particularly with the chip stack.
I'm not sure the size of the open. Perhaps it was a big open. The sizing was quite big. I missed that while we were just recapping some stories from Mard Matry.
Oh, God rest him. Poker's lost a lot of real good ones. Noel Furlong.
Yeah, it was actually Marty, I think, passed away around this time, 2019.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because Rona hadn't kicked in yet. And I remember
Yeah.
being really shocked about it. And Liam Flood, obviously, was an absolute... Well, he was the godfather. That one hurt. He was a real icon and was always terrific on the live stream as well. Ace 10, go on, son. Go on.
It's blind v blind.
Let's
I think
go.
I'm putting the I'm just looking at stacks about 100k. He's looking. It's almost a stacked depth that he could put them all in here.
3x. 3x.
It's interesting.
Yup.
Definitely going to raise.
Tower's back. Tower's back with us. Incoming legend. Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you very much. Just got a little bit of news if you're reading the blog.
Yes. Actually, haven't been. We've been recapping some stories on Mad Marty, Liam Flood.
Oh, God bless.
God rest.
Absolutely, God. And I must admit, when you walk through and you can't hear what I feel is the best part of the evening, and you don't hear it, that's what's missing.
Yeah.
And that's what that bar needs.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it?
Mad Marty, God bless him.
Yeah, he was an absolute... We're just talking about an
Did you
event that
did you know
Clinton and I did in...
Did you know the story about when he was skint? He was trying to get to.
This is worth.
What year was that?
And they went up the motorway in the UK, and they stole all the cones, the traffic cones. Did you know this?
No, go.
They stole all the traffic cones, right, and sold them back to the builders, or I don't know who they sold them back to.
Well, whatever construction company.
They got their money for the flight and a few quid, spend the money for Vegas, and they got the flight. They went to get the flight the next day. There was a big traffic jam on the motorway because the cones were taken.
Brilliant. But if you are reading the blog,
yes,
tell us.
Dana, the chip leader does not have 2.4 million, as it says on the blog.
Ooh, somebody.
It is a
slight mistake.
It is a zero out.
Okay.
You're joking. There's
But-
someone with 2.5 million.
No, it does not have 2.5 million.
240.
It's 240.
200.
There's a few zeros too many. Somebody got giddy with the.
Okay.
Forgot to take the figure off the book.
So the biggest chip stack.
But chip leader at this moment in time is my co-commentator in the GKP
No,
team,
don't say
Mr.
Jay.
Jay Howard.
Do not say Jay.
750,000 chips.
750,000. Ridiculous.
How amazed were you? Because Clinton and I were talking about this earlier on. How amazed were you that the bubble cracked as quickly as it did, and we're now down to 225?
Absolutely.
Yeah, it was really fast.
I think because
should just say here, by the way, Lappin's in for his tournament life.
Yeah, Dave.
So
this
Lappin's
is a
all in
pretty
for
standard
46.5.
Go on,
King
Davey
Jack
boy.
against Ace Jack. Jack
Jack's no
comes,
good.
but it's of no use to him because he needs the king now, unless the board.
King!
Oh,
nice
King
turn card.
hits. King hits on the turn.
David
4th
Lappin.
Street helps out David Lappin. He can double through here, take down a 98k pot, and does so. So Lappin
survives.
Got it all in. Bad.
That really hurts.
On the big blind.
Really
Ace
hurts.
Jack was ahead. And of course it hurt Stacey. He's now down to 61.5, but our boy Lappin up to 98k. And
nice.
I have to, considering the last Irish Open I did was co-commentating with him.
Mm-hmm. You've been rooting for him.
Lee play-by-play, and he was colour. I'm a massive fan of him. He's a sound bloke. He's a good guy.
Yeah.
We were chatting at breakfast today. He was saying, I'm struggling. I don't know how I'll do. We'll see. And here he is on the feature table.
He's read the Dara book
and
on how to hang on.
Was that one? Which one of the 3 Daryl Kearney books has he read?
So if you are reading the blog, it's not 2.4 million that is chip leader. It was about 20 minutes ago. It was Jay Harwood at 750,000.
To be fair, Jen and Gareth will fix that.
Yes, absolutely.
The blog's been great. It's
they've changed it.
irishpokeropen.com, and you can get all the insight there. Did you happen to spot anything else outside, Tara?
The buffet was nice.
Pepperoni pizza here is delicious.
Is it really?
It's lovely.
I've actually not seen that, to be fair.
Yeah, it's behind the bar. They have a pizzeria behind the bar.
Ah, right. I went to go over and give a big cuddle to one of the floor staff that I've not seen for 3 years, obviously. And I got kicked out because I'm not staff.
Oh, for God's sakes!
Because obviously the guy that kicked me out was like, "Yep, you've been playing. You're a get out, move." So we just said, "Okay, I'll see you later."
Oh, jeez.
So it's no, it was. I think that at that time it was like 5 off the money. So I totally understood.
Andy Black with the King 9 suited, Queen 10, and Darren McLean gives it up.
See, David Lappin there saying, "Well, it's on page 4. What you do is, let me just tell you. Let me recap this. It's on page 4. That's exactly what he's telling.
What you do is you wait until the big blind till you get King Jack, and you wait then for someone to move in with Ace Jack, and then you turn the King.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did you get the information on Rob Cowan?
Yes, absolutely, and I know him from the UKIPT.
Absolutely.
He won UKIPT. I think he won one.
If you go into his,
I remember his
database, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's top quality.
And there he is in the glasses. He actually broke his hand as well.
How did he manage that?
Playing, I think he was playing football when he was in London, and he'd won the bracelet in November. It was the 3K PLO.
Yeah.
He was in London in January. And he walked in with the thumb sticking leftwards. Oof. The rest of his hand was right, and he's got this pot on, and he's in a sling and all that. But he fetched his bracelet in. I don't think I've ever been as excited in my life ever. Ever. And it wouldn't fit. I couldn't even run off with it.
Oh, no.
I couldn't even run off with it because I couldn't fasten it.
Oh, I'd have just been out of there.
But
pocket it and go.
On the bad side, he's just won the 10K high roller. And if we get a call, we'll come back to the hand.
This is the EPT.
Yeah, and they lost the box for the trophy, so he couldn't bring it home.
Come off the stage.
They couldn't find the trophy box, so they had to leave it. And they says to him, "You'll have to come to Monte Carlo to pick it up."
Stop! No, that's not
they
true.
just bloody well
They
DHL it to him.
It's true. It's true.
Because this man, we're still trying to figure this out. He won a side event at the Irish Open. Never got the trophy.
No trophy.
And it wasn't the case of he lost it in the bar. He just never got it.
I've just been corrected. It wasn't football. It was skiing.
Oh, skiing.
That's even worse, isn't it?
Just stop skiing.
Just wear trainers.
That's a great fall, by the way, from Lappin with the sixes.
It is.
It would have been very easy to shove there, but Stacey is a player of some quality, and he's not going to get any.
Yeah, thanks, Chatbox. Thanks, Chatbox. Everybody was just correcting me on it being not football, it was skiing.
Skiing accent.
Yes, but his database, and his
it's phenomenal.
It's amazing.
Yeah. So, Tara, this is one of the things that we were going through beforehand is some of the players, and I was asking Fintan for his take on what he makes of this feature table. So we got Mark Downs in seat 1. This is table 4. You can see it at irishpokeropen.com as we commentate on the Irish Poker Open in association with Party Poker, and hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. Mark Downs is on 202,000. Andy Black is in seat 2. Kevin Brozonski.
Very nice. I don't actually know Bros. I like it.
Bros is better, actually. Let's go with Bros instead. Kevin Bros, around about the same as Black. Daniel Stacey's on 92,000. David Lappin we know now is up to 95.
Yeah.
Dermot Blaine is up over that as well. He's on 81. and Will is on 242,000. So break down for me about the players that you're seeing, because we're seeing some of the, like, I grew up watching Andy Black. Like when I stumbled onto late night poker on Channel 4, like that was it. 5 card sub was gone.
Absolutely.
And I got all the lads to watch it, and that was it.
But Andy Black, up until today, when I bust out dramatic fashion. In the
we need to recall that later on.
Dramatic. I mean, the table went. Ooh, they were like that. They were honest. They were. And
ladies and gentlemen, the tower. Here all week.
Andy Black was the last person to bust me out of any competition at all in 2020. Before 2 weeks later, we went into lockdown.
Oh god.
We were at the deep stack.
Don't tell me you did it again today.
Well, we were in the seniors. Andy.
Yeah, I saw him in the seniors. What's this about?
Andy bubbled me. I had queens, he had jacks, and he went tower. I always hit a jack.
Before it hit?
Instant service. Thanks for coming. See you later, tower.
Oh, no.
Absolutely. And I bubbled the seniors.
What are you doing, and what is Andy doing playing the seniors? Come on.
It's a good laugh. It's a good crack. And they've dropped it down.
42.
And they've dropped it down to over 40s.
It's ridiculous. you twats. Coming in here playing the seniors event.
I'm playing the seniors on Monday as well.
Fair play.
Looking forward to it.
We were just talking about the line, and we can see it. Sorry, we'll try and paint the picture for you. Basically at the rail, there's a massive line of people, all queuing up to get their payouts.
Yeah. Which is pretty standard for the amount of runners we have and how many people actually got in the money.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at it. It's literally in front of us has dropped from 220 to 218 in the last minute.
Yeah.
So they're dropping like flies here.
Yeah.
And Jen and I were chatting earlier on, Jen Mason and I, and she was like, "Oh, this is going to be a long one." It's not shaping that way. Doesn't mean it's not going to slow down later on.
It never seems to be like that. I know you don't know Katie Swift, but Katie Swift is a Grosvenor sponsored pro.
Yes.
She bust out straight away in the money. She told me about it. She said, "I'm not going to bore you, but it was aces against King 9 all in pre, and the King 9 hit a flush." Oof. So yeah. So that was that. And then she jumped straight into the 500. As you do.
Why not?
Because she wasn't upset with the play.
Now, here's a big one. Andy Black, King Jack suited, Dermot Blaine shoves all in with ace 10 off. I've seen Andy Black call with that hand before, but not today.
Well, he's got chips as well.
He's got a lot of chips.
Do you think he's going to change his game a little bit? Because we know Andy likes to gamble. We know he likes to play quite a few pots when he's a short stack or when he's start of the tournament kind of thing.
So like I've commentated on him on final tables before, but I was recalling you'll actually remember this better than me. It was a WSOP. It was when ESPN were covering pretty much every event, and it wasn't the main event, but it was one of the big bracelet events. And Hellmuth raised, Andy re-raised, Hellmuth raises, comes back over the top, and Andy goes all in, and Hellmuth snap calls. And Hellmuth goes, "What are you doing?" And he turned over kings or aces, and it was ace king for Andy. And Hellmuth said to him, "You're too attracted to ace king." He said, "If you win it, you win it, but you're too attracted to ace king. You're too addicted to it." And there was a time where he would just like, Andy is so creative he could bet with any two. But what I'm really impressed with is the patience he's showing, because I've seen Andy be willing to just gamble with any two, and this is not the Andy I'm seeing.
Do you think
right
a
now.
lot of players that you know like that are going to be like that because it's the Irish Open?
Very possibly. And the fact that we haven't had it for 2 years.
Yeah.
So it's finally back, and they're like, "Nah, I'm going to change it up." Also, I've been chatting to a lot of recreational players during lunch and breakfast, and
do you only ever talk to people when you're eating?
Nah.
I've got this thing that you talk to everybody this morning at breakfast, and now you've just said, all these people I talked to at dinner.
I talk to people in the lift. Because you know, you're staying here, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. So
Can he stay anywhere else?
So the voiceover in the lift is the most boring voiceover ever. Ground floor. Second floor.
He must have done it during COVID and thought.
They must have just got her to do it for free, or they paid her the bag of sand to do it, and she just couldn't be bothered. It's almost like she sighs. Second floor, because one of the guys who was on the he cashed. He got to 5th in the high roller final table. He and his partner were in the lift, and I just said to him, "Oh, you played really well yesterday. You were unlucky to go out." And he said, "Oh, thanks." And the next thing, your one goes, "Second floor," and the three of us just burst out laughing. It's like, what the hell is this? And it says on the digital screen, it says upgraded 2021. It's like, what's the point? So Cowan is shoved all in with ace 8, and Stacey's called with ace queen. Oh,
these are 2 short stacks. One of them's going to be
bumps into the big. Yeah, so they are both all in.
Yeah.
Those all in protectors are there. Ace deuce 4. So the queen kicker very much in play, unless the board can pair somehow. 10.
Rob needs help.
He's got to hit an 8, or he's going home.
He's gone.
7's close, but not close enough, and that is the end of Rob Cowan. And we never really got to see the best of the feature.
No, and he'll always say you can't win them all, and it is what it is.
Yeah, I like the attitude. We're not seeing as much tilting as I've seen in the past.
No.
That's not to say it's not happening on the out of tables.
Yes.
I've heard stories.
Yes, and one thing I've not heard anybody doubling up today. I've not heard a whoop whoop for jumping for joy.
Yeah, that's another thing that's
Why
been
not?
missing. Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah, there's a guy who made the final table a few years ago. He was from the East End, and I love the East End. I have uncles who spent a lot of time there. Cousins in the East End and cousins in Harrow. So I spent a lot of my childhood in London.
Yeah.
So let's put this to the test, shall we? What, me old son? What, me old China plate? Come on then, Ta. What's going on, mate, eh? Do what? Up the old apples and pears. Get the old custard and jelly on. Bit of EastEnders, the old omnibus on a Sunday afternoon. You can't beat it, mate. You can't beat it.
Oi, geezer. That was awesome.
So this guy is playing, and he's on the feature table, and this row breaks out. And it's a player who's got like a really small chip count, like got basically nothing left.
Yeah.
And this guy keeps raising into him, and your man goes, "Oi, what are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you always attacking his big blind? You're coming in there with your big stack, and all he's got is a bowl of rice." Well, I pissed myself, but I said it like that, and his wife bollocked me out of it. She bollocked me out of it. She met me in the lift.
Oh man, that was good.
She bollocked me. She was like, "Why, you can't be talking about my husband like that, using the accent." Like, I love it. I love it.
That accent's perfect, by the way.
Thank you, by the way. Thanks,
that is
Tara.
worth a fist bump.
Tara could easily tear me in half, by the way.
That is good.
That could have backfired badly. But, because I did it to the head of sport of ITV, who's very much an East End man.
Yeah.
And he goes, "You taking the piss out of my accent?" And I went,
No,
I love it.
Just
And then proceeded to go with
just
it.
because you can do an accent doesn't mean you're taking the piss out of
Exactly.
anybody. It's
Exactly,
like
my
you're not allowed
friend.
to.
Just because I do a French accent doesn't mean I hate the French. Just because the cheesy things are in the monkeys. You just had to give it a go.
It's true. It's like you're not allowed to have fun anymore.
Oh, God. Oh, the woke brigade.
When did the fun police just take over the world?
Oh, Captain.
I do an accent, so you're discriminated against whoever you're doing. No, you're not. You're having a bit of fun.
I did that on my racing podcast, the Cockney accent, one day, and a representative from a major betting company took offence. He got on his high horse on Twitter going, "You can't be doing that." I said, "How many times have I done an American accent? You never complained. How many times have I done the Jacques
So
Ricou?"
hang on a minute. You were doing a racing podcast, and he took offence.
He took, yeah.
First fence, second fence, last fence. Which one was it?
Well, if you're watching the Grand National last week, it was like my friend Dennis O'Regan, who thank God walked away from it, because the stretcher came out as he fell at the first on Mount Ida, and the lads in the weighing room are always good for a laugh. He said it on the pod that the reaction he got was, "Jesus, Dennis, you all right? You jumped the fence better than she did." He was saying it was proper good ground. Like the stretcher was brought out. They were traveling at 40 miles an hour jumping the first.
Yes, it was good ground actually.
Yeah, it was too good. It was too good. That was the problem.
Yeah.
But are you into the horses yourself?
I used to be a lot. I've never been to Cheltenham ever.
Oh, that's great.
I just think it's too busy.
I agree with you. I've actually covered it from home now, obviously during Rona, but in 2020 you could have gone. Because remember, Cheltenham spread it everywhere. Yeah, it had nothing to do with Spain. Jesus. Nothing to do with the London Underground or Heathrow being open. But I could have gone, didn't, worked for TalkSport, covered it from home, and then obviously during Rona, and I was offered again to go this year, and I went, no, I'll stay at home and do it from home if that's okay.
It looks amazing, I must admit.
But you can't move around.
If you're at the back of the queue and you want to stick a fiver on number 6,
Good
you've got to
luck.
be like 2 hours previous.
Good luck.
Or you have no chance.
And good luck getting a pint.
Really? Is that bad?
Yeah. Even in Ireland for the... that was a nice all in there, by the way, from Fitzpatrick. Getting Dermot off the jack with the trip 8s. But trying to induce him to call, but what's going to happen?
I guess Fairy House is a bit like that, isn't it?
Fairy House is okay, but I went to the Dublin Racing Festival and I brought up 2 friends of mine, and the Barrel, his name is just the Barrel and his real name is redacted for NSA reasons, and the Barrel went to go get a pint of Guinness, and sorry John, he strolls back in up to the stands where Jim Delaney and myself are, and he goes, well, fuck that. and I went, what's going on? He said, I took one look at it and I went, I don't think so. And this young fella was standing beside him after coming out of it, and he goes, do you know I just queued an hour and 10 minutes? Why did I do that for 2 pints of Guinness that are now gone warm?
No.
It's like, what's the point? And I happened to meet a couple who are getting married this year, Louise and Mark. Hello, Louise and Mark, if you're tuning in. They're big fans of the Final Furlong, so, and shout out to all the Final Furlong listeners who are tuning in tonight. David Lappin has moved all in with ace-3 suited, and he's run into Dermot Blaine with pocket 9s. This is an insta call from Dermot.
Yeah, the 60k means he's got to be calling, which he does.
Big blind will get out of the way, so it's going to be Lappin against Blaine.
Chip stacks are
2 guys
close.
who know each other very, very well, and as you said, yeah, know each other well. And chip stacks are very close. Blaine all in for 63. Lappin 85 and takes the lead with the ace. There is the backdoor possibility of a flush draw. Or 2 nines. It's suddenly opened up. Now there's 11 outs. 2 outs to 11 outs. So, is it possible that he hits... Oh!
Ouch,
That hurts!
Ouch.
I felt that one. Right in my stomach.
Ouch.
And it is poker, in fairness, like it is just the way it goes, but I think that actually might have been Lappin's tournament life. I'm not sure if
He
he's...
might have about 10k left. Wow.
That's tough.
It is.
With the blinds 3-6 and the big blind, the ante 6k as well. What do you make of the big blind ante? The ante structure?
Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Speeds it up. And you don't get the dealers saying, antis please, antis please, antis please, antis please. No,
which is a constant pain for them, but isn't it? The proof is in the pudding. We're just seeing a Del Mar taking her seat in seat 7, as a photograph is taken over for the blog. So
the C4 says good afternoon. The poker tourist himself, afternoon at C4, and Donna says, how's Jay doing? 750,000 we were told at the last count, and he was chip leader about an hour ago.
Nice.
Might have changed because he's on the outer table, but we will try and give you an update during the day.
100%. We're on a 15-minute delay as the tower, to properly explain, by the way, just because Finton was talking about the UK poker tours that you're involved in. So just to properly expand on the UK poker tours that you're involved in Tower?
We used to do the GPS, which was again in Poker Tour. The GUKPT started in 2007, and
was that the Grosvenor Poker Tour?
Yeah, Grosvenor UK Poker Tour.
That used to be on Channel 4, wasn't it?
The first season.
Yeah.
The first season was on Channel 4.
The Scottish guy.
And we used to. That's right.
Comedian.
Doug Anderson.
Dougie Anderson, love him.
Dougie Anderson.
Yeah.
And we blogged the first season. And that was when laptops weren't allowed on the casino floor, so we had to go upstairs.
Jesus.
So you used to have to write it down on a pad, run upstairs, and blog before Facebook. You used to have to blog onto poker forums, which is what we did.
Back in the day.
Back in 2007. There was no such thing as Facebook.
Yeah.
There was no such thing as Twitter.
Twitter didn't come around until 2009, I think.
No. That's the same time as Facebook. So we used to blog. So the first year was on there. The second season, we were doing blogs, and we started to do videos as well, because we got involved with a World of Poker and Nuts TV. We introduced Nuts TV, which were videos. So we used to wander around the card rooms
that's yours.
with a microphone and a camera. And sometimes on my own, with the camera in one hand and the microphone in the other.
But that is yours. Nuts TV is yours.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. It's gone now, but because the owner unfortunately passed away, Alistair.
God rest him.
Alistair Finley, who used to have AWOP, and everything just progressed. Obviously, live streaming came involved, and we now.
That means you were very influential in the Irish Open then, because the Irish Open live stream kicked in 2009.
It did. And we were.
I did the first.
We were doing the videos in 2008 or 2009 when Dole Brunson was here.
Sorry to
yes, back to the table because you're a flush draw.
Lappin all in with 9-8. Can he get lucky again? He's got 6 outs. King Jack over to him. 10 comes.
Wow. Up and down straight draw now.
Yep. So all of a sudden he's got 12 outs. So this is David Lappin's tournament life. He didn't expect to do as well as he has, and he has missed on the river, and that is David Lappin out. And there is the measure of a true gentleman shaking everyone's hand as he exits.
Well done, David. Another cash.
Another cash. Another flag on the Hendon Mob.
Absolutely.
And I was saying he's got the best Hendon Mob pose.
All right, okay.
He's just standing there with chips in front of him, like a male
not
model.
Not a finger on the lip or anything like that.
Oh God, no. It's not quite that bad. But so you would have been very influential then in the Irish Open, deciding let's us do that.
We were doing the old videos when Doyle Brunson turned up,
Class.
And the Americans, and there were quite a lot of there
Robert
Williamson,
Eli Lesra, Barry Greenstein,
Esfandiari, and Jennifer Tilley. And
I got to commentate with Lack and Tilly, but Esfandiari wasn't here that year. It was 2009. Esfandiari was here 2008, 2007, I think.
Right.
But I missed out on Esfandiari. He's one of my favourite Pokemon players. I just love the way he mixes it up, goes through the gears.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would have obviously then blown things wide open as well. You covering the Americans being here.
Yes, yeah. And then obviously with the internet and the boom and people being like Andy Booth, that we work with on Cardroom Direct, who makes the RFID tables. Who
oh wow,
he literally went out, made one, and said this is going to be the future.
So instead of the bloody, you've got to put it over the glass, folks.
Yeah,
so we can
have
see
8 cameras underneath that took 3 days to build.
And you'd have the devilfish. You'd have the devilfish looking over at Phil Hellmuth, and Hellmuth goes, "What do I do? What do I do?" Looking straight into the camera. What do I do here?
Yeah,
I'm glad those are gone.
And obviously just transition and technology moves on, and now we've got RFID tables like we've got now.
And here we are. Yeah, the world just moves along.
You drink some orange.
I am drinking Club Orange, and I'm also drinking Baraka. And Crystal happens to have Club Orange as well, so we're both in the Club Orange club. Yeah. Do you want some Club Orange?
No, I'm fine. I'll go on then, yes, please. Be lovely. Since all Finton's gone to the bar. Thank you.
I have not drank from that, and I've got this one here. Apologies. He literally was just handed like a quarter of a bottle.
Can you just put the camera on, please? Do you know how to put the camera on?
To be fair, our graphics team have changed, so Oliver is behind the scenes. He may very well be able to switch the camera. To which case Crystal just sits down and goes, I'm not going to be standing if that's the case.
Big smile.
As Adele is looking on. War of attrition out there, by the way.
Absolutely.
201 we're down to now. My God.
And it finished on 2040.
2014.
It just seemed to go up for an hour afterwards,
Yeah,
and I was baffled because I thought day 2 buy-ins finished at Shuffle Up and Deal.
I think
And
you
then-
had 30 minutes. I think you had 30
Oh,
minutes.
okay.
I could be wrong about that. I think you did, or else maybe the clock just hadn't added up.
Yeah, right.
It could have been that either.
But it's ended up at 2,040 runners,
Yeah, with 840 of them here this morning.
and we have exactly 200 left, and a queue, unfortunately, of people waiting for their money.
Literally just changed in front of us. 200. It's insane. We're on a 15-minute delay. So Andy Black is very high on the chip count here for this table. It has to be said that on the outer tables, there's a player on 872,000. But it's a more controlled Andy that we've been seeing. We'll get back though to what I was talking to you about and any big hands that develop. Like, actually, maybe we'll stay here under the gun. Jacks for Stacey, who, well, Stacey has every right to feel a little bit unlucky about the whole situation with Dermot. Blaine with Queen Deuce gets out of the way. He's like, nah, I am playing at Del Mar. First proper look at her. Oh, sorry, I hadn't responded to you. Apologies. That seems very rude that I didn't respond to you. You just hadn't seen it.
Oh, yeah, you haven't seen it. I was
So no action.
Tara, do me a
for them.
favour.
Yes.
Cover, sir.
Cover. That's it. They've paid me in a quarter bottle of Club Orange, and I am now in control. Amazing. Let me tell you. So Finton's gone off for a toilet break, and Emmett needs to just nip out as well. So you've got me, and I literally have been paid in a quarter bottle of Club Orange. I love it. Afternoon, everybody in the chat, watching the Irish Open 2022, the first one back since 2019, and we're on 200 runners out of 2,040. Average stack currently at the moment is 300,000. The jacks again this time for Blaine. In 7. Dermot Blaine with the hooks. Mark Downs sat in seat number 1 with the 3s. It's 13 to call. He's got a stack of just over 30 bigs. And decides against it. So the Irish Open back for the first time since 2019 live. Amazing to be back. And the numbers for the main, 2,040. Afternoon, everybody in the chat box on the Irish Poker Open YouTube channel.
Yeah, which has been incredibly popular, thankfully.
Yes.
It's also terrific that the Irish Open is now under the control of Paul O'Reilly and JP and just Dave Masters and the team. Just a group of individuals who know how important the Irish Open is. And that's not to slag off Paddy Power, because the thing I'd say about Paddy is, and in particular, a shout out to Jenny Cruz Callahan, who you know. Jenny is an absolute rock star. Jenny gave her heart and soul to this. The problem is, it's not Jenny, it's the corporate overlords who are going, how much do we make?
Yes, unfortunately.
And when they see that their sports, their casino games are making X amount and poker is making this amount, they go, so
totally understand.
You can see with the level of investment that's gone into this, and like, I mean, you'd know more than me, but those tables out there, like the tables that the players are playing on, are like the feature table. They cost a fortune. So the fact that Paul and the team have gone into that level of detail, the LED screens in the center of the room, that if you come here to the City West and you go in there and just look over, it's like the Borg cube. It's unbelievable. It's like your resistance is futile.
Did you see the left-hand wall when we were on the bubble?
Yeah.
And it was, we're on the bubble.
We're on the bubble with like champagne bubbles everywhere. Crystals, champagne bubbles everywhere. That was
And
that
it
was
literally is
pretty
little
amazing.
touches like that that are just great to see.
Yeah. But also, again, Finton and I just blown away by the fact that it moved so fast.
So markdowns with the 10s, 14,000 to call.
Now, what do you do in a position where you're in the hijack position? You've got almost 200k.
I don't peel.
And your feet, you don't peel.
No.
So what's your raise?
My raise will be to about 40.
Okay, so you're
38.
You're 3xing basically.
Yeah, 2.5, 2.6.
I like that. Andy is immediately out of the way.
What do I know? He just called.
Has he flatted?
No, he called.
Flat called with the 10s.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's
I like
hoping it comes down low.
I like the 3-bet.
I would have preferred a 3 as well. Ooh, and this is why you
Always
want the
an
3
ace.
bet. Ay, ay, ay. Now you can easily put Fitzpatrick on King Jack, King Queen, King 10 suited. Fair play to him, he got it out of the way. Very, very quickly, just mucked it.
And got away lightly.
Is Downs the type of player that strikes you as somebody who just wants to move up the ladder?
They certainly don't want to be eliminated. And 30 bigs is plenty at the minute for markdowns.
Yeah.
But I personally would have 3-bet. I'd have still got called and lost more chips. Obviously the ace on the flop. Over 35 with an ace in his hand instead. Bets, you fold.
Yeah.
That's the stigma.
But if you use something like Instapoker, like the Instapoker app, or download the new packages on that, and obviously, look, there's no perfect way of playing poker. Everybody has their own way of playing it. There's people who still stick to Super System 2, for example, and are like, no, that's how you do it. There are people who will read Dara's books. There are people who will watch the GPT. They'll watch the Irish Open, and all kinds of other different shows. As Mr. Lappin makes his way over to the comms box.
Here he comes. You absolutely.
To Tower and stuff. Come on over, my man. Come on over, my friend.
Somebody's nicked your chair. Do you want mine?
You're not getting up.
Oh, right, okay.
So the last time that I commentated on the Irish Poker Open was with David Lappin, who rejoins us. The good news is that this morning you weren't feeling the best. You were like, I don't know. You've cashed.
Yeah, it was almost like the gods were taking the piss a bit. I spent 10 hours at the table to bag exactly a starting stack. Not one chip less, not one chip more.
Wow.
So I think that was the universe telling me I had wasted a day of my life. 4 hours of which was with William Kassouf, so they weren't even they weren't even pleasant.
They weren't even good hours.
Let's
weren't even good hours.
fire some bullets. Let's go. Would you like to tell the story you told me at breakfast this morning? Because I've actually already told it on the live stream.
Did you? Which story? I have to.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
This is where
they were all off the record.
This is where you didn't say that. So in which case, this is where you're sitting down, you're loving life. The player to your left is loving life, but there's a seat in the middle, and suddenly William Kassouf sits down, and you get out your blog that you wrote about him.
Oh, you did tell that story. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, I told it on the live stream. So tell us what the blog name was, and that you put out on the table on your iPad.
Well, William obviously had a little scandal a few years ago where he palmed €100 chip in the Grosvenor Casino, and I wrote an article about it at the time. And he's known for his chat at the table.
Yep.
So I thought, well...
What was the headline? What was the headline, Lappin?
It might have been called Check Your Pockets. And I thought maybe this was a situation where I wouldn't choose violence when I interacted with them, and I would kind of go a more passive-aggressive approach. Look, we got an all-in.
Yeah.
Oh, fantastic.
We have an all-in at this moment in time.
Ace-8 against King-Jack suited. So we got... we've got second pair against top pair. Drawing to a flush, which is now dead. But there are 2 outs, and it needs to be a jack. It's a king.
And the King-Jack
is not going to do it.
So
Ace-8 with the board paired with deuces means that Adele Mar, who had only just sat down.
She gave me a rub down. It was quality rub down. I'm going to give her credit here at Delmar. She sat down at the table. That was the hand I bust. And she said, lovely playing with you, as I walked away. So, fair play to Delmar. She has a sense of humour. Also likes to kick people when they're down.
Oh. So
which we appreciate in this room.
Oh, of course. Of course.
I'm surprised we haven't had people singing cheerio to people as they bust, because that's normally what you say.
Yeah, actually, Tower was making the point earlier on that we haven't heard any whoop whoops when people have doubled up or tripled up at any point. That hasn't happened. There's been more etiquette.
I did like Nick O'Hara asking for a round of applause for the 3 people that bubbled before telling the story of what actually happened and how much they actually got.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking, everybody's now cheering 3 people that just bust out and got notes.
Yeah, exactly.
They hadn't got nothing, and obviously then he tells us that they split the money and they get a seat into tomorrow's mini main as well. So that's really good. But he left that bit to last.
Yeah.
So we're all cheering that they've got knocked out.
Hey,
Well
we're
done,
all in the money. Screw you guys.
Well done for you.
Hey.
And then he told everybody what they won.
Which is 3 seats to the mini main tomorrow, and they decided
split one.
to
Was
split
it 1 prize or 2 prizes?
I don't know. They might have to dig deep in their pockets and get more out, because there was, 3 people?
Yes,
who went
3.
the same
Well,
way?
3 went into one go.
Well, it's only like a fraction of the rake that the boys have been taking in all week. I'm sure they'll manage.
Paul O'Reilly has just banned you from the comms box. In all fairness, though, you did great to get to the feature table. You did great to go as deep as you did. I mean, we're down to 193 now.
I had a very topsy-turvy day, to be honest. I'm so glad we've segued away from that unpleasant Kazoof business.
Oh, damn, yeah. Because you messaged then the guy on your left, and you go, hey, read this. It was, hey, Kaz, read this.
Yes.
And he gets his phone out then. So William can't get away from it, because he looks to his left, he looks to his right.
And we're about reading the article.
With what you might want to watch your pockets as the headline.
Hey, dear.
I wonder, did Laura Cornelius put that to him in the interview that she did with him on the Irish Poker Open blog? Turns out normative determinism is an actual thing. Anyway, we'll keep that one offline.
We see the huge draw on the turn miss from Fitzpatrick, but it didn't deter him, and he fired anyway and got it through Macaulay. Fair play. It's good to see that he get to see the hands finally.
Yeah, man.
I didn't know what this guy had all day. But what I will say is I had a very topsy-turvy day. I sat down, I was with Andy.
Was it a day 2 buy-in for you? Oh no, you had exactly 20.
Exactly, it may as well have been a day
exactly
2 buy-in.
Yeah.
And I went from 30 up to 90, back down to 50, up to 200, back down to 40, back to 200, and then sort of lost a couple of big pots close to the bubble, and then had to sort of squeak in by the time we got to the feature table, as you guys obviously saw. That 9-10 suited hand was an interesting one, me and Dermot.
Very.
I'll have to run that one later. I'm not sure it was right, but I think it was right because I was sort of putting all the ICM pressure back on him. He only had me covered by a blind or 2, so it would have pretty much crippled him. And I think in that spot, a hand like 9-10 suited actually plays really well, because if he does happen to wake up with the aces or the kings or the queens, it's actually one of the best hands you can have.
Yeah, it's crack him.
And while it's usually better to have blocker hands like an ace X or a king X because you're blocking the calling range, actually I think maybe throwing in 1 or 2 hands like that is probably okay when you can flip the ICM pressure back on. Look at this hand.
Jacks
against tens, and Blaine has got the tens. Stacey's got the jacks. There's been a few things that haven't gone Stacey's way. And it's not that he hasn't played well, it's just that the poker gods have been like, yeah, I'm going to do this to you today.
Yeah, he was very unlucky in that hand against me. Obviously, I could have been putting the bin a bit earlier with the ace-jack, king-jack, blind v blind. Now, that was all pretty standard. Daniel's a very good player, I got to say. Oh, wow.
It's all going in.
Well, you said it hasn't been his day.
For Blaine. and this is very harsh because what does
Dermot's-
Dermot do here?
Dermot's got so much of this he might flat. And I suppose if a spade came, that would be the way Dan could get saved here. I can't see
True.
Dermot raising because you just got too much of it.
Yeah, and you want to try and extract as much as possible, so you're hoping for red as a king.
So Daniel may put the brakes on. Obviously, any ace, king, queen, or spade could potentially have slowed him down. He might go for a check call, or knowing Daniel, actually, more likely he'll go for a small sizing here. Something like 25, 30k is sort of his default. He's probably targeting 10x here.
In the cutoff, because you guys have obviously played together quite a lot now, particularly today, he can put him on pocket 9s, pocket 8s.
Yeah, absolutely. And most of all, probably targeting a hand like a 10x, like maybe an ace 10, queen 10 for value. He's obviously blocking jack 10 quite a lot, and he's blocking 2 of the possible jack 10 suiteds.
Well, he bet 35, and Blaine has just ice cool called. 8 of spades comes out.
Daniel's a really good player. I can see him check folding this. Pretty much nothing has missed. Like Dermot's not going to value bet a 10 at this situation. So when he bets, he is sort of representing better than a 10. Daniel's only got just better than a 10 himself. I think he will probably find a fold.
Stacey's checked.
You've seen a lot of Daniel Stacey over the years.
Yeah.
Tower, he plays the UKPTs.
He
and
does.
plays that kind of stuff.
Yeah, final table, one of the final MPMPTs as well in Prague.
Yeah, he's a fantastic player. Nubla Donk online is his handle. I've played a lot of poker with him online, mostly over the years. But I can remember playing against him 8-9 years ago on some UK IPT type of stuff, all those tour.
Yeah.
How has that adapted, as in players adapting from online to live in the last 2 years after Rona?
Great fold. Yeah, I think
Terrific fold.
I think it's. I think it comes naturally to guys like Daniel. He's just got really good composure. I think most of the really good online guys who came through that sort of generation 10 years ago, they just sort of have great fundamentals. And, you know, when they sit down in a live poker room with a lot of, you know, live tour players, they're probably just better poker players pound for pound. Even if they lack some of the live tricks, you learn them pretty quickly.
And of course, there's so much info there now, including from a certain Dara Carney, but also so many videos and books on tells that players can use that against their opponents, but players can also figure out. Like I was mentioning yourself, Max Silver, Dermot, Owen O'D. Like players were saying to me that they were watching an awful lot of poker for the last 2 years, online players, and they were saying the second the Irish Open came back, they were coming. They were coming playing, which is kind of alluding to the point you made about the British wanting to come back over straight away as soon as they could. And
it was in most people's calendars anyway.
Yeah,
but when you can't do it because you're not allowed to, the first time you're allowed to, you're going to do it.
But even though the cream rises to the top, you have to admire the fact that people like Andy Black, for example, whose tells are out there for everyone to see, and Dermot and yourself are able to adjust and go, well, actually, on this occasion, while I might use this expression when I'm holding the nuts, I had zilch. There you go. And that is very interesting that players were coming up to me and saying, I've been watching so much of the Irish Open live streams, I've been watching so much. People were talking to us about the 2015 one, and watching yourself, myself, and Dara commentating on it. And it is just intriguing that, you know, obviously we were all locked away for 2 years.
Yeah.
You got away a bit lightly. You got to open up a bit lighter than us.
We did. Our poker season basically started last July, so it wasn't too bad.
No, it wasn't too. Yeah, we were still stuck at home.
Indeed.
Do not leave. Thankfully, not as bad as China.
No.
Have you seen any of the videos from the People's Republic?
I don't watch the news.
Jesus Christ. There's people screaming from their apartments to get out of Hong Kong, to be let out because they're starving. And these drones come and they say, close your windows, be quiet, and resist your soul's temptation for freedom. Wow. And this has been verified by people who speak Mandarin. They've translated it.
Very Orwellian.
100% 1984.
Yeah.
100%. My God. What's your bride see?
So anyway, on a lighter note,
Yeah.
You know, you do me a favour.
what's the
I'm going to get a photograph with Crystal and with
I'm now
the former
not
partner
o-
in crime.
Not only do I get paid a quarter bottle orange to commentate, I'm now an official photographer as well.
Don't you worry, Tower. We'll get you in one as well.
That's amazing. Are you going to start rubbing him as well? No. There we go.
Thank you, top man.
Top photographer.
Oh, the best in the biz. So, of the players left, David, who is the most dangerous on this table in your mind?
Look, Andy Black has an incredible record in this tournament. I think he's final tabled it or even final two tabled it 3 or 4 times. He is your sort of old school guy. Maybe his fundamentals aren't quite as sharp as some of the technically really gifted poker players of later generations, but he has the live qualities in spades, and that's where he more than makes up for it, to be honest.
I hate to cut across you. Would you mind me asking you, does he seem more controlled to you on this table?
He has been superbly controlled all day, apart from one enormous misstep about 3 hours ago where he back raised King Queen into aces for about 40 big blinds. It was a really big back raise, and it was sort of a moment of indiscipline, I will say. And I don't mind saying that about Andy. Andy knows himself it was a moment of indiscipline. But he's played so rock solid all day, and he sort of said after that hand, back to the grindstone now, because he'd built up a big stack and he sort of demolished it on himself. And there you go, look, in front of him, he has a big stack again. So he has battled back. And he is a phenomenal talent. Dermot is a superb poker player, but shorter stack stuff won't be his specialty. He hasn't put a foot wrong so far, but I would say that maybe, you know, if he can get himself back into the 30, 40 big blind range, that's where he's much more dangerous. Daniel, probably the, you know, actually, do you know what? We've a new player who's just arrived who I'm very familiar with.
Talk to me.
So this guy is a very strong cash game player.
Oh,
he plays a
we
bit of
love it.
PLO, plays a lot of cash, plays a lot of tournaments. I'm having a flashback now to about a month ago in Prague where he absolutely owned me.
Oh, no.
Absolutely owned me, Barakat. He just sort of flop spot where he c-bet.
Yunus Hussein Barakat.
Yeah, he c-bet second pair, and I shoved with a big draw, like a kind of a World's Fair draw, and he basically ruled out every hand forensically, speaking out loud, as I sit there being told, basically, you have either this hand or this hand, and I did have one of those hands, so therefore I'm going to call with second pair no kicker, bang, and I was lucky I did hit my draw to eliminate him from the high roller in Prague, but he
called it
me.
perfectly.
He owned me.
Wow.
And so he's a phenomenal hand reader, this guy, so watch out for Barakat. He might just be the best player at this table.
Because one of the things I was saying to Tower earlier on about Andy Black was there were situations where he had King Queen suited, where he'd been re-raised into. Now he'd been re-raised into quite heftily. He'd raised with King Jack suited, and was then the triple barrel came back at him, and he laid it down. And I was saying to Finton and to Tower, this is not the Andy Black I know. I've seen Andy make snap calls with these before, but this explains it because of the loss earlier on with was it Ace Queen? Is that what you're saying?
King Queen. He flatted an open from mid position with King Queen in the small blind, big blind, who is the player to his immediate left, who you see there. That Polish name I'm going to. Oh, actually, sorry, he's an English guy, but it looks like a Polish name. I'm not able to pronounce.
Brazowski.
He threw in the squeeze and fold, and when it got back to Andy, Andy just lamped, I think, about 170k over the 20k squeeze, which was a little wild. We see here Andy could get in trouble again. Obviously, again, you're going to have to let you pronounce the name, but he just decided to flat the queens.
Brazowski.
Yeah, which is interesting.
You've said Braz, haven't you?
He has flatted big hands a few times today. He flatted aces in a spot. He flatted jacks in a spot where he then called the squeeze. So he's been mixing in some sort of trap calls with these kind of premium hands quite a few times today. Obviously, he's got a board he's not going to love here, all spades. He doesn't have the queen of spades. But it's a tough board for Andy too to navigate.
Yeah, you'd imagine. And Andy instantly mucks as well. Yeah, this is a much more controlled Andy. Now, that's an easier fold. But
yeah, so Andy just basically gave up on that board. Thought
he set mind, and if I do, I do. If I don't, I don't. and on this occasion he didn't. But
Well, he was the aggressor, so he could have fired out a c-bet there, but it's a really bad board for him to c-bet,
Yeah.
and I guess he just felt like it's very unlikely I get this for one bet. I don't really know if I want to triple it off with the pocket threes, which is wise.
But there was another point that Tara made earlier on, which I think is very much applies to yourself and to Dara as well, which is just how important the Irish Open is to everybody, because it's 820 days plus since there was a live Irish Poker Open.
Yeah, Pablo Silva, I know, won the first one online. I can't remember who won the second one online. I don't want to diminish that achievement. It was an extraordinary, it was a huge field that those guys did it through.
Yeah.
But I genuinely don't feel like
It's not the same.
in the annals of Irish Open history,
I'll
it'll always have
say
an
it, it's not the
asterisk.
same.
It's always going to be a little bit different. They were two of the biggest fields we've ever had for the Irish Open online. It just goes to show the power of the brand when it was opened up to anyone who could get to their laptop.
Yeah.
But, you know, the Irish Open is all about being in Dublin or on the outskirts of Dublin as we are here and playing a phenomenal festival with a full room and a well-stocked bar and, players firing chips around.
Jack Hardcastle. He says hello to my second favourite host of the Chip Race podcast.
Oh, for God's sakes,
What
that
a-
is an insult.
Where is Jack? Jack's in America, isn't he?
Yeah, and you got to remember here, you know, he has a surrogate father relationship with Dara, so I couldn't impinge upon that.
Okay,
Got
alright,
it.
fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So that explains
Actually,
it.
Dara is the
Evening,
surrogate
Jack.
father of about 20 poker players.
At least.
Probably half of whom are in this room. So
At least.
he has sort of godfather/father sort of figure roles in a lot of people's lives.
So it was Ace 5 suited was raised by Blaine, and pre-flop it was checked by Barakat. So basically just blind on blind action.
Yeah, so obviously Dermot here has some backdoors. He has backdoor wheel possibilities, backdoor flush draw to the club. It's not great, but again, this is the kind of bet you're going to see from Barakat. It basically made the min bet here. He's basically trying to put pressure on the range of hands that include things like Ace-5, try and force Dermot into a call and into a muckier street. My guess is here he's going to bet much bigger. He's going to have gone for that sort of classic line of small bet flop, and now he's going to fire out, you know, 25k, 3/4, you know, with this gut shot and try and put real pressure on the hands that only call the flop in Dermot's shoes. And Dermot's got one of those hands he has to let go.
Yeah.
So you see there a really good bit of execution from him. The small sort of probing bet on the flop sort of gets the read he wants. He's still got the back up equity of the gutter, and here he is not afraid to fire big.
And Dermot would be good enough to be able to put him on that hand, but it's not enough.
Oh, it's in the range for sure, but you know, Dermot's basically, you know, in a tough spot there. He can't do anything. He should call the flop with the back doors and the ace high. You know, his equity's in different places. The ace high could be good on its own, but you know, he was being teed up for a double or maybe even a triple barrel there if necessary, and there's just nothing you can do.
Gary Chesney said, did the 2K run? Well, 71 players.
Yeah, loads of people in that
71.
It's been phenomenal. The side events have been extraordinary. Actually, David, I didn't get a chance to ask you about this, and the same goes for yourself, Tara. For the ladies event. Now, look, I know that there are some female poker players who are like, I'm not playing that. Like, I want to play poker. I don't want to play just a specialized ladies tournament. We had the ladies main event final table. It was electric. And that's not like woke feminism. Oh, yeah, no. They were brilliant. They were absolutely superb.
Yeah.
The one criticism that they had was they would have loved rebuys.
Oh, yeah,
because they were getting drunk. And they were having a great laugh with each other.
Yeah, it was a freeze out, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a freeze out. Sarah Link, the German who finished 5th in the end, did something I've never seen. She produced 2 bottles of wine to the 2 players who finished heads up, who were about to go to war before they played heads up. Krosnikova! That's terrible pronunciation of her name. I keep getting it wrong. But the eventual winner and Grace, and a bottle of wine each.
Awesome.
The 2 of them, which was just like so cool, and but lovely people as well. But the standard of play was really good.
Yeah,
but
Megley plays a lot of cash, doesn't she?
Yeah, yeah. But to get 51 female players playing in that event, that's huge, David, because that wouldn't have happened in 2015.
Yeah, no qualifiers necessary when it comes to these ladies' events. There's some fantastic women playing poker out there. Some of them like to play the ladies only events, as you said, and some of them don't. And
Yeah.
either way, it's fine. You
Yeah,
know.
I know quite a few ladies that don't prefer not to play them.
Yeah.
And just prefer to be part of a big field.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they sort of fulfill the role of being maybe an entry point for some people who feel a bit more reluctant to go into a room full of hardened gamblers who've been, you know, saying all the euphemisms that you might be familiar with, and just maybe creating an atmosphere that isn't as welcoming and friendly, and perhaps the ladies event offers a slightly friendlier entry point. I think that's what basically happens. But similarly, I know a lot of women who would just rather, you know, get straight into mixed fields. And straight into open
Oh,
fields.
look at the table, ladies and
my
gentlemen.
God.
We'll come back to that shortly because we've got the ladies
Macaulay
against
with
the
the
boots.
queens, and Blaine wakes up with. Let's not forget, he's now on 2-4-4, and he's got the Rockets.
Yeah,
And-
remember, Dermot was very short on the bubble here. I think he only had about 7 or 8 bigs.
Yeah,
at one
that's all he
point.
had.
So this has been quite the spin up. Obviously, he got the double up through me, as he deserved with the 9s against my ace-3. That got him up to 180k. Another couple of nice pots, the one against Dan Stacey. And now he is in an amazing spot. I cannot see Macaulay doing anything other than putting in the 4-bet here. And then we know... Although, do you know what? It's an interesting situation because Dermot has... Well, he's got 240k.
Like, Macaulay hasn't covered.
There is a realm, it's within the realm of possibilities here that Macaulay might find a flat here. I think it is much more likely, though, that he will commit. We're going to have to see.
Has he flat called?
He's never folded.
He's
He has
flat
flat
called.
called.
I just called, wow.
Yeah. Now, so when you flat call on that spot, like
I'm fist bumping you, mate.
you potentially avoid disaster. You know, some boards maybe with a king high on it in particular might save you, but also you're keeping in all the bluffs. There will be light raises in Dermot's range. You want to keep those hands in. Those hands may well barrel. Now we do have a board where Macaulay will be very happy with his
I was
holding.
just going to
so
say, I
it
think
still
this
may
is a
end up
board
in.
that's trouble. That's trouble for Macaulay.
Yeah, Dermot's going to fire out about 30k on this board texture most of the time. Macaulay's got no reason to raise. He's going to just flat, and we're going to have to see what happens on the turn. Again, an ace or a king could save Macaulay, but another small card that isn't a 9 or a 4. There I am even stretching for the possibility of 6-7s in terms of... I don't think that's really relevant, actually, in a 3-bet pot.
Is this a possibility where Macaulay is flat calling with what he thinks is the best hand and he thinks he's trapping Blaine?
It's a bit of both, to be honest. He kind of realizes that, well, he's doomed against aces or kings here anyway. Possibly by the river, he could make a hero fold. He can't make a hero fold on the turn, I don't think. And also, by only flatting, he is keeping in Dermot's bluff. So if Dermot does have some light, you know, maybe ace-10s, ace-3 suiteds, that kind of thing, he's keeping them maybe in. They may well barrel on this texture. Dermot will usually go fairly big on this one. Maybe he'll go 60 or 70k, set up maybe a 100k river.
That looks
Like
about
he's got
exactly
about
right.
61. So yeah, he's basically going.
Does he, like, how do you flat call here? Why do you not just go either shove or re-raise and try and figure out your position?
Because you're basically trying to keep in all the bluffs. So from Macaulay's point of view, if he's made the decision in his head, I think Dermot's loose enough to fire all 3 streets here with his air, then I may as well just be a station and, you know, pick off those bluffs. Similarly, if he's doomed, he's doomed. You know, he could have gone with the 4-bet option pre and then he was going to get it in dominated. So nothing really changes. I think this is a spot where we're going to see him call the turn, be faced with 120k on the river almost regardless, and that's going to be the really tough part of the hand, because Dermot will only be betting about half pot and will be putting him in an awful spot needing just 25%. If Dermot has any light ones, is he about to make a fold? This would be very above the rim, guys. If
He couldn't possibly.
Macaulay is about to fold this on the turn, it is some fantastic poker, it must be said.
He's not going to fold, is he?
A lot of the time it comes down to your read on your opponent. If you think Dermot's somebody who may well, you know, go for this, 3 streets, certainly 2 streets, I think a lot of players would fire the second barrel, because you've got to put pressure. You know, in Dermot's mind, if he's doing this light, he's got to put pressure on hands like, you know, 10s, jacks. They're the ones that are really put in trouble here. Queens is very strong.
What a fold.
What a fold from Macaulay. That is really
Okay,
sick.
first of all, that's a hero. That is a hero commentary move from Mr. Lappin, because there's no way I saw that coming.
Well, to be honest, I didn't see the turn fold coming either. I thought the turn call was coming, and I thought it was going to be a really interesting river spot, to be honest. Clearly Macaulay very happy with his stack. He's probably had a very good day's work on the tables, and just figured Dermot to be not the kind of guy who might fire off willy-nilly, and maybe, just maybe, even if he did 3-bet him light, ace-5 is a really glaring candidate for the light 3-bet, and of course that made trips.
He will get the news at the break and tap himself on the shoulder that it was an amazing fold.
Yeah, absolutely. Dermot will be very sick to see that he didn't get all the chips there with the best hand in poker against the third best hand. But sometimes it goes that way. Sometimes people, their spider senses are working.
Absolutely.
You know, they're there. Maybe. Do you know what? Dermot has a bit of a jiggly leg. Maybe the jiggly leg was going. I sat beside him. I was in that seat for a little while.
And then looks down at Ace King suited. Dermot's on fire. Oh, he runs, and Barakat's got Ace Queen.
This is big trouble for Barakat because
this is always a 3-bet.
If he 3-bets, he's got a pretty much 3-bet in juice. So actually, with this particular stack size, he's got 30 bigs. It's a decision to whether to flat and sort of under-rep your hand, or 3-bet and go with your hand if you face further aggression in this situation. I think he's probably going to go for he's gone for the 40k, the sort of the 2.5 of what Dermot's done. Dermot's only play here is to stick this in. He'll probably try to look a little bit weaker by having a chat, maybe sizing up the stack, take a moment to just, in maybe his opponent's mind, widen his range. But this is clearly going in, and Barakat's not folding. So we are going to go to showdown here. This one is absolutely guaranteed.
Yeah.
And it is a cooler. You got to remember, Ace King, Ace Queen, two super premium hands, guys. You don't see these kinds of quality of holdings every hour you're at the poker table. This is a sort of a once every 90 minutes sort of hand. You're very happy to go with it, and I think it's going to be a quick call here.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Do you know what? It's not a quick call from Barakat, which makes me immediately think he's going to decide. Wow. Well, I did say before, as he arrived, this is a guy who can really hand read and put the hand together. I think it's very exploitable to 3-bet fold this one, but maybe, just maybe, everyone's deciding Dermot Blaine is the tightest poker player in Ireland, and they're going to make these big folds.
It'll just cement what you say about him when he does fold, that he is one of the better players in the field.
Well, do you know what? We're being results based. If he makes this fold, it's the correct one right now, and we can see that. But if we were playing on a computer screen right now, I can promise you this Ace Queen would be in there. But
would already be onto the next hand.
Yeah, for sure. You would not be, and he does find the fold. Well, I don't know what's going on here. Dermot Blaine. Is there any grey hairs? Has he got more grey since before the pandemic? Because he's been treated like old man coffee at the table. Nobody's willing to fight back when he puts chips in the pot.
He could be sat on a stack of about 600,000.
Yeah, and these guys are right every time.
Yes,
this is really impressive, to be honest. He's essentially used the blockers of the ace and the queen there to find out where he is. I thought he was just going to go for the hand purely for value. But he doesn't maybe consider that Dermot would be doing it, with ace-5, with, maybe any light hands or not enough pairs.
Yeah.
I think it is exploitable, but you got to remember when you take an exploitable line, it's because you're making a read on the situation, which he's clearly done in that situation. And it was correct this time.
Yeah, we could have had two massive, massive hands back-to-back, and we've seen two amazing folds instead.
Yeah, we really have. Dermot's clearly enjoying life. He's picked up some premium holdings. He's chipping up. He was almost out the door a little while ago, and he was. I think if my ace in the window against his nines hadn't come running under hearts, he was gone.
Yeah.
And obviously he did deserve to win that hand, but he was 1 foot out the door, and now look at him. We see here Macaulay's opened things up with the 10-9 suited. Pretty easy call in the big blind here. Might even be considering a 3-bet. This is one that you might consider mixing. I don't really like it against an under the gun 1 open. I think you probably just want to call here. I think it's sort of a slam dunk in your calling range, actually. From late position, you might mix in more 3-bets. We see here that...
An 8-5-5 flop again.
Yeah, that's a bit spooky. We've seen that one before.
About 3 minutes ago.
Macaulay's got the 3-card straight here, so perfect opportunity here to fire out a little bet. He's going to do that and put pressure on exactly these kind of holdings, hands that are better than his, the kind of Broadway hands, and they will have to let their hands go. So nice bit of exploitation from Macaulay, finding the light open from under the gun 1, and then following through with the C-bet on a board that favoured him and his range. Standard's good here, guys.
It's excellent. We are heading to a break right away. There'll be a 20-minute break in a couple of minutes' time. Is it the same table after the break?
I have no idea. I didn't see them move the chips away, so I think there's a very good chance.
Yeah. We've got a good table. I must admit, we have got a good table.
We certainly do. Andy Black there, table captain. He's been needling the gentleman in seat 1 all day. They've been going back and forth. Gentleman in seat 1 has been enjoying some beverages. He's been imbibing, and
what you do round here.
Exactly. And as he's been doing that, you know, his maybe logic has been deteriorating slightly. Andy has been poking fun at that. They've been battling away. It's been good. The table talk has been good banter, actually. It must be said. And how quickly things can turn in tournament poker. As I said there, Dermot Blaine, 1 foot out the door only a short hour ago. He is now absolutely flying with almost 400k. That's well above the average right now, which I think is just north of 300k. Got some word from out in the field there. We have a couple of big names, big Irish names in poker. Dara Davey, who's firing his 5th bullet, would you believe, in this tournament by straight regging day 2. But 5th time was a charm. He spun it up all the way to about 700k.
Wow.
So he's flying right now with twice average. And as far as I know, as a report from Dinner Break, Dan Wilson had even more. Obviously, former winner of this tournament, Dan Wilson, Irish Open champion, he has about 800k. So some big stacks out there in the field and big names with big stacks.
We'll check the blog at the break and give you some of the names who are top of the tree as it stands. Currently 180 players out of the 2,040 that played. Amazing turnout. We were in the money at 263 and we're down to 180.
Blind v blind there, we saw 18 big blinds effective. Daniel Stacey was limped into. And the King 5's pretty close, actually, whether you go limp or you might just shove. I pretty much like the limp, to be honest. I think the limp will get checked back a lot. Daniel did find an ace in the big blind and decided, well, that's good enough. Let's just clear up equity here and get back to 20 big blinds, where maybe he has a little bit more fold equity on his 3-bet shoves. So Dermot playing 62 big blinds. Wow, what a comeback. I mentioned there, just coming in the door, that I thought Dermot would be much more dangerous above the 50 big blind zone. I think that's definitely more his comfort zone. He plays a lot of cash games, obviously a PLO specialist, but he plays a lot of cash as well. He has a great tournament resume, by the way. He has a very big result in a tournament in Macau, I want to say, several years ago. Now, we might be going back a decade, but like I'm talking $1 million score type of stuff.
Sweet.
And, yeah, no, Dermot has a great tournament record because he's just a very good poker player, to be honest. Andy Black with Kojak. Oh, he's run into Dan Stacey, who I mentioned has a few more chips for his next 3-bet shove. Well, we're about to see it. And Andy Black probably doesn't quite have a good enough hand to call. He's going to have to put Stacey on a very wide range here with the King Jack suited. He might well get the countdown. I think maybe if Dan had 15 bigs, this becomes tempting. I think with almost 20 bigs, not so much.
No.
Shout out to everyone in the chat there as we watch Andy Black mull over this. Probably not too difficult decision, to be perfectly honest. I don't see Andy making the call here. But while he weighs it all up, Thanks to all of you guys tuning in. My name is David Lappin. I am sitting here with The Tower.
Yes, busting out of the bounty in unsensational style.
Boo. Sorry to hear
But,
that.
just jumping in every now and again. Finton went for a wander. He said, I'm just going for a wander. I think he's wandered to Limerick. I'm not too sure where he actually is in the building, but he will return after the break. And as you can see right now, it is that said break. Thanks to David. Emmett's just gone out as well, and Finton will be back for the resumption. 179 out of 2,040. It's a 20-minute break. Thanks to this guy. And I'll just wander in and out whenever I feel like it, and we'll just have another chat.
I'm a wanderer in and outer as well. Just for the record, Finton and Emmett doing a great job all
They
weekend,
are.
it must be said. And what I will say as well is, I've done this gig. It's a tough gig. It gets tiring. So more than happy to pop in.
Absolutely.
Join you especially. I've done lots of commentary with you, Tower.
Absolutely.
Delighted to do a little bit of this just to give the lads a break.
Yeah.
Well deserved.
Lovely. We'll see you in 20 minutes.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage of the Irish Open. I am joined with our champion of the America's Cup, Moore Kamba from Israel. How are you feeling? This is amazing.
Super excited.
And do you like your trophy?
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
So you won just under 13,000 euros for your achievement last night, and this event was only just opened up to all nationalities. It used to be just America, Canada. So you must be feeling great about that.
Yeah, it was a great opportunity and I'm happy I took it.
How did you find your journey through the tournament? Was it pretty easy?
Not at all, actually. I registered quite late, actually, and I was a short stack very early, actually, and I battled through the decisive steps and until the bubble. I think I made it to the bubble with maybe 5 big blinds, something like that. Yeah, and I just managed to collect stack from there and make it to the final, and that's it.
And the rest is history. Well, I imagine you'll be playing the main event. Is that today, tomorrow?
I'm actually going to play the satellite now. If I don't make it through the satellite, then I'll buy in directly tomorrow.
Okay, well, best of luck with that. Congratulations once again on the America's Cup and your amazing new trophy. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am joined by Fraldo. How are you doing? Because you are always having fun here at the Irish Open.
You've caught me on the worst day to say that. No, it's going okay. Having a lot of fun. I mean, the poker's going, the main event's going absolutely fucking dreadful. But in general, we're having a good time, yes.
I mean, the thing is with the Irish Open, players don't really seem to mind that much when the poker doesn't go so well, just because it is so fun and so much other stuff to do.
Yeah, there's like a party outside, there's usually a band on, everyone's outside, so it's like pretty good. It's not like you have to trudge back to your room, nothing else to do, you know, so it's like, yeah, when you bust, it's like, well, fuck it, whatever, you know, not a big
So
deal.
you did play yesterday, right? I did. I saw you sporting quite a small stack most of the day.
Mate,
Didn't needle you there.
Mate, I'm in this thing 4 times. I don't think I've had above starting the whole time. It's fucking unreal. But that's what happens sometimes, you know, so you just got to see what happens.
Are you going to play any other tournaments? Or?
I don't know. They've got a good 2K on, but I think it clashes with Celtic Rangers on Sunday. So being the true professional I am, obviously I'm just going to skip it and go watch the football. But
You could always just enter the raffle as well.
yeah, I'm much better at raffles than I am at poker. So that's the plan A anyway.
There was also quite a few interesting shots last night being taken of you, with some with clothes off.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. There were a lot of men without their tops on last night, that's all I can say. Yeah, look at that poker face, very good. We can see why you bust out on day one.
You've made that up. Not again. You know.
That would be Mr. Finton Gavin. Are you going to step in the commentary box at all?
I don't know, maybe I'll see. I think, well, I've been in before and they had to remove that
Because of
particular
the
rivet.
expletives.
No, really, no. I think I was talking all the shite, so they had to remove it from YouTube. So I don't know if I'm allowed back in, but if I'm allowed back in, sure.
Well, today might be the day because you can actually string a sentence together today.
What the fuck are you trying to say? I'm very, very eloquent and can't remember the words.
Indeed you are. Thank you for chatting with us. Enjoy the poker. If not the poker, the festivities.
Will do. Cheers.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open 2022. I am with Phil, the Tower Hild. How are you? What have you been up to?
It's amazing. We're in Dublin for the first time since 2019. It's absolutely outstanding, and oh my God, everybody's here. Like everybody, it's like people that you're not seen for 10 years. It's like you're playing again. Well, I've got to come to Dublin because everybody's just decided I'm coming to Dublin. It's first Irish Open. We're back live, and it's just brilliant.
I have to say, with some people you can notice a change. Some have put on weight, some have lost weight, some have lost hair. You look exactly the same.
I'd like to think I lost them, but no, it was a bit tough for everybody, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But we've now, I started walking. I start getting out and talking to people and speaking, and no, it's great. We're back to doing what we do. We're back doing things we love, and it's just so good. How good's this room, by the way? How good?
It's such a good
How
buzz,
good
isn't it?
is this
He
room?
was singing to players as they're playing in the main event. What other main events does that happen? Normally they're so serious, aren't they?
Well, that then when we just walked past there, that was Mad Turk, and he final tabled in London when we come back last year, and he literally, if I can tell this quick story, there's 5 players left, and he didn't play a hand, and 7 hands later he finished second for an extra £110,000, and he didn't play a hand, and that was in 20 minutes. Within 20 minutes he's gone from 5-4-3, and he's singing ABBA and he's literally going, you can dance, you can dance, you can dance. And I went, I don't know the next line. I said, how do you not know the next line? So now he's learned the next line.
Well, I bet he'll be dancing all night long. If he gets any further.
Absolutely. Well, if he gets knocked out, we'll see him at the bar somewhere, because there was karaoke last night.
Oh, there was karaoke.
There was karaoke last night, and the best thing about this place is that when you get knocked out, you still got a smile on your face. You go to the bar, you have a drink, you sing songs. It's just great.
Sweet Caroline, is that your go-to karaoke song?
It's a go-to song because everybody knows it.
Yeah.
And I need help when I'm singing. So when I'm singing, I need help, and I need a song that everybody knows, and that was it. So that was the song. It gets the crowd going, and everybody knows it.
So are you playing poker, or are you just socialising?
I've tried a couple of satellites. I've realised I'm still rubbish. I've got the Bounty tomorrow. I'm playing the Seniors on Monday. I have heard it's over 40s.
I can play them.
So no, I'm playing the Seniors on Monday, and then I'll probably watch the final as well. So it's here for the rest of the week, and it's just great. I just honestly, I've always said it. And I've been here since 2007 myself. You just got to come. It has to be on the calendar. And now we're back, so it's just great. It really is.
It is so nice to see you.
Lovely to see you.
Yeah, along with everybody else. Yeah, it's just nice, isn't it, to see everyone again and be back.
It is brilliant. It really is, and such a vibe. And the prize pool tells you that everybody wants to play the Irish Open, because that prize pool is going over 2 million.
Yeah.
It will definitely go over 2 million by the time we're finished.
We will find out tomorrow the official figures, so do stay tuned for that all-important video to find out if we've broken the record. Thank you so much,
Thank you
Phil.
very much.
Cheers.
Irish Open is now in full swing as 4 champions were crowned on the starting day, and day 2's action was fast and furious as we saw the 5k high roller, the heads up and the Hendon Mob Championship all get underway. Bellarmino de Souza officially leads the 41 survivors into day 2 of the 5k high roller, although registration remains open until the end of level 10. Notable names still in the field include former Irish Open champion Ian Simpson, who scooped a satellite seat, Mark McDonnell and John Duthie. The winner will be crowned very shortly. The €250 Hendon Mob Championship also reached a strong 332-player field and are now down to just 5 players. Play will conclude with the winner taking €13,900 for first. The €350 heads-up championship event also got well underway, which will continue to day 2. 64 players have been whittled down to 8, with some very familiar names in the field from day 1's 6max championship being sent to the rail, including David Lappin, Dara Davey and winner Leo Lombardosi. With satellites still going on throughout the next few days, there's plenty of time to get involved in the main event, which kicks off shortly. And the poker room looks set to get busier and busier as we heat up for all the action of the Irish Open here in Dublin. Day 3 at the Irish Open 2022 was another successful day wrapped up as we saw day 1A of the €1 million guaranteed main event kick off in full swing. The Coin Rivet 5k high roller also concluded its play, and the commentary and live stream got well underway with hosts Fintan Gavin and Emma Kennedy. The America's Cup invited all players to join them in the €350 buy-in tournament. The heads-up crowned Anthony Blano as its champ, with Wahid Ashraf taking the Hendon Mob Championship for close to €11,000. Off the felt, there's always the crack, as we had a shuffleboard tournament take place with lots of eager players looking to win a prize. Much fun was had by all on and off the felt as the music played and the festivities got into full swing. The high roller continued into the early hours after lots of exciting play, but finally it was Alex Peffley who took it down heads up versus Christos Xanthopoulos for over €111,000. Not a bad payday. Day 4 at the Irish Open 2022 saw hordes of players flood through the doors to try their hand at Day 1B's €1 million guaranteed main event, many of which had won seats in satellites for just €115. The €250 Poker League of Nations ladies event also took place, which saw some lovely ladies from all over the world take their seat to battle it out on the felt. The live stream and commentary got well underway, with familiar faces having their hands analysed and their fates sealed, as Sandro Pizzandi ended the day chip leader with an astounding 420,000 chips. Day 1B fetched a whopping field of 461 players, with which 126 made it through to Day 2. The ladies' final table was fast and furious, which went on the live stream to end the evening. We witnessed Lithuania's Miguel Krikščionait battle through a 51-player-strong field, beating Grace Hessian heads up for €3,345 and their prestigious trophy. And with that, it was time to party.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. We are at the ladies event. I'm joined by Rhonda Shepard. Now, you are with Poker League of Nations, right, who are sponsoring the event. Tell us more about that.
Well, the Poker League of Nations is the world's largest and most internationally represented women's poker organization. So we try to encourage women to play in open events, and sometimes the ladies' events is a nice conduit into, making the women more comfortable and confident. So we encourage this event, but also join the open events. And
it's great. And how long have you been playing poker? Have you seen more women come and join you and play poker in events lately?
I'm a newbie. I've only been playing for a couple of years. But I have played in various countries in the world, and actually I have to say the Irish Open has been the most welcoming and warm and friendly environment that I've personally ever played in. As a poker player, but as a woman, I am amazed at, the people have just been so wonderful here. There are more women coming into the game, but still we need more. Hashtag more women.
More women.
Yes.
So is this the first time you've come to Ireland?
It is the first time, and it won't be the last for sure. It's wonderful. I love it here.
And how has the ladies' event been going?
Well,
dare I ask?
I am no longer in. I actually had quad aces, and but I didn't get paid. But it's fun. I mean, it's a wonderful group of women, and it's nice to see we got a fairly good turnout. So pretty excited about that.
Yeah, I see that you have played a lot at the World Series as well. Obviously, that's an amazing place to play.
Yes, I love playing in the World Series, and my biggest and most wonderful accomplishment was in the seniors event. I was the last woman standing, so that was really fun. But yeah, I play a lot in Las Vegas in general, and it's a really fun environment. Kind of different than here, but I enjoy it.
And you're from British Columbia in Canada, right? Have you got many other Canadian guys here? How is poker in Canada as well right now?
It's okay. I mean, with the pandemic, things certainly slowed down quite a bit. In Victoria, where I live, we don't really have a lot of tournament poker. But yes, we do have some Canadian contingents here as well, so that's exciting.
And I assume you played the America's Cup yesterday as well.
Yes, I did. I actually played a satellite last night till 3 in the morning, so and that was fun.
Yeah.
There were 438 people in that satellite, so yeah.
I saw it, but that wasn't to be.
I did get a seat.
Oh, you got a seat!
So I got a
Yay,
seat
well
to
done.
the main, yeah.
Awesome.
So I'm ready. I'm going to play the main tomorrow.
You're going to play. Okay, well, best of luck. We will
Thank
follow your
you.
progress. Thank you so much for chatting with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to our coverage here of the Irish Open. I am joined by our champion, Alex Peffley of the 5K Coin Rivet High Roller. So that happened. Well, it happened last night. You were excited. You couldn't go to sleep. You watched it all back.
Not all of it, but yeah, the key parts, I guess. I actually think that while I'm very happy with the way I played, I think Christos was probably the more deserving winner. Honestly, he was incredible. There were some plays that he had that were melting my brain afterwards, and I got very lucky, and that's the way it went. So.
Oh, very humble. 112, just under 112,000 euros. That is a nice score, I would say.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that. It pretty much covers it. It's a good score for sure.
Well, you'll be free rolling the rest of this tournament, I imagine. Are you going to enter the main?
It would be hard to lose all of it for the rest of the series, for sure. I would have to fire a machine gun of bullets at the main event. I don't know if there's a limit on it, but yeah, it's good.
And I imagine this hat is not going to come off for the rest of the tournament. Is this the lucky hat now?
It helps with the lights, to be honest, but yeah, I mean, I think it's just a bit of fun to wear at a poker table. It kind of reminds me of the old days, people sitting around like that dog painting, you know?
Yeah.
It's just a bit of fun, I guess, yeah.
You've got quite a trendy, cool look going on. I like the style. You live in London, in the trendy part, as I've just worked out, and your own restaurants there as well. So that's quite different to poker.
Yeah, I used to play poker a lot when I was a kid, basically, sneaking into private clubs and stuff like that. And when I moved to London, I actually did not play for years. I only started playing poker again in December. I've been playing a lot of it since then, but it's kind of just, I've had the time now, outside of doing the restaurants and everything, and I have the time now to play poker, so I've been doing a lot of that, and I guess it's been working out. So
I imagine you'll be doing it a bit more now.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to do it anyway, I guess, even if this had gone poorly, but I like playing it, so.
Well, congratulations once again. An amazing achievement, a winner of the High Roller, Alex Peffley. Hello welcome back to the Irish Open here in Dublin. I am joined by one of our commentators, Mr. Fintan Gavin.
How are you? Great to see you.
I am good. You are looking very suave.
How long has it been?
3 years.
That's unreal. But I mean, do you know what? It was worth the wait. I'm just blown away with the setup here. It's amazing. And the players have turned out big time. It's incredible. It really is.
Indeed. Well, you just started yesterday, so you were covering the main event, the high roller. Tell us what's been going on.
Yeah, there was the 5K buy-in, which was the Coin Rivet sponsored high roller, which you'd expect kind of 30.
Looks like the master was down.
Testing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. As
You
we're back
missed
live.
amazing banter there,
Yeah.
guys. There was a lot of great
I'll
banter.
just come straight out and say it, right? So
Kicked off.
I sit back down with my Red Bull, by the way, in case you're excused it for beer. And the two boys are, I say, David, you know how much I loved working with you in 2015, but like this guy is just nailing it. Fintan is, and he starts going, hang on a second, you don't have to pick favorites. And I'm like, I'm not picking favorites. And he goes, 5, 4, 3, 2. He's like, there's no need to be like picking favorites. And Fintan's like, no, I think you can pick favorites actually. It's like a fight's about to break out between the lads. So David Lappin has joined us. If you were here earlier on, then obviously you saw David on the feature table, and you got to hear a bit of his analysis as well. Tower was here too, which was great.
That was a great part of the tournament, the bubble, with like yourself and Dermot on like 10 bigs.
Oh, we were very
completely shackled, like
Yeah,
totally.
And Andy with the stack. Andy didn't go crazy. There's a little bit of discipline in his game.
I was
I've
saying
noticed,
this to Lappin earlier on, like that this is not the Andy Black I know, but you explained, which for new viewers is something I think that's important from an outer table. There was an experience with King Queen.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to belabor that hand. I think Andy has played phenomenally
was
well.
Dave putting down Andy Black?
He was saying he's
I was balancing my
Dave,
compliment range.
He was saying he's absolutely. He said he's the worst player he's ever come across. No, he didn't.
Criticizing Andrew Black. It's just not happening in this booth. I'm sorry.
It's not allowed. This is his mecca.
No, go on. Say what you were saying there. We
No,
were
'cause
buzzing with the table.
it
Because the
explains.
lineup was top lineup. Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean?
No, look, Andy would be the first to say this, and I don't want to belabor something I said earlier, but in case there's anyone out there who hasn't heard it yet, there was one moment of indiscipline from Andy. He's played superbly well and was basically pooning us all for like hours and hours, and he's got those tingly live reads that he's just really, really good at the live sort of part of poker.
Brilliant,
Which actually Fintan was pointing out earlier on that there was a call I was full sure he was about to make, and Fintan goes, no, he's going to lay it down, and he did. And it's in that range where he calls or re-raises, re-barrels.
What you're saying there, right? We all know what you're saying because like it's documented. Even if you don't know Andy, if you go on paper, what you're saying is correct. But also, he's adapted throughout the decades and throughout the years.
Yeah.
And like every time, he absolutely surprises me. He really does, because you kind of think, right, Andy has his day, and you know things have moved on. But Andy adjusts very well, like, you know.
Yeah, no, he absolutely does. There was some big semi-bluffs that he executed beautifully earlier on. This hand was just sort of a strange hand where it was opened in mid-position. He flatted the small blind with King-Queen. The button squeezed for 20k, as I recall. It was maybe like 6-6 and then 20.
And Andy goes crazy, right?
And then it's folded by the original raiser, and Andy sticks in 200k, give or take.
Yeah.
And the guy was like, it was all his Christmases and birthdays came at once. He had aces, and he threw that hand on the table. But what happened there was Andy basically dusted off 3/4 of a stack, had to rebuild, and has rebuilt
what
to
was
this.
the size of the back raise? What size was it?
All in.
Oh,
200k over 20.
Right, okay, I get you, yeah.
Or maybe like 180k, something like that. But again, don't want to. I refuse to mention that hand again because he's played too many hands far too well.
Yeah, no, it's just.
Well, I'm going to bring it up with him actually. That's the first thing I'm going to do later.
Lappin was telling us all about how you dunked off all those shit. No, it's an important one because
what's going on with this guy's stack, Dermot Blaine? That's crazy.
Yeah, so Dermot.
He had eight bigs, and he jammed with the Jack 10 into the Very good call. Where's he gone? The
He's
bracelet winner.
King 9.
Busted.
King 9. Tough, very marginal.
Busted.
But that's a real demonstration of a strong player.
I was giving him hassle. I thought that was a snap call, to be honest. I think everybody's treating Dermot like he's way too tight, because Dermot, even though he's built a huge stack right now, could have a lot more. He had aces against queens, didn't get them all.
Yeah.
Got a lump, but didn't get them all. And then we saw in that last hand he had ace king against ace queen, and fair play to Eunice Barakat. Made the 3-bet with the blockers with ace queen, and then found the fold. It seemed like an induced spot with ace queen,
spotted it,
but he actually decided to let it go.
You spotted the fold. You said, I think he's going to let this go.
Well, I said that, like, I think if we were...
Because Tower and I were like, he's going to call here.
Yeah, if we were looking at it on a computer screen, I think you're just always inducing the ace-queen all day long. Like, your ace-queen's just a great one to 3-bet induce.
And that's the way it is, yeah.
But I'm telling you now, keep an eye on Eunice Barakat. He's a phenomenal player, phenomenal live guy.
Where's he from,
really good
Dave?
deep stack cash guy. I think he might be Italian, if I'm not mistaken, but I'm not 100% on that.
Okay. This guy's really impressed in the centre of the... See opposite the dealer, the UK guy.
You're talking about Daniel Stacey.
Daniel Stacey.
Yeah, Nubla Dunk online. He's fabulous.
He's really impressed. In fact, all three of you were pretty short. He lost a few pots on the bubble, and he was sitting on 12, 13 bigs. You were on 10 bigs. I think Dermot was as low as 8 bigs. And I was chuckling to myself because I could just see the tree handcuffed.
Oh, we were
just waiting for the spotlight. You know what I mean?
We were totally handcuffed. And then there was that interesting 9-10 of clubs hand that I had blind v blind with Dermot, where
you have to shove small blind. You shoved into him in the small blind. I think that's an auto. I said it was an auto shove, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I think it's going to end up being super, super close. Obviously, it's a fold shoving into a big stack, shoving into anywhere. Yeah. But because Dermot only had maybe 3 or 4 bigs more than me, and we were close to the bubble, it's sort of putting the ICM pressure of that moment back onto him.
Yeah.
And when you can do that, a hand like 9-10 suited, kind of one of the good ones you want to have maybe in your arsenal there, because on the worst case scenario, he wakes up with kings or aces. Actually, it's the kind of hand that cracks them more often than not.
Of course. Yeah, no, for what I've seen of this table, a completely different. Me and Emmett had a table before this. Now, we had John Dutty, obviously, and John can be so hot and cold. You don't know what. He's completely unpredictable, John Dutty.
Which side of the bed he wakes up on.
Yeah, and he'll tell you that himself.
Yeah.
But we had Paul Leckie, obviously, super solid. He was probably the most impressive guy on that table. But there was a couple of real peculiar plays, and it was very unpredictable what was going on. But what we've seen of this table has just been fantastic, Even you see Will here on the right-hand side, who'd be an unknown quantity to all these guys. Will's been playing tournament poker for about 20 years.
Yeah, no, and his sort of composure shows, to be honest. He's handled himself brilliantly all day today. Really interesting card here on the turn. We see Eunice open the king 5. Obviously got the defend from the small blind there. Fitzpatrick with the king queen. Eunice actually had a pretty nice hand to fire out again, but maybe felt like he could only get fold from hands that he's beating already. So decided to check it back, and now we see that. And there is the heart. Oh, so this is trouble potentially.
So Will fires a value bet here, small value bet.
Yeah, and what will he do when raised?
He has to fold. I mean, given that it's a button.
But they've checked the flop, they've checked the turn, and suddenly, aren't you just trying to represent on the river? Can't it be perceived that way?
What size does
he's
Barakat?
He's bet
Is that
20.
how you say his name? Barakat?
Yeah, Eunice. I'm sure he would be happy to go. Eunice Hussein Barakat.
Eunice Hussein Barakat, and you're right, he is Italian.
This is definitely a tough spot for Fitzpatrick. I think he's basically going to polarize himself to a nut, or as we see, second nut flush draw or nothing, or flush or nothing, and that's going to be quite hard, because in the mind of Fitzpatrick, he might be asking himself the question: well, if he had the flush draw, why didn't he bet it on either flop or turn? And that will be the bit that smells fishy. Now we see that the reason Eunice did that was because he basically flopped a hand where he had loads of equity, and decided, well, what's the point in getting weaker hands to fold? We may as well keep them in. And then the king, now he's got the weakest king he could nearly have, and now obviously he's hit the Dream River.
So the bet that he's put in is 97k.
Yeah, that's asking a big question, and it is going to seem fishy. It's going to seem really fishy from Fitzpatrick's point of view.
Where does that come from? Are you just trying to rep the flush, or were you waiting for it?
Yeah, like Eunice might take Eunice might take this line with a hand like Ace of Hearts 6, That's the kind of hand he might have taken this line when he might have checked back on the flop, happy to check back the turn. Feels like he has a hand that can go to showdown, but then when he's bet into, has the perfect blocker to go for it.
Yeah.
That's the kind of hand that makes sense here as the bluff possibility. Now, it's up to Fitzpatrick to decide, is he in that part of the range or is he in the value part?
I mean, Eunice is hard is pounding here, okay? Will is sitting right beside him. Can you see that, or am I imagining it?
No, I can see it.
And that is a little bit of a read that, someone has hit the nuts.
I think it's a little bit of a read that you're nervous, that you don't want to be called.
When someone comes over the top and their heart is going like they just want your money, like.
Normally, when you stare at the board, it's that you want them to pay you. It's like if you look down at your chips straight away, that's a dead giveaway. But he's found the fold.
Superb fold.
That was pretty good.
Superb
Pretty
fold.
It is a great fold.
Good fold, Will. Sorry, this guy Eunice, right? What kind of level does he play? Or
high.
Okay, and in the live arena.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
okay.
yeah,
Right, that's interesting.
$120,000 in.
He wouldn't be a stranger to playing 10, 20, 25, 50
Okay,
cash.
okay,
And
well
then he's
right,
also
okay.
jumping in all the 1Ks, 2Ks,
Yeah.
5Ks you can think of.
Of course. So
Right.
that could have been a. Yeah. Okay.
Which would explain a lot about
He
what
could
we
be
just
trying to
saw.
portray nervousness, as you were saying there, Emmett, trying to give off that he's, a scared kind of.
If you hold your breath a little bit, your body will start to give off that shake, and your heart starts to race, and it does give out the impression that you're nervous. Whereas the way he was staring at the flop, to be honest, I think I would have found it difficult to fold there.
It's like we're sitting beside Mike Carroll.
Well, I was just going to say, Emmett's a
mad
huge
genius.
fan of Mike Carroll. Absolute huge. A friend of mine, I gave them the book. This is years ago. He read it.
He
I
says
said, "How'd you get on?" He's spitting. Played the tournament after reading that book, and I went home and I banged my head against the wall.
I think Mike Carroll's section in Super System 2 is great, but his individual stuff I haven't read. But his chapter in Super System 2 is exceptional.
So this has been a feature of this table all day on the stream, but also before the stream. Fitzpatrick does not open the button too often, to be honest. He actually folds his button a lot. I'm going to guess probably a little bit too much. Maybe that's probably not where he finds all his equity. He's been finding it in other places today. That has allowed a battle of the blinds between Downs and Black on at least 10 occasions today, maybe more.
Look at the way Black's eyeing him up.
And who's coming out on top? That's the question.
Andy has unquestionably come out on top. There has been a few skirmishes in both directions, but no, Andy has had the better of him for sure. But they have had the most banter. These two guys have been battling and bantering with each other all day long. As Downs has maybe, finished off his second great points.
He's grabbing his heart.
Okay. I tell you, one aspect of Andy's game, he's an expert at gleaning information.
Oh, he really is.
Particularly against recreational players.
Yeah.
And he just has a way of getting them to like him.
That's a great
And he has a chat. And you have a drink, Johnny, and isn't it great? Isn't this tournament great? And where are you from? And then the next minute, they just don't realise that he's got all their chips.
Yeah.
And I always flash back to that great story Andy told about Stu Unger when he first went out to the World Series, where he basically got that treatment from Unger. He was the newbie going out there. Unger was the experienced guy.
Okay.
Unger befriended him, and he thought, this is great, the famous guy, I'm on good terms or whatever. And then Unger used all that information to wreck him 2 tables out or whatever it was. And I remember Andy came back thinking, I learned a lesson there.
Yeah.
Like, I really learned a lesson about that. And I think he's maybe spent the last 20 years doing that to other people now.
Because we ended up in a conversation last night about cards that were being marked by fingernail.
Oh, wow.
And a guy who was using glasses.
Oh, wow.
That was the it was the do you remember the Heads Up WSOP? Do you remember
Oh,
the
I
guy?
do remember this.
Yeah.
We had the guy. This is a good one, right? Your man was beating all these top high level elite players, and he was an absolute unknown. But he was playing kind of weird. He was playing really slow.
Oh,
Do you remember
really
the full
slow,
show?
and he had the glasses that he was
And he
going
had
on.
the glasses, and he
I
was
remember
looking
this.
over at the cards, and
Yeah.
and then someone said, "Look, this is just not making sense." And then they sussed him out, and they found out he was barred from some casino in Europe or whatever. But he got into the semi-final, and the guy he was up against was a total hardcore granite grinder that's been on the scene for like 35 years. Keith Lahore, you might know him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it was Keith that knocked him out of the Heads Up.
And Keith
Oh,
was on
brilliant.
our feature last night.
And Keith knew to put his hand on top of the cards. I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
I watched that
There was
cash game last night. It was great.
There
every
was
time.
some commentary saying that Keith didn't even have to know the rumours about this guy. He would have been like that anyways. You know what I mean?
That was
Totally
his demeanour.
Totally white. Yeah, we had him on the cash game. He didn't do too well.
You'll have heard me mention then Stu Unger being told that he was he'd got to a final table and he gets a whisper in his ear saying, "The guy's cheating," and Stu goes, "You think I don't know that?"
This is a gin rummy story.
Yeah.
This is a gin rummy story from his early days when he was in his pomp in his 20s. And
You think I don't know that?
yeah.
I'm still going to crush him.
So it was the mafia used to bankroll him to play, I don't know, guys like who had names like Cincinnati Phil and stuff, and he'd come into these games as a young fella. The guy would always think that his bouncer was the guy he was playing because he'd be like, no way, he's brought his kid along. But no, it was Unger he was going to play. Unger would sit down, and at one point the bouncer leaned over and said, "I'm pretty sure he's cheating," and he went, yeah, I've known that for a couple of hours. I'll still beat him.
And he did.
Brilliant.
He did beat him. Imagine having the advantage of being able to cheat, and the player is so good.
Yeah,
He does it anyway.
I remember that it was one of a kind, wasn't it? The great biography of Stu.
Oh yeah.
It was great in one way. It was really sad.
Very
think,
sad
in
in
another
Very.
way, you know?
That's yeah.
I mean, it was just a waste of an absolute waste of a life, but like a talent. Like how influential could have Stu Unger been?
Well, he
You know,
was. I mean, we're talking about him right now in the Irish Open. The Irish Open poker main event feature table. So his legacy lives on, but
Yeah, and
he could still be with us.
Absolutely, and his legacy is being helped live on by his daughter Stephanie, who
Good
is
shout.
very, very vocal on social media, and I know has been sort of in the mix recently with when it came to, I think they're making a documentary about his life and
Yeah.
things like that. So yeah, no, it is very important. Obviously, he's a huge part, the only three-time main event champion. So extraordinary piece of history. Yeah.
I know that. Yeah. I know that.
Doyle said
one
he
time
never came up against a player like him.
I mean, anyone that played with him would, I think, say
That's
that.
Doyle Brunson
But
saying that though.
Yeah, that's some accolade to get. Like, but there was one of the main events. He's up in his bedroom skint. He doesn't have the buy-in for it. Tournament has started and he's not playing it because he's still out of it from the night before. But somehow someone drags him out of bed.
Yeah,
and
I
he
remember
goes
this
down,
story too.
And he actually wins it, crazy stuff. And it wasn't like, I know it was a long time ago, whatever, but the fields were starting to get.
There were a few hundred. Like there
Yeah.
wasn't. It wasn't like a one table sit and go.
And it was a few hundred of the top
Yeah.
players around. Yeah.
Interesting spot here, stack wise for Brzezowski. It looks
He's
like he's
gonna
going to just shove. It's a very big shove here for 20 bigs. Is
Well,
it?
you know I love Ace 10.
Yeah, no, sorry, it's not. The blinds have gone up, so actually there's only 18 minutes. This is perfectly fine. This is actually super standard. Daniel's got an awkward one. He's probably dominating a few of the hands that would do this, King Jack, Queen Jack, but he's also, voluntarily taking a flip against a lot of hands like Ace 10 and, small pairs. So he may well decide he'd rather get his chips in first and let this one go.
Blinds 3-6 with the 6K ante.
To be fair, Kevin has not been particularly loose. I think I would factor that into my equation here.
Yeah.
I think other players shoving button here, Daniel would snap them off. Maybe not against Kevin. Tough spot, though. Yeah.
Same stack size, about 25 bigs, is that right?
No, do you know what? I thought it was 25 bigs, but we have actually moved up to 4.8. It's not on
it's
the
4.8.
graphic. Yeah.
Okay.
So the graphic is wrong right now. We're seeing 3.6 on the screen, but I know for a fact it is 4.8,
Oh,
guys.
it's 4.8.
So anyone at home who missed that, it was misleading us slightly.
So we still have Dermot playing. I can't believe it, the turnaround there. He was sitting on 8 bigs. That Jack 10 that he ran into.
I gave him a
King
little
9.
prezi, help him along.
You decided to give a little donation to the Dermot Blaine Foundation.
I did.
And how hard is it going to be to get them chips off him? He's such a high level player, this guy. You're not going to get soft chips off him.
But a question for both of you, seeing as I was chatting to you, Finton, early
Yes.
this morning, and breakfast with yourself, David. We both had conversations about this, and so we'll break down the fourth wall again, because none of the three of us were expecting this. So, Finton, you first of all, the idea that we have cracked the bubble, it's done. Scott Gray was telling me that he heard we're going table by table, and he goes, Well, I'm in here for 50 bucks, so I'm just going to sit back and let someone kill another person, and then happy days. I'm in for the 1200, and then I'm heading over to the Omaha table, which is exactly what he did. So Scott's in that. Omaha side event just got underway. The fact that we're down now, actually in real time, to 154, considering that the morning started with 840. Finton, how shocked are you that the bubble cracked as quickly as it did, and that they're dropping like flies as much as they are?
2K payout, like min payout, it's not to be belittled. Like, it's a sizable payout.
A lot of players in here for $1, $10, $50.
Yeah, I expected it to go on for a while, and it can go on for a while. But like the bigger the tournament, right? That means the more tables in play. So the likelihood of the tournament bursting the bubble quicker, is greater. And I think it's a kind of a reflection of that. The field is, let's be honest, there's a lot of recreational. There's friends of mine who came up here to play. They played the main event. They have absolutely no intention of being here on Sunday and Monday. They've made plans, literally.
Yeah.
They have engaged.
They have family dinners.
They don't care,
yeah.
So I think there's a lot of these type of players. So, yeah, I mean, the bubble bursting, I think we're in a different phase of the event now. I think there's going to be a lot of guys here kind of looking, okay, I've made it basically to the latter part of day 2. They're going to be resetting their targets, resetting their goals. A lot of them will say, right, I'm just going to make sure I bag up tonight. That's going to be the mentality for a certain amount of players. There's going to be other players who go, right, this is where you win a tournament. This is the time. It's not like on the final day, the final table, final hand. This is a key part of the tournament, and I think you're going to see a lot of people going up through the gears. It'll be interesting to see this table.
It sure will. William Fitzpatrick has opened up the Jack Queen suited, which I like, from early position. That's a perfectly fine open. An aggressive call, you might say, here from Macaulay, who decided to flat his button with the 8-5, the suited 2-gapper.
Just the mid.
Yeah, he's actually flopped best here on the Ace-5-3 texture, but really this is Fitzpatrick's board, so it's going to be interesting whether Fitzpatrick decides to double barrel this. If he does, he will actually put Macaulay in a really tough spot with just the 5, and that is what he's looking to do.
What bet size are you going for here?
Oh wow, and have we sorry, we might have missed a bit of action there. Oh, and check turn, and now it looks like Fitzpatrick's going to bet on the ace river. So, obviously combinatorically, with that ace coming down on the river, there are fewer aces in Fitzpatrick's seat, but he has opened from under the gun, so it's quite plausible that he has one of them. He also might be going for thin value, given it went check with a hand like kings or queens now as well, maybe targeting types of hands like 8s and 9s, which are probably more likely calls by Macaulay. Macaulay with the hero call. Fabulous call from Macaulay.
That is a hero call.
This guy is good. I like this guy.
And he obviously flatted the button there with intention to maybe take it away on certain board textures. He ends up making the pair, and he has to just be a hero. That's really difficult to do.
Fitzpatrick is just sick. Oh, he's sick. So, same question for you, David. The fact that we cracked the bubble as soon as we did, the tournament, Paul wasn't expecting this to happen at all, and the fact that we're now down to 154.
Yeah, I'm not surprised, to be honest, either, because this has a really, really good structure. And what I've noticed in years gone by is that there's about a 60 big blind average when it starts off day 2, and by the end of day 2, it's maybe getting to 45 to 50. For it only to go that low, if you think about most tournaments, it ends up being a 30 big blind game quite often. But when you give an hour clock and you put in all the levels, it does really go down much slower. So the guys are probably going to come back with an average stack of about 45 bigs tomorrow, and then we're probably going to see it stay in the sort of 35 to 40 zone all the way through to the final table. That's an amazing amount to play for your money, to be fair.
Yeah, it is. It is, to be fair. Although your initial reaction was, kind of feel like I came in with 30 and I spent the entire day here,
Well, I did waste a day of my life for sure yesterday, but fortunately today went a little bit better. It also went a lot better for my very good friend and roommate on this trip, Dara Davey, who fired
he's here.
5 bullets. His 5th bullet was buying straight into day 2. He had no luck. He played 10 levels of day 1A, bust in the last level. 10 levels of day 1B, bust in the last level.
No.
The poor man, he only did about 6 levels of day 1C, then didn't flick it in again, decided, no, I'll do a turbo one instead. That went badly at 2, and then he jumped straight into the day 2, and now he's sitting on about 800k.
Nice. Go on, Dara.
What's the payout? It's about 2.5, 3k now, the payout level, is it?
Should be.
That sounds about right.
I
Yeah,
will
I'd
get
say
that
2.5
confirmed.
is probably spot
Two and
on.
a half. Okay, so he's a little bit of work to do yet.
Oh yeah, no, this is
Yeah.
a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah.
You know, these guys are not going to be in life-changing money until we get to
No.
the latter
Final
half
day.
of tomorrow.
This has
Yeah.
developed into a very intriguing hand in that Andy initially raised. He's been called by Queen 9 and by 8s. I suppose the big blind has just decided that they're in a decent value spot.
Yeah, he's
Um,
getting big value to defend here, and he's flopped a good shot. But he snap checks here. I think first the bet will win this. Whoever has position has a big advantage.
Andy's decided to check.
Macaulay's not liking this board, but I think he's going to continue.
Yeah, it's a
Well,
tough
he
spot
checks
here.
back. Andy opened, obviously. Yeah, Andy opened, and Macaulay just flatted. And now look
9
at
means the
this.
Queen takes over.
So every player has maybe just enough value to not really want to bet. Andy's the one who could probably bet the stronger range here, so he might take a stab with the worst of it. The question is if Fitzpatrick here makes the call, which he's probably going to do with the gutter to go with. Although it's a big enough sizing from Black, actually. He might well get rid of third pair and the gutter in this spot because you don't know you're drawing live either.
Yeah.
There's
And,
two flush
and
draws
Andy's
on
been
board.
so unpredictable.
Yeah, and Andy is capable of checking back some king X's on the flop. I think that you know, a king jack or king queen even might be the kind of hand he proceeds
Yes.
cautiously with.
You two boys are ridiculous. You're on next level.
But that's amazing pickup from Andy. Remember, he has the
Fantastic.
worst hand right
Yeah.
there, and he's managed to pick up that nice little pot.
You're also right about the prize money, by the way. As we're now at 153, the prize money is currently 2,610. So once we get to 144, it jumps to 3K. And then from 119 onwards, it's 3-4. 95, 4K, 71, 4-5. And then our final four have 100 grand apiece. Guaranteed. 103,000, 138,000, 195,800, 318,000 to the winner, with 1.9 million in the prize pool. Finton was
It's really
furious this morning.
impressive.
He missed out by that much on the bet, on the prop bet, for 2 million.
Yeah, absolutely huge money up top in this one. And we have some very big stacks in the room. I mentioned there former Irish Open champion Dan Wilson had a big stack. It's even bigger now. He's almost at the 1 million mark.
I think he's surpassed it, did he?
He surpassed it perhaps. And Frank Lillis, who's not actually very well known as a live poker player, but he's a serious online poker player. He has been and may right now be the Irish Pocket Fives #1. He is up there with 1 million as well. So there's some big stacks out there.
Thomas Jakobsen on 1,100,000. 1,100,000 for Frank Illis. And our good friend Nui, who I was also having breakfast with this morning. Turns out people I had breakfast with had mixed days.
I can see him on the outer table there.
Yeah, he's on.
He just kept coming up on our streams.
Three days
stream
in a
we
row.
had, he happened to be on
3
it.
days in a row and
Fantastic.
played brilliantly all 3 days.
He wasn't in the ladies. That was the only one.
That's the only one he
mentioned,
didn't put a dress on.
What a pick off of
Seven-
Jason's bluff
700K.
with the 10 high when he picked him off at the Jack high yesterday.
Oh, yeah,
Brilliant.
that was
Oh my
quality.
God.
Brilliant,
My
wasn't
eyes
it?
were popping in my head. Very good hand reading. Got to be said. He
He's
was
technically he's the best we've seen.
Yeah, no,
you know.
it was a spot where you could definitely justify the Jack high call, and he understood that the line was fishy. But I think Jason just figuring, well, I got a 10 high here. I got to try and win this pot, and there's no way I'm going to get caught by Queen or Jack high, so I'm going to fire it. But we saw there he was reading the hand perfectly, and
Yeah.
it didn't make a lot of sense, and he got called.
He folded. Simon was in the booth as well, and he folded pocket nines on an 8 high board, and straight away myself and Simon kicked off, going, "What's going on? That's ridiculous." But like we just analysed the hand, then there was still like 2 players, including Rob, to act after him.
Yeah.
And it was 8 high, pretty coordinated, and it probably is a fold. But I said it to him, I couldn't help myself, and he just came out with it. Like he didn't even think. He says he knew the hand straight away. It was in his mind. He goes, "No," he says, "That's a fold." He says, "Just 2 people and the situation, the coordinated board. It's either a raise or fold," and I decided to fold.
Yeah, he's brilliantly realised that he can't realise his equity, even though he'd kind of like to call with the nines with guys behind
He's
and further
probably
action.
he's
going to get blown off. Yeah.
So Jack 10 for Andy Black to call. Dermot is raised with the Queen Jack. And we are going to see a flop, which is 8, 7, ace.
This is a board where Dermot should range bet small. I would expect a bet of around 12 to 15k as a good sizing on this, regardless of your holding. This is sort of a must. Oh, he hasn't. He's actually checked it in this instance, but I do like on this sort of ace and then 2 middle cards him to range bet in this spot. And he is a gooder, but he may be afraid that Dermot is strong. Okay, well, we checked again. He's let him get there.
Yeah. How it plays, though, is the question. I mean, I don't think Andy folds to a bet here.
Small 14k,
14k value bet.
So Dermot just waves a white flag there. I don't know if that's player specific. Maybe he feels like Andy can get that read that we talk about. But it does feel like a spot where really Dermot should be range betting the flop.
Absolutely, you would think, given that he's raised pre, ace high, 2 middle cards. But how many hands would these guys play together? I know, like Dermot has
a lot of
moved
PLO
over
hands.
to the PLO, yeah.
Yeah.
So these guys would have played some long sessions together
For sure.
You know, thousands of hands, and I think you're right. It's player specific. Dermot just going, I'm just not getting it. It's not worth the effort.
he'll fight back too much.
And yeah, you'll get that. Andy picking up a pot. Probably he shouldn't have, but maybe he calls with the good shot. Andy has the Jack 10 and it's A7-8, right? So Andy might get sticky.
He might get sticky once, and that might be enough to get him to the river as played. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I heard someone on this commentary, I don't know who said it, referring to Andy as sort of the Irish Phil Helmut at some level, and it made me think
that was Emmett.
That
was me.
It made me think of how all the chips that Phil Helmut has won over the years, just because he's Phil Helmut, and people won't play back at him, or some kind of guys want to only play back at him.
Yeah.
And understanding your
And
image
then
and
tell their
understanding
friends.
how people feel is something I think he's probably the best example of Ireland as getting those free chips sometimes off people. You know, just gifts, if you like.
Actually, the context of that, now that I recall, it was me that said that, Emmett. Do you remember we were talking about people saying, you were asking about the best player, in my opinion, overall for the last certain amount of time.
Yeah.
I said over the last 10 years, probably Mark McDonald in the live arena, or maybe Clicky.
And then
I said overall, in the last 20 years,
Buckos stroll in, and then you went Andy Black.
I said Andy Black. But I says Andy's kind of like the Phil Helmut. Everyone's trying to knock him all the time, you know. He's the Irish Phil Helmut, and it was in that context. And I think it's kind of applies, you know.
Oh, yeah, well, you just have to look at the stats, really, for that one. He's just about 5 million in lifetime tournament winnings live.
Ridiculous. It's not like one big score.
No. Aussie Millions was a big one, probably the biggest as I recall, but there's been loads of big ones.
I think the World Series was the biggest one.
Okay.
And then the Aussie Millions,
I'll confirm that. Actually, I'll confirm that. So he was third in the Aussie Millions, because I remember there was Finnick. I was saying he was a nobody at the time.
Jimmy Fickle came second.
And then I went, hang on a second, before you all come in now with your comments, he was a nobody at the time.
I know Jimmy works a bit for Upswing these days. A lovely guy.
Very fond of
gentleman. Jimmy. I've worked with him a little bit with the Upswing crew. Nice lad. He certainly had his moment in the sun that day.
Yes, absolutely.
Against Gus.
There's nothing wrong against Gus. Yeah. What do you know? What went on with Gus in the end?
What happened to Gus in the end?
As in the end, like
in the end of his life.
Yeah. Where is Gus?
Where is Gus?
Where is Gus Hansen?
I don't know. I imagine he might be about. I don't know. Yeah, we've all been
Monte Carlo playing private cash games.
We've all been behind closed doors, so I assume all of these guys will re-emerge. I know what you mean, though, that maybe he's been a little bit quieter of late and maybe not notching up the tournament wins we remember from the heyday of his career. He was obviously one of the bigger losers online over a period of time in cash games, so that probably dented the old bankroll.
Who was remember the guy actually at Galway? Bex got him over.
Isidore?
Was
Victor Blom?
Victor Blom.
Silder, as
Victor,
Finton said there.
Yeah. The two boys just don't like one another. Simple as that. But there was this instance where Bex's now husband, Wes, was playing Pac-Man. And
I remember Gus was mad for the Pac-Man.
Good Pac-Man player.
Gus would not leave the Pac-Man machine alone.
Yeah, no, he was
and your man comes up to it and goes, "What is this game?" And Wes just burst out laughing, like, "How do you not know what Pac-Man is?" Because Gus was crushing it. And your man just became obsessed with what Gus was doing. Anything Gus was doing, he had to do. And he went to go mess with it. And he's like, what is this game? And I just walked away in a huff.
I remember that. So that was the UKIBT Galway, which you, of course, organised for us all. Fintan, it was a
class,
phenomenal
show.
Maybe
Fintan
right up there with the greatest ever Irish festivals, it has to be said.
It won best tournament in Europe, didn't it?
Yeah, Tournament of the Year.
Yeah. Build it and they will come, and they sure did.
I was very proud of that, to be part of that. I thought it was absolutely fantastic what yourself and Bex did. It was just brilliant. But the idea you had to bring it to Galway, and then how Bex managed to convince them, come on, let's go do it.
Yeah, I think Kirsty Thompson was a big part of that. She was Poker Stars originally, and then they went to Full Tilt. And of course, our good friend Dave was also heavily involved. Yeah, good. And Bex was super. She was, she really was. She looked after all the Full Tilt side of things.
That was your first time commentating with me.
I do. I remember doing a little guest spot. It wasn't. I only popped into the box momentarily. We see here Barakat's in a bit of trouble against Macaulay, who's been really wide and loose, and they're probably picking up on that. And if they've been watching the stream, they've probably seen a few of the looser plays. So this is a very tough spot now for Barakat. He did open under the gun, which means, you know, he's not meant to be opening super loose. Means Ace Queen isn't like right at the tippy top of his range from that place. It's probably more in the middle. But against Macaulay's 3-bet here, I think this could be going in a lot of worlds. If anyone can get away from Ace Queen, we've seen him do it already on this stream.
I don't see him getting away from it this time around. Not this time.
So how deep is he? He's got 200k with the big blind. He's about 25 bigs, right?
Yeah, this 60k raise has really leaned into Barakat's remaining stack. It's probably about 30% of it. That makes Barakat feel like there's no fold equity in most worlds. I'm not sure if Macaulay is constructing a range where he has raised folds to Barakat in this spot. He might not be, but it's a really gross spot. And you can see Barakat, maybe just a hint of frustration on his face there. He's clearly been put in a couple of really, really tough spots. He's trying to work it out here. Oh, and actually, sorry, let's try and listen to what's going on, because it sounds like Andy's been talking through the hand, and maybe, just maybe, that's bothering Barakat, who feels like he should be given a few moments to think on this one.
Well, Andy's response was, it's got nothing to do with me. That's
he does let it go!
Wow.
Well, he might not be happy with the way his stack has not been growing, Barakat, but he may be very happy that he is not out the door on a number of occasions.
So because we're on a 15-minute delay, I'm going to find out exactly what happened there. I'm going to get the info and I'm going to come back.
It could be getting spicy there, guys. Emmett's going to go from commentator to roving reporter now. He's sprinting. I didn't think he had this speed in him. Did you see him go there?
Yeah, he's
Fintan?
brilliant. He really is.
The speed of Emmett there across the floor, I'd never thought.
Yeah, he's a sportsman. What happened anyway? Sorry, I missed the action there. I had to.
Ace Queen against Ace King.
Yeah,
Barakat opens under the gun. He found the fold. Another sick fold from him.
Yeah.
Just again, spider senses tingling. But it sounded like there's some sort of maybe altercation with Andy, who I'm not sure what's happened, and that's why Emmett's gone off to find out.
Okay, Andy has a problem with something, is it?
Maybe, or maybe someone has a problem with Andy. We're not actually sure.
Ah, yeah.
But there were voices raised for sure.
The thing about Andy, like, his etiquette is pretty clean. Like, he's up there with the best of them. Like, and you wouldn't see him out of line. He's never like drinking or anything like that.
Sure.
And usually very respectful. Obviously, if he's with the likes of me or you, it's a different.
Very respectful all day to me, I have to say.
Well, if I'm at the table, it's a different dynamic. But no, this I can't imagine Andy.
But you're a pro winder-upper now, in fairness, Fintan. Be truthful.
No, I have to say, myself and Andy do get on quite well. But I'd be surprised if Andy's out of line in any way. I'd be shocked, in fact.
Oh, yeah, and whatever it is, it's already gone away.
It's gone something very minor, yeah.
I think Emmett might have just used an excuse to take a break.
Okay, I get you. Well, he's having a good chat with Nick O'Hara, who's probably the best TD in Europe. He really is top quality. I don't want to offend any of the top quality TDs we do have, because we're spoiled for choice, not only in Ireland and the UK, but all over. We really have top quality staff in the industry. But for me, Nick O'Hara, Nick O'Hara's running a tournament when if you don't hear a tournament director or see a tournament director, well, then it's Nick O'Hara. Everything is just running super smooth. So whatever it was, I'm sure Nick.
Yeah, fantastic demeanour.
Sorted it. And
here's Emmett with the news.
Okay. So first of all, Crystal is a genius. with massage because I would not have been able to sprint without that. Secondly, it had nothing to do with the hand; it had to do with an individual player.
Oh, okay. I can guess who that might be.
Yeah, and it wasn't Andy, which is why Andy was saying, "I don't know what you're talking about. It's got nothing to do with me."
So it's Mark Downs and
Yes.
Andy are having a little fracas.
Yeah.
Well, look, that's been
Well,
brewing all day, and I actually have this
Downs
feeling.
has actually been pulled off the table.
Okay.
And has been told
a little chat has been had. Well, that's
Yeah.
very wise because I am going to be really honest here. And obviously, you know, we love to see the great poker and we love to see the banter and the crack in the room as well. But as this day has gone on, Mark Downs, you know, has been enjoying himself, has been having a few libations, and his demeanour, you know, you're talking about Andy's etiquette, you know, wouldn't go across the line. His has creeped up to that line and maybe crossed it once or twice. So whatever's happened there, we hope it doesn't spoil things. You know, sometimes just a word of warning from the TD will be enough.
It was actually because Nick was kind of looking at me as if, what? Because I was saying ace king, and he goes, oh wait, no, is that when? He goes, is that when Andy said that's got nothing to do with me? And I said, yeah. He goes, no, that wasn't the hand.
Yeah, okay.
That was the player.
And I think what happened there was they were having their little fracas while Barakat was in the tank.
Yeah.
And he was a bit like, lads, would you mind?
Yeah, that's exactly what it was.
Okay, I get you.
But he pulled him off the table and had a word with him. So
it wasn't Andy that pulled him off the table.
No,
TD,
Nick,
TD.
Nick took him off the
Yeah,
table.
you see, like in a situation like this, right, it's even a little bit different to like day one, the start, and everyone's like, you know, great, it's live poker, it's the Irish Open, and you're with your mates, you've just flown in from wherever, fucking Denmark or Newcastle, and you're having pints, you're having the crack, and it's that kind of thing is not as, you know, it doesn't get exposed too much because it's happening pretty much at every second table. But when the tournament gets to this stage, the players are in the money, the atmosphere is completely different.
Yeah.
And even walking around these tables, I'm looking at every table, and every table is just littered with top regs, like every single table, you know? So something like that where you're drinking away and enjoying yourself, that kind of is getting a little bit more out of place all the way along the line.
That's a very good way of putting it, yeah.
That's eloquently said.
Yeah.
Because I would have put it in a different manner, but you handled it politically.
No, because you know what? You don't want to kind of, you know, be too harsh on Mark here
No,
either,
that's
because
true.
you know he's been playing his poker. He's been fairly tight
He's
actually
cashed.
as a player. He's cash. He's probably going to go deeper again. But you know, you just don't want to see, you know, people cross the line with verbals or whatever it would be. I almost feel though, with the way in which he's kind of latched on to Andy through this day, and he's been sort of looking for Andy's attention, looking to kind of bite at Andy, and Andy's, you know, maybe snap back appropriately once or twice. I feel like it's brewing for maybe one big confrontation between them before we finish today's play.
So this is why they've been eyeballing each other up then, because we didn't have this info beforehand. So that's invaluable for you to be able to show that to us. And then also, this is the first time, I know he's had it on now for the last 20 minutes, but it's the first time that Andy's actually put the hoodie on.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. That's it. I was wondering because you wouldn't see Andy with a hoodie, but that's kind of, and he's kind of moved his chair slightly at an angle, so his body.
It's like,
and he's folded his arms.
A horse's blinkers have just gone
like
off.
when Mark turns around, he's just talking to, like, you know, a hood and a, you know, kind of the side of a person rather than engage him with it. And you can see Andy, he's just trying to cut off the communication. Listen, as we said, it's all fun and banter, but when there's 300k plus up top,
and the trophy, you made a really important point, and I'd be keen on your thoughts on this as well, David. That for some, it's very much about the money, and Scott was obviously saying he qualified for 50, he's bagged 1-9. Good night, good luck. I'm off to play the Omaha. Thanks very much. But for an awful lot of these players, including yourself, it's really about the trophy.
No, I'm all about the money.
Yeah, I know. I was like, yeah.
I was wondering at what point.
How much cash?
I could have left a longer pregnant pause on that one. No, but you know what? Sorry, I'm probably a bit different because I think a lot of people kind of enjoy the glory and the fact that their name be on a trophy and the fact that they become a part of Irish poker history. Don't get me wrong, I would love that too. But the check for 300k is kind of why I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's different though, because that's the 300k with the trophy. What I mean is that there are players who are going to play in a certain way, and Finton was making this point as well. There are players who are going to play in a certain way to go up the ladder. There are players who are going to play in a certain way to win. They're not here for, and if it means they bust out, they bust out. But they're here to take it down.
Yeah, and I don't think those things are as far apart as people sometimes think. Obviously, we can put a technical framework on this and talk about ICM.
Yeah.
We probably need to bring O'Carney in for the deeper analysis on this.
Please don't. I don't have the energy. Please.
He did it last night.
No, and look, he's the best that we have in Ireland. He's one of the best and most knowledgeable people
100%.
on ICM out there. But ICM is basically a framework for which every decision you make based on the this time in the tournament is to be profitable. It's not about winning the most amount of money. That is possible to win in the tournament. It's about winning the most amount of money you can win in that situation.
Yeah.
So ICM is basically always going to motivate a sort of a balanced approach between going for the top prizes, but also trying to move up the ladders, like you said.
Yeah. No,
I think
that makes sense.
Yeah, what we were looking at, say, with the ladies event. Now, it is a kind of a novelty event, and I hope I'm not offending anyone by saying that. Well, it is because it's a special event. It's limited to one sex only. So.
Yeah, like a seniors event, or if they had an under 21s event or something, it's closed.
Yeah, but absolutely, without a doubt, every single player on that final table, right? They were playing for the trophy.
They wanted,
without
and I asked them
and
that
there was no doubt about that, because we actually spoke to pretty much every one of them.
Jenny, Sarah, Krusnikova, Grace, who finished runner-up, they wanted the trophy.
Now, of course, the money element, because of the size of the buy-in, that's a factor in that as well. But we were kind of looking like the difference with the 5K, right? And it's a prestigious title and all that, but none of them were playing for the title. None of them were playing for the trophy. They were. It seemed like every single one of them, it was money and it was nothing else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember the great line by Ian Channing when he won the Irish Open 10 years ago or whenever it was. He said, he was asked, is it about the money or the trophy? And he says, well, it's kind of about both. But he said the money could be gone at some point in the future, but I'll always have the trophy. And then he sort of followed that up by going, and I can confirm that's exactly what happened.
Brilliant.
I can confirm that's utter nonsense. He still has the money. He's got runners. He's got donkeys all over London putting on bets for him.
We're going to see a big all-in.
Yeah.
So
Brzezowski, black
this is
black
a call.
3-bet to tens.
It's an auto call from Andy.
Downs gets out of the way, and Berzonski's got the overcards.
Big flip here for both players.
Yeah, huge. This is massive. Huge. This is tournament defining.
Braz is all in here. This is his tournament life.
He's all in for 120, but this will really damage Andy.
But he'd still have 183 at least.
He'd have 9. Andy would have 9 bigs if he.
Here's the flop.
Loses.
Deuce.
And
king,
it doesn't look good.
4.
3 spades. Kills one of his outs. He just has 1 out, and you can just see him shaking his head.
The worst board possible.
It's horrible.
Yeah. 9.
Can he hit a 1-outer, which is the 10 of diamonds?
The roof will come off.
Shot. Andy Black with the 10s gets in a race and doesn't happen. It's close. Crossbar, 9 of diamonds.
And I have to say, gentlemen, Mark Downs at pocket 2s. Had raised.
Oh, he did indeed.
And he folded. And I'd say now, the camera's not on, but I'd say his face.
He's going to start explaining it
to
Andy.
If he does.
Look, he's shaking his head. He's shaking his face is like Doc Cotton licking piss off a nettle.
I don't think Andy would be too interested now in hearing about these twos.
Come here to me, Andy. Wait till I tell you.
Andy,
I folded pocket 2s.
You see that hand there?
Yeah, that's a big swing. That's a big swing.
They're side by side, and I could just see.
So we see there Andy left with just 22 bigs, back in a less comfortable zone.
Yeah, these are all small value chips in front of Andy. He's sub 10 big blinds, is that right?
No, he does have just over 20 right now.
Oh, he's 20 bigs, okay.
Do you want to have a guess at the chip average?
The chip average.
Don't look.
Okay. The chip average, how many players left? 150. So it would be 250,000.
It was 350 at the break, so I'm going to guess it's creeped up to 4.
Okay, sorry, I'm way off.
415.
Course.
415. Without looking at the board, do you want to have a guess at how many players are left in?
I'm totally out of it, lads. I haven't been watching. Did we say there was 150 players left? Did we?
Yeah.
And what's the question?
How many are left now?
God, that wasn't long ago.
Yeah,
6 minutes ago.
148.
130?
Maybe more aren't too far off. 144.
Okay.
You're both there.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
they are. It is creeping down. It is
Both
creeping
of them
down.
around there.
It's going down, but it is.
Um,
It's not going to be like a lot of players will be just happy to bag. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
they're
and come
sitting
back
on
tomorrow.
like 25 to kind of 30 bigs, they're kind of going right. Okay, it's the last level of the night. I don't want to get in trouble. I want to make day 3. I've the hotel room paid for. I don't want to bust out and have to get in the car and drive home. You know, I can text my family, friends, fans. Yeah, I'm there. Of course, I made day 3 of the Irish Open.
Yeah.
I told you I would.
By the way, if you're just joining us, whether you're watching on your iPhone, your iPad, your tablet, your laptop, whatever it is, David Lappin, Finton Gavin, Emma's going to do with you. Throw up Apple TV. Go on to Sky Q. Get YouTube open on Sky Q and watch us there on your telly. What else are you doing? RT, you're showing nothing but crap. Watch the Irish Poker Open and see it in full glorious HD, brought to you by our Estonian production team, who are absolutely brilliant. Top class graphics, top class analysis, and the two men beside me. In real time, the blinds have gone up to 5 and 10,000. We're 15 minutes behind, so that hasn't happened just yet. So in real life, it's gone to level 20, but we're still in level 19 as we're 15 behind. And genuinely, we don't know what has happened on the table. We're going with you in real
So what
time.
you're saying is that if people put us on their telly right now, they don't have to pay the license fee?
Do you know those bastards at RTE actually changed the license fee? That if you don't have a set-top box, right? If you just have a screen, as in
Any
like
screen?
a laptop
Oh, wow. Harsh.
that can connect to YouTube or Sky, you have to pay your
Qualifies.
license.
Wow. Well, I spent 20 years dodging the TV license inspector.
Which of course is a
that
joke.
Me as well.
That's a
And
joke.
then about 3 years ago, I got caught for one. Like, and
So bad. It's like
real
a
nice
proper
guy,
bad beat.
Real nice guy came to the door. He goes, "How are you, Finton?" I says, "Yeah, how are you? Have you a license?"
So I got to the exact. So I was in an apartment for
He's
about
a total
20.
pro.
For 20 years, I was in an apartment,
Yeah.
thinking I'm so safe. They have to get into about 3 doors to get me. I'll never be got. And you remember you used to get those poxy T-shirts in the post when you knocked out a pro on Full Tilt back in the day.
Yes.
And I used to get them from time to time. You know, and a guy comes to the door and he goes, "I have a delivery for you." And I was like, "Oh, that's my fucking I knocked out a pro T-shirt." I strode out to him.
stop.
Gotcha,
Never,
gotcha.
never.
He got them. So I
Interesting
got
spot
done
here.
once. I got done once as well.
And he's gonna have to fold
Stacey
again.
has shoved in all in 136 with jacks. Ace jack to Hussein.
Yunus Barakat has been given the toughest decisions since he walked onto this feature table.
Yunus
he has
Hussein Barakat has once again made a great fold.
Yeah, the guy only has 20 bigs right now,
Yeah.
but really 3 times he could have been out the door.
Yep. And there are people who are going to be watching who are going, well, why don't you just call? Because it's fine to shove in this position where you are now with ace jack, but calling with ace jack leaves you vulnerable. You could be calling
Well,
to ace
the
queen.
question,
you could be calling
yeah,
to
I think the
pair.
question there is what's he beaten, and like he's beaten ace 10, but would Dan shove there with ace 10?
Yeah.
He might, you know, but
He might,
I don't think.
but that is it.
I
Like
don't
that's
think
probably
it's-
the only hand.
There's
Yeah.
nothing else. King queen suited,
Maybe that one too. Maybe
Maybe.
that one too.
There's
Maybe.
nothing else there. So, and he's then how many hands would 3-bet all in that he's behind to? Well, there's an absolute bunch of them. Like so,
Yeah.
it's a pretty standard-ish
So
fold.
Under the gun, Fitzpatrick wakes
No,
up
I
with
can't
ace
believe
queen
how
suited.
short Will has got. He's
Yeah,
down to
don't-
107.
I'd be very surprised. He has just decided to open and induce off this stack.
Could have just let rip there.
Yeah, he's made about 14 bigs, maybe slightly less, 13 and a half bigs.
So this is basically 20% of a stack he's put in here with ace queen. But I think he's completely committed. If someone comes over the top, I think he's going to be snapping them.
I agree with you. I think he's decided to make it an induce rather than a shove, which I think is fine. I think it's probably going to work either way, unless Barakat wakes up with some semblance of a hand.
Interesting.
Oh, it is interesting.
This is the kind of hand that you call.
So we might actually end up with a flop in this spot. Barakat also low, so he might decide to go with any equity he flops. But he also might be now sizing Fitzpatrick up as somebody who probably doesn't open, too wide a range under the gun off that stack size, and maybe, just maybe, he's up against a super premium.
Look at the way he's studying his body language.
I mean, if he folds this, I'll be seriously impressed. I'm impressed with him already.
Yeah. But it goes back to what we were talking about earlier on, where he was staring at the board and heavy breathing. He was trying to fake, I don't have it.
Everything Eunice is doing right now is trying to figure out if his opponent has queens, kings, or aces, because against a big wide range of hands that might open here, the ace jacks, the ace queens, he'll absolutely call and try and just flop some equity and go with it. But because it's come from under the gun and because he's not shoved 13 bigs but instead opened it, it looks like he's screaming super strength.
Massive strength. And it could be one of these super premium hands that he's absolutely crushed against. Anything from tens up to like ace king, these are the hands he's worried about. But
and he's in big trouble against all of those hands, remember.
And Eunice is by no means Hollywooding here. This is a genuinely tough decision.
Yeah. From a late position raise, this is an automatic call. Like, he doesn't even think about it.
Correct.
But given that it's from under the gun and from the stack size, the point that David's making there, it just screams of strength, like from Will Fitzpatrick.
And there he goes.
That's an amazing fold.
He's pretty cool, this guy. He really is.
Yeah, we've watched him fold himself down to 140k, which doesn't feel great, to be honest, as a poker player, but he's been right.
And he's thinking now he's playing like a nit, but he's playing pretty perfect. Will, with the 19k raise under the gun with the ace-queen suited, but he's going to be posting his profit here. Big blind and big blind ante as we come towards the last level. Just a couple of minutes left in this 4-8, and then the 5-10 will be the last level of the night. It's been an interesting day. 800. We came in at 12 noon today, and I haven't seen, you probably have recently, Dave, been at the World Series and all that, but I haven't seen 800 unique players sitting in the same event on a day.
That's a great show.
Well, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, no, that really does speak to the numbers that came out this weekend.
The boys are going to be delighted, and deservedly so.
Yeah, it's a breath of fresh air for everybody. No pun intended. We've been gagging for life.
Gagging, no pun intended.
We've been
gagging for air.
We have been gagging for life to get back to normal. It's not normal yet, but it's getting there. I know, obviously, we're not going to bum everyone out. People have had terrible tragedies. People are still dealing with the long effects of COVID and the short-term effects of getting the poxy disease. But at the same time, I had it at one point as well. But it has been so desperately needed for morale that we can kind of get back to some semblance of normality. And poker, is one way of doing that.
100%.
It's kind of like, it hasn't kind of picked up where it left off. It's kind of picked up where it left off at the best phase, if you know what I mean. When things were in its height.
Like 2012, 2013,
I don't know.
2014.
I think it maybe a combination of everything best put together, and it's kind of, I mean, this is the best Irish Open, and I was at some absolute brilliant ones. Do you know what I mean?
I got balked for saying this for agreeing with Finton on Facebook today. Jenny Cruz Callahan and Bex McAdam came at me hard. They're like, "How dare you, you traitor!" Like, oops.
Well, I sort of agree with them. You basically threw me under the same bus earlier. So.
And I just said such nice things about them on the stream as well earlier that day. It's like, oh no.
Now, what's going on? Martin's in the big blind with a suited 10. He's getting a big price here, isn't he, to call 9,000 with like 50k in the pot. So 5-1 he folds, which I don't know. I'd be calling there with the flush with the two hearts, and he would have flopped a flush draw.
Yeah.
It's an interesting spot here. Yeah, with 110k, Fitzpatrick probably had a reasonable candidate to 3-bet shove. Instead, he just flatted out of the small. He's checked, and now Dermot has the opportunity to fire a little C-bet and win.
I don't like it, I'll be honest. King Jack off.
I got to agree with you there. I think out of the big blind, perfectly fine to just call it. But I think in the small blind, you kind of got to make a decision to fold it or shove it.
Rip, absolutely. And we can see that the rip would have worked. I think Dermot snap folds the King Jack himself. But unfortunately, Will has lost a couple of blinds, and he's back down towards that danger zone. He's looking up at the clock. I get the feeling off Will, it's like He wants to go home and have a glass of wine and, do you know what I mean, just relax.
Perhaps
It's been a tough day.
Perhaps he's been told you're expected here for Easter dinner.
Oh, that could be it. Yeah.
Because
often a special day for people, family time.
Well, one of the bar managers was saying to his wife, "Oh, I'm working at the Irish Open," which she goes, "You're not working the Sunday," and he goes, "Oh, I am, yeah." She goes, "No, you're not." He was like, "So I'm not working tomorrow. I'll see you Monday."
Yeah, as a non-religious person myself, I must say my only association with Easter is basically the Irish Open every year.
Yeah, I have to say when I took the step back, it was so weird being home for Easter.
Right, yeah.
It felt like such a strange thing, because when PP dropped their sponsorship of it, to be fair to Paul, he did ask me to come on it, and I thought about it long and hard, and I just in the end I went, I'm not going to, because I'm traveling to the UK a lot more, and with all due respect, Paul,
bit of product placement there for
there we go.
Ireland's finest cider.
Yeah, and it is, by the way, it is.
It works. That cider does work.
Yeah, clearly, clearly.
Definitely, there's a hit of it. There's no doubt about that.
But I like being at home for Easter, but I gotta say I missed the Irish Open terribly.
Yeah,
I missed doing this terribly. So when Paul got on to me last year about it, I was like, yeah, let's go. And then he had to call Rona.
Yeah.
Forget it.
Well, that was 2 years ago.
Yeah.
2 years ago. Yeah,
2020. Yeah. And then 2021 gets cancelled again, and then finally we're back. We're back, baby! 820 plus days, but we're back.
So this is new level. The 4.8 has expired, and now we're in the 5,000, 10,000 level.
Level 20. So the blinds are 5 and 10 with the
It's
10 ante.
significant enough increase, isn't it? Like, you're like talking 20% or whatever, like, so it kind of really, it really does ratchet up the action, like.
I've asked Finton this, and I've asked Tower as well, and I asked you this morning, but not on the stream, David, so it's important to ask you. David Blaine has decided to wake up with the Rockets. Where's that in Dara's book?
David Blaine, I think, is
the
the illusionist, isn't he?
David Blaine is going to make himself disappear. He's going to make all his opponents disappear, yeah.
He's unlucky there to
No
find
action,
nobody with that.
Yeah, no one's
I mean, if
interested.
Andy was in the blinds there with any kind of hand, he probably plays back. And what a performance by Dermot today. Like, from 8 bigs was the last time I seen him before I took my break.
He got to 7. He got
7
down to
big
7.
blinds. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. But this is tournament poker, and this is what can happen.
Yeah.
And there's a load of other stories where there were like super deep stacks, and now they're in the bar talking about how it just went.
Have they bluffed it off?
Yeah.
Wait till I tell you about this now. I was with Andy
you never
Black.
hear
right?
That's enough about
and
enough about Ian Simpson.
And I folded pocket twos, and I did flopped a set. I'd have taken them all out. So we're down to 135.
You're about to ask me a very serious question.
Yes,
by the sound of
the
this.
blind structure. So the structure is 5 and 10 with the ante of 10. When I asked Tower about it on the live stream, he went, "Well, I love it because it speeds things up." Finton said the same thing, but he also added in, the dealer doesn't have to go antes.
Oh, the big blind ante.
Yeah. So how do you feel about it?
You're showing your age now. How long you've been out of commentary, because we're well used to this one.
I know, but
no. It's so good. It feels ridiculous that
yeah.
we never did it before.
And there's not like when it came out first, an argument broke out about, is it like the button that puts in the big blind ante,
right.
or is it the big blind itself? And there was different tours doing different things. But then they decided, because if the small blind busted out, then there'd be a dead ante in the next hand.
Yeah.
The button wouldn't be there to play. So then it turned out the big blind ante made more sense, and like nobody's arguing about it because the players love it. They're getting more hands in. The dealers love it because there's not a fight kicking off. I don't know. Do you remember?
Whose ante is that? Lissandro.
Jeff Lissandro and Prahlad Freeman was absolutely class.
I remember it well.
If anyone didn't see that, it's actually worth looking at the clip. It's a World Series of Poker in like 04 or something like
around
that.
about that, yeah.
And there was an ante missing, and that's the problem when you're collecting antes off each player. You know, players flick it out sometimes. Sometimes they don't. It's up to the dealer to collect. and sometimes it's mixed up. You don't know whose ante is whose. So there was always mistakes with it, and it slowed up the game. So this big blind ante, hands down, is.
I have on good authority on this to back up everything you're saying there, Finton, is that on average we get 3 more hands in per hour.
Oh wow! So it really has sped things up then.
3 per hour. So that'd be 30 hands over the day's play today. Like
that's extra play for everybody,
which is quite significant. Like and more importantly, no arguments. No resentments between players looking at each other.
Well,
I just don't trust you, man. I don't believe you. I'll knock your head off, mate.
It was amazing.
That sounds like something that's been said to you,
block off, wasn't it?
You said that very specifically.
He was, jeez, it was brilliant.
And it turned out they looked at the cameras and he did put his ante in, so Bralad was way off.
Yeah, he was,
yeah.
No, I remember, but to be fair to the way they cut it, like they cut it like we know what's going to happen, but we're going to let you like tense it out.
That was very raw. I thought that was great TV.
Brilliant.
Because it wasn't the main cameras. It was just a couple of outside roaming cameras that picked it up. So it was definitely raw, good footage. Like, and that's why I loved the original WSOP. I'm not really. It's good, yeah. I still watch it, but not as much. The original 05, 06 was class because you're 03, 04, and do you know what I mean? Like you're getting the real raw stuff.
08, 09, 10, I think was its peak.
Downs maybe about to make his move here with 8 bigs, ace 7 suited. Oh, hang on. No? Has he just put in some of his stack?
What's he done? He's raised to 25k.
He's putting a third of his
back.
Sort of chopping his stack. It's a weird one if he plans to fold, but we'll have to see how this proceeds.
King, queen, go.
Yeah, he has played very tight all day, so this may well get credibility and get some, like maybe even ace 8s, ace 9s to fold. It's a strange old hand. Macaulay calling is very weird here, given how shallow he is. But he has
in the small blind.
And Dermot quickly folds the ace 9, so we see the effect of making a 25. This particular player as well. Dermot not even considering the ace 9. I do think the 8-9 here is a little bit loosey goosey from Macaulay, and you know, we'll have to see. Maybe he gets to take it away from him. Downs has whiffed this flop.
He gives control of it to Downs. Checks.
Yeah, Downs obviously hates this board, but he has to just put the rest of his chips in. He's sort of chopped his stack. If he changes his plan now because he found a board he doesn't love, it would be bad poker. But you know what? This man is finding another way to play poker. He's going to put in another 25k.
What is he? Oh my God.
We're watching a very strange hand here. It's going to work because the 8-9 obviously has no equity really on this. A couple of back doors.
And he probably feels as though he's doing this to try and get me to just pay him off.
Well, we might want. I'm just going to throw something completely crazy into the mix here. If Macaulay decides to turn this into a semi-bluff shove and gets him off for the remaining 25, we might be about to see a poker hand go viral. It's not going to happen. It would have been too hard to imagine.
It would have been fantastic, though. My goodness.
So a pretty upside down, back to front hand.
Yeah.
But Downs does rake it in.
It's worked in his favour, but that could have blown up in his face.
Yeah, it was strange from both players, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
As we saw there, the best hand threw it in the muck there.
Well,
Dermot playing very quick to fold the ace-9. And to be honest, I like it given how unlikely it is that he'd be doing that with ace-7.
But I like the fact that your initial comment was, wait, he's calling with Dermot still to act. You don't know what Dermot's going to do.
Yeah, and it's just too shallow to outplay your opponent. You love to call a hand suited connector. That's lovely.
Oh, yeah.
But you want to be like 30 bigs deep or more. You know, that's the way those hands play well. Not off ultra shallow stacks. You mentioned there how great it is to be back. I want to tee up a plug here because I'm very excited about this, even though I live far away now and I can't even play it. Finton, you have been at the helm now of the IPT, I know, which is all connected to this Irish Open. It's all part of the same sort of family of festivals and whatnot. Yeah. Can you tell us where you're going next?
Right, we are going to London.
Oh,
that's
not Ireland.
The Irish Poker Tour. Did we get it in Brexit?
It's the Irish Poker Tour international stop.
Lovely.
In Asper's Casino the end of May. And you can qualify for that online. But yeah, no, it's great. Like,
he's done the same thing again, lads. He's raised to 25k. Sorry to interrupt you, but he's done it with ace-10.
I wonder if the brow is furrowing now. Dermot going, I
Yeah.
wonder if I did the right thing the last time now. Because if he shoved, I would have called it with the ace-9, and now I'm not so sure anymore.
So he's called with the ace-9.
Well, he's got a
calling.
dominated hand to call it.
Well,
No,
he
to
three-bet him.
three-bet.
He three-bet him. It looked like a call.
Well, we're about to find out another upside down back to front hand. We're about to find out if he's going to call it off here or fold.
I wouldn't be three betting a guy with so much alcohol in their system. He folded.
What is happening?
I don't like. If you're going to do it, then you're going with it.
That's a wild hand, guys.
Yeah, I don't quite get that.
He's been really good, this Macaulay guy.
Very,
what I've
very
seen
good.
of him.
Very, very good.
He comes across as super solid.
But anyway, to get back to the IPT. So what's next?
I mean,
so
it's on fire.
London is next.
Small buy-ins.
But you're like
big prize
getting
pools.
twice the guarantees and all these stuff.
more,
Put those
twice,
feckin' guarantees up, will you?
Yes, like, we're just getting a lot of players who you haven't seen. Just like this Irish Open, where players are coming out of the woodwork who you haven't seen for several years. That's what's happening in the smaller regions all over Ireland. People are coming out to play.
Oh, I'm shocked by the numbers. I didn't think you would get I thought you would hit your guarantees. I thought you would get great fields out and great enthusiasm out. I did not expect the numbers I've seen so far.
Yeah, we've been bowled over, to be honest.
Do you want to share actually just how many were at your last two?
Well, everywhere we go, like they're small little buy-ins, and guarantees are normally like at between 10 and 20,000. But like every guarantee has been smashed.
Fantastic, fantastic. And the
small one-day events,
But the buy-in you were saying
150. So we're getting the reccees, we're getting the recreational guys in, we're getting the
very
farmers,
fair.
the postmen. And
But
it's
that's how
fun.
you grow the game.
Yeah,
It's fun.
exactly.
It's great. Grassroots poker is so vitally important. Obviously, the Irish Open is sort of a link. It sort of brings the grassroots and the pros all together because it's so special. Guys will try and satellite into this for 50 quid, 100 quid. They might set up their own little sit and goes at home, their home games.
We actually do that. We have that at home. There's a pub at home that does that.
If there's one tournament like your local home game is going to go for, it'll be the Irish Open,
Yeah.
At one stage, it was like maybe when the poker boom was on in like 05, 06 or whatever, it might have been the World Series, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But now, for our territory here, it's the Irish Open. That's the one, the one tournament a year is kind of the most play,
Andy Black folded 9-7 suited. I know it was early position, but still.
His stack is awkward now. He's in the 20 big zone, and to be honest, what you really want in that spot, and it shows exactly what you said earlier, which is that he's very cute, he understands the adjustments, he's technically much better, and he knows what weapons he has with different stacks. The 9-7 suited, beautiful hand if you got 40 or 50 bigs. Once you're down in the 20 big blind zone, it doesn't have a blocker, it's more likely to get fought back against, and actually doesn't make for a great open.
Particularly in
has
early position.
shoved, and Fitzpatrick has ace-4 down to jack-6, and of course he's going to let that go, so Barca gets it through. So he would have actually ended up in a situation where, now maybe he doesn't.
He's never opened in that early position.
No, but maybe he doesn't shove the 8-7 with Andy.
No, he wouldn't.
Behind him.
No, as played, it turns out Andy might have got a cheeky little open through, but we don't want to be results oriented here.
No,
and I think on
it's
balance,
it's the right move.
It's just good to be disciplined and let hands like that were beautiful hands at the start of the day when you had 50 bigs or more.
Yeah,
they're not so good when you're staring at 20.
Yeah, you play it with the training, the various different training apps. Shout out to Instapoker. I was playing another layer of the app last night, and it was short stack play in tournament poker. And it comes up 3 points, good move, 0 points, bad move, and then corrects for you and shows you how you should have done it, and what to do. But there's various different apps and plenty of tutorials, and there's this podcast as well. What's that called again, Finton? FFP Final Furlong Podcast. That's right. Yeah, Philip Baker was on today. Yeah, but there's another one.
They're very good at kind of when you want to put the reps in with your short stack play. I always go to Final Furlong.
Yeah, that Rory Delargy's got that one nailed. He always knows exactly what to do there. Chip race is brilliant, mate, and it's great to see it grow from strength to strength.
Oh, when I think back, the time we did this commentary gig together, it was during the Chip race's first ever season, which was sort of an Irish only season. We were Irish facing that year.
I
remember it.
In the the old lobby of the Burlow.
This is an interesting hand, guys, because Andy is open-ended.
Up and down.
Paul McCauley is the player that opened pre. He opened a little light. He's loosening it up towards the end of the night here, Paul McCauley. Ace-5, he does have second pair, and now Andy has check-raised all in. And McCauley, well, I guess he just folds this.
It's a hero call.
There's a lot of draws possible.
Yeah.
Is the only thing that might convince McCauley. Remember, if Andy has a king here, he might just call because he doesn't have to be too afraid of a board like this. So the fact that he's check shove does mean a lot of draws go into that range. McCauley may consider the hero. Now it's hard being a hero when if you're right, you're only flipping.
Yeah, and you've only got middle pair.
Problem is if he's against something like a heart draw with 2 overs, you know what I mean. Even though he's getting it right, he's still a dog.
He showed it as he folds.
So really good bit of outmaneuvering there from Andy
and
Black.
what he did was he showed the 5. So he didn't show the full amount, but he showed the 5. Andy didn't do anything. But you were going to say great piece of play from Andy.
Yeah, just a really smart use of how you kind of defend your blinds, and then you get the equity you need, which is like an open ender is beautiful. And your opponent doesn't have to have a king all the time, or maybe even has an underpair that's kind of beneath the king above the 5, and he won't call with that either sometimes, and you get to exploit those hands pretty brilliantly. And
it's also a nice example of how his reputation has changed at the table, that he hasn't been aggro, he hasn't been doing crazy things. He hasn't been doing like the bluffing Phil Hellmuth off aces when he's got ace king.
And he never does crazy things.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, never.
It's where he was kind of a mad monk or some type of character.
Yeah, that wasn't his nickname at all. The first Irish Open I did, God rest him, Liam Flood was on comments with me, and I was a bit overawed in the fact that this legend is sitting beside me, and he went off for he needed, because he was always involved in what was going on in the Irish Open. He went off to check something. So I'm commentating with Bex, and Liam comes back. Liam comes back to us, and I said, "So how's Andy doing? They moved him tables," and he goes, "Oh, Andy's out." What? Yeah, Andy's out. He's doing great though. He's up at 80k on the cash tables, and I had to go. The cash tables aren't actually legal here. They are now. I said, but they're not actually legal here. We're not supposed to mention on the stream.
Oh,
and that probably took 5 seconds to say. And Flood's response is, online. 80k up online. So it's great he brought the laptop.
Beautiful save. Beautiful save.
Nice one.
Brilliant.
That's quick.
Online.
That's quick thinking.
80k up online.
I'm just looking on one of the outer tables, and I see my friend Roland Gilligan.
Oh,
from
Gilly,
Galway.
yeah.
He had a big stack at one stage. He's standing up, and there's no chips in front of him. That tells me they're all on the line, and
now he's
tapped
walking
the
away.
table.
Yeah.
Gilly's just busted.
Yep.
Gilly had an incredible purple patch, I want to say, back in 2012 or 13, where he, I think, did he have 3 big final tables back
he had
to back
a final
almost?
table here. He came 3rd in the WPT. There was Sparrow. Do you remember? What's his name? The English player Sparrow.
I don't remember the name of who
anyway,
you mean, but I do remember these games.
Yeah,
so.
WPT here, the 3K one. Then he actually lost heads up to Max Silver, I think, a UK IPT. I think Tom Kitt was 3rd in that
That's
one in
right.
Dublin, and it was a massive field.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Gilly's top player. He did deep run in Galway as well.
Tom
He
cashed
really is.
the main event as well, by the way.
We have another interesting spot here, guys. So
Yeah,
a bit similar to Kevin has defended his big blind with the jack 8 suited perfectly fine. He's flopped middle pin, which is a little awkward. He's got some backdoors. He can hit the 9-10. He can hit running hearts. Obviously, Barakat we see here has open-ended with the overcard, and will probably be willing to go with this hand, to be honest, because it's going to have equity against no matter what. So the question is, will Kevin pull the trigger the same way we just saw Andy pull the trigger and basically go with the equity he has? Will he call and maybe get exploited down the streets? That's possible too.
What do you do if you're Bras here?
I called 17,000 with my pair. He's a 2-pair draw, trip draw, and as David rightly pointed out, there's a lot of cards here that can help him. He could actually be ahead, which we can see he is.
Fenton
And
spot on again.
Oh, well, he has hit it.
That's ridiculous.
Now, Kevin won't be happy with the 9. It's obviously given him a gutter to the bad end, and it's just not a really attractive.
Might see a check maybe from
that he's got it
Barakat.
so. I think we're going to go small again. I think he's going to target Queen X, Jack X for a very small bet. I think he'll just try and little rope a dope, keep them in 20k,
That's
25k.
From what we've seen, that's definitely in Eunice's range. He can do that.
Eunice doesn't have to worry. He's kind of got a lock on this hand. It's almost unfeasible that his hand can be beaten by the river in this spot now. Maybe, you know, the very unlikely spades getting there, maybe like the Queen X of spades, but like he's even got a 10 of spades in his hand. There's no reason for him not to just massage this pot.
So his bet is 29k, making the pot now 122. You can see the action pre-flop.
It's about 30% of the pot.
Eunice raised to 22.
It's tough, isn't it? For
it's like he's looking at us here, guys. Cycloptic glance at the camera.
Looking deep into our souls.
Yeah.
Lads, what should I do?
It's really
tough
because...
Sorry, Brzezowski, because this is 15 minutes later. But what would you do in this moment?
I think, again, Eunice is such a good player. He's put him in the bin here with this bet. It's a bet beautifully designed to try and squeeze more value, but also pressurize. You know, if he's sitting there with, you know, the Jack 8, but actually in reality Eunice doesn't have it. Maybe Eunice has the Ace 10, or he has, you know, maybe a small pair that he's just decided to actually barrel here. He's actually just putting
Ace
oodles
9,
of pressure.
Maybe? Ace 9?
Well, we see he's got exactly what he wanted, which is the call. Now, we know Barakat's going to stick this in on the river. From Kevin's point of view, if the 10 comes, he's in big trouble. If a Jack or an 8 comes, that could well get him in trouble as well.
6 of diamonds probably. Is it 4 of diamonds?
4 of diamonds is an interesting one, because if he was ahead, he's probably stayed ahead.
Yeah. So he now has 2 pair. All right. This time, David, you call it.
Oh, it's all in, Rip. It has to be.
Yeah, I think Kevin will find the fold here. It's agonising, to be honest. You've got to put your opponent as capable of triple barreling here with some kind of draw equity. Barakat's capable of maybe even doing, I don't know, does he turn 9-10 into a bluff sometimes? I'm trying to find what bluffs he would actually have here. It's hard, and I think Kevin probably, part of that call was sort of drawing to a check, and that check's not coming. Here it comes all in.
You're both spot on. So 222 now in the pot.
The way Barakat has massaged this pot has meant that he's got to the river. He only needs to be good like 23% of the time.
Yeah.
So it becomes very compelling. But I think once he runs it in his head, he'll realise, wow, my opponent's just showed strength on every single street.
Brzezowski has asked for a count. Yes, we know he's British, but try and get those pronunciations right. Oh, Kevin didn't seem to like that pronunciation, even though this is 15 minutes late.
He's trying to work out how many times does he have Ace 10, how many times does he have 9-10. These are the kind of hands that he can beat, but it's very hard to find them. There's not many.
Ace King is a candidate as well.
That's a possible candidate
Ace
too.
King is a kind of hand that would barrel again with the good shot, and then.
I was wondering, could he put him on Ace 9? Which obviously means he folds.
He checks back, I think, Ace 9, I think, because he hits a piece. So I think it's more likely 9-10.
He's asked for a
Ace
count,
King.
by the way.
Remember as well, this is a board that will hit the big blind defending range a lot. So despite that, we see Eunice willing to triple off. It is a huge show of strength. I think Kevin has to probably, on balance, make the fold here. His 8's not a good blocker. His hearts are not relevant. It's, you know, he doesn't have anything extra to go with that makes this an easier decision.
He's making Eunice work for it, but to be fair, again, it's not Hollywooding, it's just that it's a genuinely tough decision for him. And we've seen him make some great calls today, Kevin. And that's a great call. Letting it go. Letting it go has saved his tournament life. He wouldn't have been out, but he'd have been in big trouble.
Yeah, down to 10 bigs just if he makes that call. 17 bigs, he's left himself a lot more weapons. Really tough for him, to be honest. He has to call pre, he has to call flop. Turn is really difficult. Love Eunice's bet size to just sort of rope a dope the guy. Just, you know, you force enough of the range to go again and put him to the test. And then obviously he knew he was always going to be emptying the clip.
In 15 minutes' time, he's going to be walking over here and looking at his
He might well be.
I guarantee you. We've got about 35 minutes of coverage left with you. David Lappin, Fintan Gavin, Emmett Kennedy, giving you live coverage of the Irish Poker Open with Party Poker. And your question, Mr. Lappin, was?
How many people are you expecting to go to Aspers? Aspers is a huge poker room.
It's
good
the
shout.
biggest in London. It's 42 tables or something like that. So the buy-in for the main event is like 300 sterling, and they're guaranteeing 100k. So that'll give you an idea.
Wow.
But they expect that to be double that.
Oh
that,
yeah, because you'll get so many locals as well, so it'll
loads
become
of
a bit of a
Irish.
mix of the Irish
Loads of
and
Irish
the
in London
Londoners
as well. Like, and then
Yeah.
there's online sats packages. Loads of guys have bought in
How
already.
can we qualify?
Paddy Power.
Paddy Power.
Yeah, one of the
Excellent.
partners here at the
Okay.
Irish Open.
Yeah.
PaddyPower.com.
They ran a boatload of satellites to qualify for the Irish Poker Open.
I love playing in Aspers. Do you know why?
Go on.
Tell me.
When you bust out, you can go to the movies.
Yeah, the shopping centre is a real big one. And
It's in a shopping centre.
Yeah.
Are you
Top floor-
serious?
it's the top floor of a shopping centre
biggest
with an
shopping centre in
omniplex.
That is
It's class.
absolutely
There's everything
brilliant.
there. There's like so many restaurants, bars. It's really cool.
Talk
West
to
Ham
me.
home game.
That's it, yeah, it's only up
on
the
your
road.
doorstep.
What have you seen lately in the cinema?
I haven't been to the cinema since.
Come
I
on,
don't know.
Vincent.
I haven't in 2.5 years. I haven't been to cinema.
Since COVID.
Yeah, haven't been.
I got COVID after being to the cinema. When I booked my tickets, they had it all X'd off where you were sitting. When I went in, and that's how it had been for Tenant and everything else. And when I went in for No Time to Die, there were no X's off. This whole place was full, and a day later I was coughing. Month and a half took me
Wow.
to get over it.
I
What's
saw-
the
I
last
saw-
film you saw?
I
I
didn't really like that film.
I liked it.
Or yeah,
I liked it.
might have been better on the big screen.
I saw No Time to Die in the movies last summer, and I saw Licorice Pizza
Any
at
good?
Christmas, which I very much enjoyed. P.T. Anderson, yeah, really good movie.
I've heard great things about that. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard great things.
But similar to Finton, though, I think that might be the only two times during COVID or since COVID began that I've actually gone to the pictures. And I used to go to the movies twice a week.
If it was open, any opportunity to go. Tenant, I wanted to see anyway.
Oh, big
Well,
flop.
Lads,
Will is
the
all
nut
in here.
flush draw.
Yeah, Will's delighted with
Hughes,
this. Ace
Will
King.
Fitzpatrick.
If Dermot, I was going to say,
Yeah,
if Dermot fires a C bet, he might find himself committed against
Yeah, Will
Fitzpatrick's.
should-
But the
he
fact
has
that he's
to
checked, he
rip
gets
here.
away now.
There's 81 out there. He's got 71 in
Here
the
it
stack.
goes. Shipped.
There you go, boys. You
Everybody
can have
gets
it.
out of the way. Bye-bye.
And he gets it through because he also looks like he has a pocket pair. When he flats under the gun two there, obviously
Yeah.
we see is the ace jack. We also see that he's flopped really well. But a lot of the time when he does that, he might have the sixes, the sevens, the eights, and they've all flopped reasonably well. So Dermot, by not c-betting, has allowed himself to get away. Now, we know in
If
reality...
he bets, he has to
to
just snap
call.
him off.
Yeah.
And if he does get it all, he's still got good equity against the flush draw. He's about 50-50, right?
Pretty much.
But I think Dermot has actually reacted to that because the way he just sighed there as your man, as Fitzpatrick is stacking up the chips, I think he's just delighted he didn't see that
Hmm.
because at this point he would be well able to read Fitzpatrick. No offense, but at this point, it's fair to say now that he's got a fairly good read on the majority of his opponents, and he knows he was behind there.
Yeah, far be it from me to criticise anyone's play. I'm sitting here with you guys, and I used to be on the table with them. They still have chips, but I will say that
Some of them are yours.
and some of them are mine. They're moving around. But since we've got a bit shallower, since the game's kind of become a shallower game, we've seen the guys who can kind of adjust to that. I don't think Fitzpatrick is playing an orthodox shallow stack game, but it's been effective for him,
Yeah.
but it's not orthodox. And we saw Downs obviously sort of play some hands a little bit back to front. Maybe those guys more experienced, deeper, and maybe a little outside their comfort zone now with 10, 15 bigs.
I think that's starting to become apparent. And the feature of tournament poker, it's like you've got to be able to play all these stack sizes.
Yeah.
'Cause
Yeah.
no matter how deep you go, you're always going to be short at some stage.
Yep,
I mean,
that's
it's just
exactly
not,
right.
It's not feasible that like you get a big stack and you go through, heads
Wire
up
to
with
wire.
the big stack.
Yeah, no,
just
no,
doesn't
totally.
happen,
Oh, day one chip leader wins main event. No, that
Well, I mean, it may happen you're chip leader and you win, but I guarantee you at some stage you've taken significant hits
Yeah.
and you've come back or whatever,
And even in the miraculous example where you didn't,
Yeah.
remember, you're always playing the effective stack. So if you're playing against the short stack guy, well, you're playing his stack. So you still need to know how to play short even
Yeah.
when you're not.
Yeah. That's why it's so important to play online so much, play as much live as you can, and read as many strategy.
We're seeing another back to front hand here, guys. Don't get me wrong. It's a bit more creative. Sometimes you see very experienced players chopping their stacks off very shallow stacks. It does create a little bit of maybe confusion or mystery or sort of
Yeah.
fake super strength. But
Yeah.
Downs is just, it's a bit weird. He's just opening 25. We saw him do a fold in this spot
And he gets a
a
snap
while
fold
ago.
Yeah,
off
and
the button and
we
the
don't
blind,
know what
small
Dermot
blind.
had,
Well,
but,
Dermot fold the big
Queen
blind.
7.
Yeah.
Diamonds.
It's almost like Mark just doesn't want to put his last chips in, and he's begrudgingly putting in pieces of that remaining stack short as it is.
And to be fair, it is coming back to him.
It has, yes, on 2 out of 3 occasions,
Yeah.
this unusual approach has worked.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying this is the new strategy, folks. You got to start playing Finton.
I think the bet size there is he's showing he's committed. He's not fold. I don't think. I mean, that'd be crazy to put in 25k and then fold for
Gavin and Lappin.
fold his
When you've
last
got 45k left,
behind.
bet 25.
I mean, it just doesn't make sense to leave himself with 4.5 big blinds. And the guys on the button and blinds just go, well, he's committed, and they need you need a hand.
Here's the extra bit of important detail on this. I'm willing to bet now that it was about 15 minutes ago he did his first one of these. If the guys are getting fed the info that we're seeing,
And they will
or
have been.
glancing up at the board, which isn't
Yeah.
too far away from them, they'll start to see that this is what he's doing with, strange hands.
Well,
It's
we-
got to be said, not shoving.
we
So
all-
it might enthuse them to come back and fight after him.
We already know that there's friends who are either at the bar or they're inside and they're texting them saying, here's what happened.
Yeah, I know for a fact Dan Stacey has someone blinking his phone every few
Yeah.
minutes to feed him the hands that are relevant. I saw him doing that. To be fair, I was just blatantly looking at my phone to see what happened 15
Well,
minutes ago.
we've seen
So
plenty of players do that.
David Lappin Postle.
Yeah, right.
We've seen that happen loads of times. Because I asked Matt Silver about it, and he was saying, I'd like a slightly longer delay than the 15, but I don't mind it, and I have no problem with people having phones at
Yeah.
the table. I don't have any issue with it at all. And he's a tournament great, so if he's going to say it, happy days.
Max was short around the bubble. I think he got through the bubble, but I'm not sure I see him in the
No, he
room.
must be
No,
seen
Max
him in the
bust.
queue earlier
Yeah,
on.
we saw him cashing, I'm afraid.
And you can see the queue on the very left of the room there. That's the players who have busted and they're going up to collect their winnings.
Yeah.
The payout desk.
The camera may not be on there, but when one of the table cams picks up people in the background all queuing up, that's what they're doing. They are getting paid.
So tell me, tomorrow, guys, do you play down to a final table, or do you just play the levels out and then maybe come back with 11 or 12 people? Who knows how it'll
As
go?
far as I'm aware, we're playing to the final table.
Final table is my
So-
information.
So it could be a long day tomorrow for you
Yeah.
guys.
Would it?
I think it might.
Yeah.
Well, we had a long day in 2015, to be fair.
2,000 runners.
Yeah, and
I think you're talking maybe 12 levels tomorrow, which could bring you to 2 a.m.
yeah, and Bex is listening in New York, and she remembers the 3 a.m. 3:30 a.m. final table, which the bar was apparently closed for some stupid reason, so they ended up serving us in a private bar, and then the final table was the year Niall Smith won, beating Surinder Sunar, and that went on until 5 a.m.
Yeah, so if you do a really long day 3, I guess, and get it to the final table, it probably won't go super late that day. But if you just broke it with after 10 levels, when maybe there's 12 or 14 left, then you're looking at a really long last day
But
as
this
well.
is the thing, like
tomorrow is scheduled for 12
Will you
12
look at
levels.
this turn card, guys?
Oh
my
God,
goodness.
the Queen.
So Dermot Blaine has hit Gin here on the turn. It's going to be very hard for Fitzpatrick to get away here. He's got top pair. He's also got a gut shot. He's probably just going to go into station mode here. Dermot Blaine is probably going to squeeze another at least 50k off him on the river.
4 of hearts hits the river. Fitzpatrick checks with top pair.
So Fitzpatrick, looking to play pot control here with this flop check, has basically allowed disaster to happen. Dermot Blaine now with the bona fide nuts.
And
he's just choosing what size.
What is his size bet here, Finton?
Well, there you have it. It's 45. Half the pot.
I say quick. Oh, what?
55.
Wow, he gets away.
Instant fold. Instant fold.
It was instant. Wow.
That is seriously impressive.
So he's under-repped his hand by checking back flop, and then he's not actually stationed it off on the river, and he was right.
Yeah. We need to start giving this man a bit more credit. That is superb stuff. And if his family and friends are watching on YouTube, make sure you're watching this on Sky Q or Apple TV or Google Chrome on your telly. You're hearing the voices of David Lappin, Vincent Gavin and Emmett Kennedy, covering the Irish Open main event. Brought to you by Party Poker. This is our feature table, which is officially table 4, which has in seat 1 Mark Downs, seat 2 the GOAT Andy Black,
18
Kevin
big blinds in a
Brzezinski,
stack.
Daniel Stacey in 4, 5 Paul McCauley, 6 Dermot Blaine just taking down that stack, Yunus Hussein Barakat in 7, and William Fitzpatrick with the hero fold in seat 8. Fours, pocket fours for Blaine goes to a 22k raise. Downs with 10-9 is asking how much to call.
Given what I've seen of Downs, I'd be very surprised if he continued here. It's actually the kind of hand you might consider flatting and going with any equity off a shallow stack, but that just doesn't seem to be in his game.
No. I don't think it's in his game now. Should we put it that way? It might have been in his game earlier on, but now I think it's slightly different.
Yeah, so just 20 minutes left now, guys. With, you know, you guys have put on a big stint again today. Fair play.
Thank you very much, my man. We've thoroughly enjoyed it. It's great having you here as well, alongside Fenton and myself.
What's your plan for tomorrow, Dave?
I wish I was still out there. My plan for tomorrow will be to probably play that mystery bounty. That looks a bit of fun.
Oh yeah. What's the
Fenton,
buy-in for
Fenton
that?
was
It's a
highlighting that
1K?
earlier on.
1K, and is it a 2-day or 1 day?
It's a 2-dayer, which I know for a fact that if I make the final table, I'm going to miss my flight. But I'm hoping that I'll have a mystery bounty in my pocket. So that won't mind.
Nice. Won't matter. And just to explain for new viewers, mystery bounty means?
Mystery bounty is a little bit like a normal bounty tournament, but half the prize pool goes in. Well, sorry, I don't know exactly the structure of this one, but what the ones I've seen in the past, half the prize pool goes into an overall pool of money, which they sort of invent prizes of different sizes. You knock out somebody, you get to maybe, you know, pull a ticket out of a hat or pull an envelope out of a drawer. Very famously, recently, our good pal Smidge, Porrick O'Neill, played the mystery bounty in the Wynn Casino in Las Vegas and pulled out the 100k mystery bounty.
That was the biggest one.
Oh!
Biggest bounty. Macaulay just going to fold here.
Yeah.
To the
Andy Black is in trouble.
Another
Now he's
race.
ahead.
Can he
He's
win
ahead.
this?
He's ahead.
That's the question.
He's all in. And obviously, Barakat had him covered with the 197. So Andy
Very
Black
similar
all in
stack
for his
sizes.
tournament life.
Both are sub 20 bigs. Andy with 17 bigs.
So jacks for Andy, which means he does lead, but you can see the percentages favour the ace-king. The overcards and draw comes down 9-4 deuce.
Good news for Black.
Andy Black alive as we go to 4th Street. 6 outs. For
Oh, it's a dagger.
Oh, dagger
Horrible.
in the heart of Andy Black, who's got 1 out because the jack is already gone. And it doesn't come. It's the 8 of clubs. And Andy Black will finish 121st, I reckon, in the Irish Poker Open.
He's still hanging on to see is he definitely covered, but yeah, he is.
Yeah, he is. And to be fair, that's good to see.
Nothing he could have done there.
No.
A tale of two flips.
Two
He
flips.
lost both.
2 flips.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Gotta say, I have to be
he got
happy.
He got it in good.
Yeah, sad as I am for Andy, and I genuinely am, I really wanted to see Andy do well. He's so synonymous with this event. You got to say, it's nice to see Eunice. He has, you know, somehow survived those 3 or 4 almost die situations to get the double now and be right back in this tournament.
You can't say he doesn't deserve to be still here. He's played absolutely superb and escaped. He dodged a few bullets and kept just stuck in there.
A lesser man would have been eliminated 3
Absolutely.
times in his seat with his
Absolutely.
cards.
Oh, if this is a cash game, I've rebought 5 times already.
It's not good to see an empty seat, though, where Andy was sitting.
No, it's not. Look, Andy is a beloved member of the Irish poker community, and I think that this room would have gone mental if he'd doubled up there, and particularly in the excitement of him coming back for day 3. Still,
And
he's
he's
still a
got
deep
like
run.
35 bigs or whatever.
Yeah,
40
good
bigs.
shout. Yeah,
But you got to win your flips. That's what it's about.
and it didn't happen.
If
for
you
him.
don't win your flips, you got to have your stack bigger than your opponents. But that wasn't the case for Andy. But it's been pretty bad day for him. 2 big flips, lost both of them, and he's bust up.
Yeah, the story of his day was an interesting one. He came in with a pretty nice stack. He immediately took a body blow with ace-king against ace-queen. The queen spiked. It was Fitzpatrick who did it to him. And then he rebuilt, and he rebuilt, and he rebuilt, and he suddenly had a huge stack in front of him. And then he had that misstep that I'm not going to talk anymore about.
Yeah, I know.
But then he rebuilt again, and again he just built it up again. 300k. I think he might have even had more than 300k, 350 at his peak. But unfortunately, as we saw there, 2 flips on this feature table, and out the door he goes.
Ugh, that's sick. There's something particularly sick about an icon of the game who is so associated with the Irish Open going when they're this deep. I think he was 121st, by the way. We're down to 120 now. So we're with you for about another just shy of 18 minutes, around about that.
Guys, I have a news flash from the outer tables. Dan Wilson, former Irish Open champion, is the chip leader in the room with 1.3 million.
Where are you getting these
Daniel
stats?
Wilson, right there on irishpokeropen.com. But David Lappin gets there first, and that's a fantastic piece of info. So Daniel Wilson is at table 16, seat 1, just shy of 1.3 million. Tomas Jakobsen, who we mentioned earlier on, is at table 6, 1.1 million for him. Chris Williams and Frank Lillis, who we were talking about, still over the million.
Yeah, lads, we have another winner, Clicky. He's in the top 5 chip stacks.
Wow.
Oh, come on, Patrick Clark.
Chufty, Richard Aspey is there in the top 10, the mixed game specialist.
Clark is over here, isn't he? Clark's there in the shorts.
Yeah.
Clicky, yeah.
So, and we also see Alex Kulev in 13th place with 700k, and he's a proper player as well.
Absolutely. Love to see him go deep. Paul Newey.
Okay, another strange raise here for Fitzpatrick. He's decided to open the Jack Queen suited from middle position off his 10 big blind stack. It's created an awkward one for Kevin, who again, these guys with their strange open sizes are sort of...
He's looking to go with it. But it's funny, he probably has the money in if Will had open ripped for the 10 bigs.
Yeah, I think it'd be
probably
in
more
very quick. And I think actually he's spooking him here. He has him spooked. He's opened off 9.5 bigs, which is very unorthodox. And I think that is making Kevin really ponder whether he can play this ace check. And he has let it go. So there is some exploitation in this. Okay, there is an online player who came to great fame for this kind of play. Pizzagno was his name, Luca Pizzagno. And he became famous for these very strange open sizes off very shallow stacks where he was purely exploiting. We're sort of seeing that from Fitzpatrick here.
We are.
He just got the ace jack to fold.
As you said, Finton, he'd have been beaten in the pot.
I think
had he
so.
shoved.
If he just shoved and he looks at a, sub 10 big blind stack, he looks down at ace jack. Of course, he's going to call him, I think, pretty likely to call.
Yeah.
And Will, still alive, gets the best hand to fold on the left of your stream there, of the stream. He's now on the right. You see the Italian player.
Now, you guys were having a great conversation the other day about...
I did just confirm with Patrick Clark, by the way, former Irish Open champion, that he is indeed on 870.
Wow, great stack
Yeah.
for Clicky there. We see Dermot opening up the 10s here under the gun. I do have a question for you guys, or more sort of like another way to frame something you were talking about on comms. I think it was yesterday. But we'll see what happens with Dermot's 10s first.
Pocket 10s against Jack 7 suited. He's too tight to lift that. And Kev folds Jack 10. Stacey, who have been very impressive, but hasn't had a whole lot to... Not everything has gone his way, but...
Two biggest stacks on the table. Macaulay and Blaine are going to clash.
This is going.
Well, this is a 4-bet for sure, right?
Well, you often won't construct a 3-betting
three-bet,
range.
said, yeah.
You might construct a 3-bet range out of the big blind. Some guys, particularly against early position opens, may just flat all of their continues, keeping obviously ace-king well disguised. That's what's happened here. And again, as you said, the two stacks that can damage each other who have big stacks may be looking to play a smaller pot here than they normally would with these holdings.
Well, it's
he's certainly going to continue, Macaulay, right? He's going to check call this street.
Absolutely. He's
And
got the
see
back
what-
doors.
yeah.
He's also got maybe the best hand a lot of the time with ace-king because he has played it deceptively.
And plus, he's probably going to get a free river because once he calls here,
He
it's
could
gonna
have
be
a
hard.
5.
it's very hard for Dermot to bet the turn.
Oh, and he has
that's an
picked a bet,
interesting
couldn't he?
one. Yeah.
Backdoor flush draw.
But you're right that that's almost certainly a check card, because Dermot will probably be playing pot control here. He doesn't have any fives in his range. McCauley can have fives. I think Dermot will probably go into check back and then maybe call some rivers, depending on what happens. Looks like Dermot may be going to continue with the betting lead. He's almost like an advanced blocker here. Sometimes you see players where they feel like they can still target the value portion of McCauley's range, maybe the 9x. You can get a small bet here, and then you can quickly check back the river because you've kept the betting lead. Looks like Dermot's gone for that more advanced blocker approach here.
And given the fact that McCauley has 12 outs, he's not going anywhere.
No, and I don't think he should raise here because, again, his hand could be good right now. His hand can improve, and he's got a lot of outs to improve. So makes sense to just put that in the calling range. Oh, and he has
he's in it.
Ooh. So he has to lead out here, right? Because in all likelihood, Dermot's going to be checking back, right?
Yeah, when Dermot goes for that small advanced blocker sizing on the turn, he's going to check back a lot, and there he has, and we see he missed a bit of value. I don't hate the way McCauley played. I suppose maybe he's gone for the check raise river line, which is kind of interesting, and will work certainly when Dermot looks to thin value bet a queen or maybe a hand like Jack sometimes and 10 sometimes. But in the end, Dermot just deciding he was going to be a little bit more cautious, and lucky he was.
Absolutely.
He bet every street while he was ahead, and he checked back when he was behind. It's usually a good approach in poker.
Tends to work. Every now and again, it can work.
But I was asking you guys, so you said that in your mind, Andy Black would be the best player of the generation, of a 20-year sort of, it isn't sort of a generation of poker, although I would say he kind of came up before some other people, but, he's certainly the guy at the top of the pile.
Yeah.
If you were to look at poker players in Ireland in the last 10 years, or maybe even 8 years, I think Dan Wilson could make a claim to that top spot. He has been consistently one of the biggest online winners, and I mean serious money online, booking 100 to 300k wins online every year consistently. And he has an Irish Open, and he has a really good resume if you just look through his live stats too. So he's a proper player. He's one of the best we've ever produced. Very smart guy, literally a rocket scientist. The guy can fly planes. He's a renaissance man.
Ridiculous stuff. Where do you put Dermot on that list?
Oh, Dermot's an interesting one. I suppose because he's in the cash game world, I'm less familiar, and I find it harder to judge. But Dermot has been certainly one of the top 5 live cash game players in the last 15 years in Ireland. I assume in
100%,
in that realm, there's no question he's in that mix.
We marked him as that in our conversation about Irish players. Dermot well up there. I mean, I didn't realise he's such a...
Oh, I don't deserve any mention.
No, you got a good mention.
Well, that's nonsense,
well,
to be honest.
You were mentioned by me, and I said you were definitely underappreciated because you were such a big personality in the media world that people tend to forget how good of a poker player you are. That was exactly what I said.
Well, that's extremely generous from you, Fintan.
I don't think so. I think it's pretty spot on.
I agree straight away.
I don't think I'm a donkey, but I would not put myself in the class of some of the people we are naming right now. Maybe not even in the division below them. Maybe the division, the next one down.
I think you're being over humble there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think you will
be fair,
yourself at a table with these guys. I think you would.
Maybe not all of these guys.
Come on,
every praise I've given you, Fintan, you've said now you've been a bit much, but come on now, Lappin. In fairness, you're right up there. Where is Ono D on the list?
Ono D's another interesting one because he's the guy who plays very few tournaments, and when he does, he tends to go incredibly deep in them. But he's another cash game guy. Like most of his bread and butter is cash game as well. So I'll be honest with you, I don't know enough about that. I'm very knowledgeable about the tournament scene, both online and live. I find the cash game stuff and who's making millions in those games much more of a mystery, and I suppose it's designed that way. They want to get it quietly.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely,
get it quietly. It's a great
they
way
want to be invited to the games.
Yeah, right.
As the man who is running his own poker tour and obviously doing so much commentary and having watched today and the last couple of days with me, Fintan, now that you've had time to think about it, Andy Black, who else? Who else is there?
Yeah,
of the ones we've mentioned.
Well, I think from what I seen on the earlier stream, David certainly impressed with Dermot playing. I
Very
thought
much so.
the way they adjusted their play with the stack size, they picked their spots. I'm thinking of like the 9-10 suited for Dave. I mean, you have to take your opportunities. You let your opportunities pass you by, they mightn't arise again.
Yeah.
And that's a really, really important concept in tournament poker, you know.
Eunice is all in here.
This table has been super. It really has. All these.
This is a call for William, I think. You know, this is blind v blind. Baraka's obviously got a hand. He's more than happy.
Wow.
He folded.
Has he folded?
He's folded.
He has folded. Wow. So he's basically got to put Baraka on ace-9 or better, which is very hard to have to justify a fold here. You know, obviously Baraka, nothing wrong with shoving the king-10 there, but the ace-8 suited is a snap-off, and you know, William may be a little bit keen to make it day 3, maybe a little bit keen to be the guy getting his money in first and not wanting to call it off.
I don't think it's even. Do you know what it is? I don't think it's even him trying to make day 3. I think it's him being familiar in this short stack play that you mentioned earlier on, and particularly blind on blind play, which, like, for say the old school players, you know, the blinds, you know, if you don't have a hand, just let them go and wait. That was kind of the general, you know, philosophy. Whereas now, blind on blind play, it's the most critical part of tournament play, and all the elite players you see fight for the blinds, you know.
Yeah.
And I guess that's just pretty much study, you know what I mean, and the hands, knowing the hands and that. You know?
Exactly, just having your ranges nailed on, you know, that is sort of the solvable bit of poker. We often talk about solvers, and we don't want to, you know, solver's kind of like a bad word for some people because it does imply we've turned this game into you know, something that's deeply studied that involves computers.
Yeah.
And, you know, where it's actually quite nice to think of it as a mano-a-mano sport. But in reality, the solvers have solved the short stack stuff. So the best players have basically learned what the ranges have to be, and they have them nailed on. And that's maybe where some of these guys have the advantage in shallow play.
Called.
No, he's folded. I wouldn't have minded a call there.
Yeah,
last hand of the night, he's 7 bigs. He's going to be coming back with like 5.5 bigs or whatever.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have minded taking a spin there with 9-10. Well, that's me if I'm having a few drinks and say, right, let's do this. Right, you know what I mean? I'm not coming back with 6 bigs.
I'm having a lie-in, or I'm coming back with a few more bigs.
It's either a lie-in or a trip to the sauna, and then you're coming back for day 3. One or the other.
It's like the play has been for me, just to see not only the feature table, but when I walked through the tournament floor, and at every single table had like 3, 4, 5 you know, seasoned players, and like it's crazy. But I guess there's so many players back playing live that haven't played in so long that you're going to be really familiar with more people, aren't you? You know?
That's it. That's 100%.
Absolutely. And newsflash from the outer tables: the rich get richer. Dan Wilson, former Irish Open champion, has just taken another player out by the roots. He's up to 1.75 million now.
That's ridiculous.
And the average stack just about $500,000, right?
Now, that's right. 3.5 times average. Not too shabby.
What do you make of this, by the way? We've got a raise to 22 from Eunice. In the small blind is Downs. 17k to call. He's gone all in. He shoved.
I like it. I think this is correct.
I would agree.
I think Barakat now with a 40 big blind stack will be looking to open liberally. He'll be opening suited queens and suited kings from that seat all the time. Ace-8 is definitely good, bound to be good. He's actually ended up in a great setup because I think Barakat's going to have to call. He's got such a good price, and he does have the dominated hand. So it's actually an amazing spot for Downs to find himself in. He may well be coming back tomorrow with 170, 180k. I don't see how Baraka can fold for this price, to be honest.
You can just see him. He's not looking at anyone. He's just doing the maths in his mind, and he's smiling. He's going,
he's going to call.
I'm super light, but I'm compelled.
No, he does have the spades. He has the king, and he has the spades.
He'll be super annoyed to see the fact that the eight is dominated. But, yeah,
spades are live firm, and the king is live firm. But right now, Downs in command, and great spot for him.
Yeah. If you flip the hands over, it's almost a call anyway, so
3,
it's definitely a call against
6,
the range.
4. That's a great shout. Only a king will do for Eunice. So he's got 3 outs. 9 of hearts on the turn. Will it be a cowboy on the river, or are we going to see a double up? It's a double up. It's an ace.
Would you have put your money on Mark Downs being here at the end of the night and Andy Black
and
not being here?
I was just going to say, Andy Black being gone.
I would have lost a big bet, I'll be honest.
Well, I just can't wait to wind Andy up when I see him. About how
Oh my
Martin outplayed him
God!
in every spot.
When
Blind and
Finton
blind.
turns up tomorrow with heavy makeup and a black eye, we'll know why.
Why did you?
Why
even
did
go,
you call?
Why did you even go with the King 8? He's saying.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I have a feeling now. Okay.
It's
Well,
all a little bit awkward, I'm going to be honest. But
it's pretty awkward, folks.
probably good that we're very close to the end of the night now.
Yeah. I got the fucking double up anyway, so I don't. He's still going. He's still going.
There's a reasonable shot that Eunice doesn't understand the words he's saying.
Okay.
Actually, there's a very
I
reason.
think
Yeah.
that's probably good.
Yeah.
To be fair to Mark, I think it would be a harsh accusation to say he ever slowed the game down. I don't think he did. Maybe
No, he didn't.
a few seconds here or there, but nothing egregious. I
Sorry, no, he did. He did. That's one of the reasons why he was pulled to one side.
think, okay. Well, look, he was a bit chatty, particularly in those often blind v blind situations against Andy. That was probably the one time where he did do a bit of chatting. But look, I don't think he's crossed the line too far. Maybe he's got his toe up to the line.
Yeah, he's not crossed it, but he's got close to it. He's still blabbering.
Yeah, he was very worried about being mind bleeped by Andy all day today. That was an oft-used phrase.
Mind bleeped by Mr. Blaine.
So
by
Baraka
Andy Black.
immediately going to get back on the horse here with the Ace Jack of Hearts. Good for another open.
You can just say it, it's 12:30 on YouTube. You can say it. It's okay.
Interesting now. I think Downs will always find a fold here, but there's now been a bit of chat between the two boys now. He does.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I think in the long run, that chat actually helps out.
Oh,
Obviously,
Dan-
it's going to be different tables tomorrow, but it's going to help out.
Dan Stacey with a must
Baraka.
defend and go with equity sort of spot here. The beautiful
Yeah.
suited connector. Could be interesting on a lot of boards here against Eunice. We're going to have to see what happens. Oh, well, that's a terrible board for Dan. Eunice
5, 7,
may well
king.
check back a monotone board. I think he'll probably fire really small. He definitely gets to have more King X. And I don't think there's any harm in ever firing out like a 15K-er here on the flop. We see here, of course, Dan can't withstand any heat. He can't even call a min bet really here. And he does go for the 14K, exactly the quarter pot. And Dan Stacey looks like he's going to be bagging up a very short stack for tomorrow, sub 10 bigs, but no better man to spin up from there. He is a fantastic poker player. We see there on the screen Eunice, who, it's got to be said, played way, way above the rim on several occasions.
Big time.
He found folds with ace-queen up against ace-king twice. He managed to, avert danger and then got very fortunate, of course, to win a big flip against Andy Black, eliminating Andy and getting himself into a much nicer chip position for tomorrow.
And becoming hated by every Irish poker fan on the planet. Blinds are 5 and 10. With the 10 big blind ante. So 25K in there.
I think we're coming to the last hand of the night, are we?
I think we are too. Well, one or two for sure. They're definitely playing the last few hands. I don't know what number was drawn. Short stack. Kevin not interested in the 4 deuce here. So it will be battle of the blind. Stacey has a perfect shove. So this is going in 100% with his 10 and a half big blinds. It's just a question of will Macaulay have a callable one. I think he probably calls a lot of King X. He's going to let go the 9-7 though. And he's running away, but the dealer is... Yes, he is going to deal another hand.
So, Dave, you're going to play the Mystery Bounty 1K. Yeah, what's the kickoff time?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the schedule. I assume it's early-ish because it's probably the one they want to sort of start. Maybe it's a 2 or something. I don't know.
Right, and it would being a 1K, it'd be a pretty decent structure.
guess
You'd
it may
imagine,
have
yeah.
a 30-minute clock on it, but probably, if I had to guess, I'd say 30-minute clock. One of the better starting stacks that are offered on the different events here. Should be a fun one though, the mystery bounty element. I'm interested to see how we do it. It seems like every tournament organizer who's put one of these on has put their own little spin on it. I can
Yeah.
imagine the Irish Open trying to do something fun with it too.
I didn't hear any blowback from any of the bigger ones, high profile ones. The Stars put one on in Prague, didn't they? A
That's
huge
right.
one, yeah. And the Win are putting them on constantly, bigger ones.
Yeah,
And
it was.
which one did Porrick win? Which casino
It was at the Win as
Oh,
well.
was
Yeah.
the Win, yeah.
Ace
They
Queen.
seem to have it like tweaked pretty good. The Win.
Yeah, the Win were very clever. So they spotted that the World Series were going to have it the year the World Series didn't happen.
Yeah.
It was on the schedule. They sort of looked into, what the rules and, mechanics of running something like that would be. Heard a lot of the feedback was good. Heard a lot of the disappointment from the people who would have played it to the World Series and thought, well, let's give it a go in one of our Win Millions festivals. And they put on the first big one, and it was huge.
Humongous, yeah.
It was huge.
I seen that with like crazy
Yeah.
couple of 100K in the as a bounty.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that
yeah.
right?
Oh yeah. There was 2 100k bounties, a few 50k bounties, and then obviously, as is the nature of it, you're going to win some small ones as well, and that'll feel like a bit of a booby prize when you open your envelope, but all part of the fun of it. And then of course, still good poker needs to be played, because while you can get lucky, just win one bounty, and it might be the mystery one, the big one. If you do go deep in the tournament, you've probably taken 10 or 12 guys out by the roots, and then you get 12 shots at the big one.
Yeah.
So it's sort of like winning lotto tickets.
Now,
Ace Queen for Downs. Now he's not going anywhere. How
17
does he
big
play it?
blinds.
Looks like he's going to play for a large sizing here.
Yeah, given how
25.
intriguing. 25. So this is becoming the standard.
This is the
25k. King Deuce goes into the muck. Stacey doesn't even consider the pocket fives.
And that's it, I think, guys. That might be a wrap.
7-6 for Blaine. Bye bye. 4-3. Just has a bit of banter back and forth with him, but he's going to throw it in the muck. Doesn't show either. Just says something like, I'm folding a big hand to you. And that is indeed the last action of the night from the City West Hotel for day 2. Officially, it's actually day 4 of the Irish Open, brought to you in association with Party Poker.
It's like day 24 for some people.
It is. It's a difficult question to ask.
In the Big Brother house.
Day 24 in the City West in the Big Brother house. Vincent is becoming annoyed with his commentary partner. Look, Lappin, I would have loved to have seen you run very, very deep, but your highlight
You
of the
played
day.
absolutely brilliant,
You
Dave.
really did.
I've never seen you play as good. You should be very
You
proud
saw
of
me-
yourself. Played a hand.
He played
Played a hand.
excellently.
I shoved one.
Played a hand perfectly. Congratulations. You genuinely
You
should be
played a
proud of
hand.
yourself.
You played a hand, Elstock. What was your personal highlight of the day?
My highlight of this tournament was getting my
Mark Downs.
No, it was getting my 15k. Was getting my 15k in bad last night against William Kassouf and dogging him.
Okay.
That was. I
Give me
enjoyed
that
that
one.
moment. I
The
enjoyed that moment.
pain for Kassouf keeps on
That
coming
saved-
on his
that
stream.
saved me a re-entry. I would have had to buy the 30k instead of being spun up to the 30k.
Oh
So
no. Finton, your highlight of the day.
Well, that table, the talent on the table was brilliant. Dermot
Yeah.
Blaine, absolutely brilliant. This Italian guy, brilliant. And Paul McCauley, the Dublin bass player. I mean, he was spectacular. Really cool. So, yeah, really good. And it was great to see Will back playing, Will Fitzpatrick, and I'm delighted he made tape 3.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, day 4 will continue tomorrow. We have millionaires in the house. There are 10 of them. Gary Spinks, Benjamin Windsor, who was on our feature table earlier on,
Top quality.
over
Ben,
$1 million. Paul Coyle, over $1 million. John Howlett, Thomas Jacobson, Frank Lillis has been holding on to that 1.1 million. Kyle McGuire, Chris Williams, Espen Sandvig, we also saw him earlier on, and Daniel Wilson, a former Irish Open champion, 1.75 million. Who's going to take it down? Who will make the final table? You will find out tomorrow when we persuade Mr. Lappin to come and join us again, but mostly with Finton Gavin and myself right here on the Irish Poker Open with Party Poker from the City West in Dublin. Good night.
Good night.